Welcome, Obi-Wan. How are you?
Hey, Rabbi, how's it going?
Oh, amazingly, thank God. I just had one of the best conversations I've ever had with someone from Israel, and it was on like really advanced physics, and we both learned a lot, and it was just unexpected. I've just had people, one after another, people come into the Discord tonight with just really uh, just amazing discussions. We had someone come in who wanted to talk about freedom of speech and race, and that was a really good conversation. And then somebody come in talking about traumatic brain injuries and Neuralink, and that was an amazing discussion. And then this last person who came in and we talked about the Big Bang and the Big Crunch and the um, like advanced physics and the speed of light and just it was just wonderful. How have you been, my friend?
Yeah, I've been good. I just got some new clothes delivered, so I needed some new clothes. I got them delivered today, so I've just been sorting through my new clothes.
Oh, that's always fun. Do they fit?
Yeah, they fit like a glove. It's lovely.
That is lovely. Excellent. Do you have any plans to wear them anywhere?
Yeah, I'll be going to visit my grandma tomorrow. She's in a nursing home, so I'll be going to visit her, so I'm going to wear some of my Sunday best.
That's wonderful to hear. Is grandma um, of good mind?
Yeah, her mind's still sound. She just has epilepsy and a few other conditions. I think she has the very first onset of dementia, but it's very, very early, so her mind's still intact.
Excellent. So she'll be able to see you in your nicest clothing. What'd you get?
I got like a biker jacket with lone wolf on it. I've got some tracksuits and for casual wear, and some new jackets, a few new pairs of trainers, and a few new hats.
Oh, wow, you got a lot of clothes. Okay. Love the biker jacket. Even though I haven't seen it, I'm sure it's cool. Sounds cool. Your tracksuits. What kind of what kind of tracksuits? What colors?
I got one with a lion on it. It made me think of the Lion of Judah. So
Excellent. That's wonderful. And as I understand, that's also a symbol of England, is it not?
yeah, yeah, the football these three lions on the shirt, and it's one of the symbols. Yeah, so we share that from Israel and the United Kingdom.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps the Lost Tribe, one of them. Okay, so we have tracksuits that you got. You got some trainers as well.
Yeah,
Excellent. And those are they going to be for like athletic use, or those are just to look nice?
just to look nice. And I got a pair of boots as well that are like biker style, so I'm kind of changing my style a bit.
I've got you. Yeah, that's cool. Is your biker jacket and your boots, are they black?
Yeah,
Okay, very cool. And uh, do you bike? Are you a biker yourself?
I'm not a biker. I just like the aesthetic. I've got an e-bike, and I think it's quite funny to ride an e-bike with a biker jacket on.
I think that's really cool though. That's like it may not be common now, but perhaps in the future you'll have e-bike, not necessarily gangs, but like e-bike clubs, and they'll take on the clothing of the traditional motorcycle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I think that's very futuristic thinking. That's great. And I mean, like the motorcycle, um, the biker clothing came into place because of its protective aspects, right? And so even if you did get into, God forbid, an accident on your bike, you would probably get some of those benefits as well.
Yeah, that was really good protection. It's like armor.
Exactly. And prevent road rash and all those other things. Okay, that's phenomenal. Do you wear a helmet when you ride your e-bike?
Not at the moment, I probably should do, but it only does 16 miles an hour. That's what we're limited to in the UK.
16 miles per hour?
16, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but nevertheless, might be a good idea to get something. If
Yeah, probably be a good idea. I'll look at that next.
Yeah, if I were you and you had the ability to, I'd get a helmet, but I'd also put a 360 camera on it for my own protection in case anything ever happened to me. But also, that'd be cool to document your journeys.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Absolutely. We see people, or I at least see people all the time in real life, but also their video on the internet. And sometimes they can use that footage if something ever happens to them, but they also just use it, and it's just cool to see the town in which they are.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sure, man, you could probably get heads-up displays and all kinds of cool stuff, and depending on how advanced you want your helmet to be. And like you said, the fastest you're going to go is 16 miles an hour. But if you hit your head at 16 miles an hour on concrete, that that's not going to feel good, and you want to protect yourself. If let me ask you this, Obi-Wan, if you had a child and they were riding at 16 miles an hour, would you want them to wear a helmet?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, there
So
you
I
go.
have to give myself the same consideration, I guess.
Exactly, 100%. And okay, so how long have you been riding e-bikes?
I've only had it for about a week.
Oh, so it's brand new.
Yeah, it's a foldable one.
Amazing. I was just gonna ask that. Okay, so does it fit inside like a trunk or something?
Yeah, when I go out with my dad, I put it in the trunk, and that way, if he gives me a lift somewhere, I can make my own way back.
Oh, that's very cool. Okay, so how small does it fold?
It folds down to about the size of the two wheels put together, and the wheels are 15 inches, so it folds down pretty small. It takes up about half the space in the trunk.
Oh, excellent. How much does it weigh?
20 kilos.
Oh, okay. So it's quite light.
Yeah, it's quite light. It's made of steel, so it's not aluminium, so it's heavier than aluminium one, aluminum.
Okay. And why did you go with steel as opposed to aluminum?
Because it's a sturdier ride, so it's not so bumpy. It's got front suspension on it as well.
Very nice. Does it have a speedometer on it?
No, it doesn't. It just has the battery thing, and it has a front light on it, and I had to put a rear red light on it.
Oh, okay. And do you um so you don't know how fast well, how long does the battery last?
Well, it depends if you pedal or if you just use the throttle. If you just use the throttle, it lasts for about 25 miles.
Oh wow. Okay. And then what if you pedal?
Then it can do 30 or 40 miles.
Oh, okay, wow. That's a lot just on the battery.
Yeah, it's got a large battery on it. It's pretty large.
Yeah, it is. Okay. And what's the furthest you've gone with it thus far?
I've done about 4 miles on it. My dad gave me a lift to his place with it in the trunk. Um, he had a few drinks with me, and then he couldn't drive me back, obviously, because he was over the limit.
Sure. Now,
So then I assembled the bike and rode it back, and it's about a 4 mile journey.
okay. Now, can you get a DUI in on a bike there?
No, not unless, look, only if you've had a couple, you're okay.
Okay,
But if you have too many,
I
I
gotcha.
think you can. If you have too many, you're dangerous. It's more about how you're riding.
Right, exactly. I know in the United States you can on a bike. You can even get them on like skateboards and scooters and stuff. Some weird stuff, golf carts. Um, but yeah, if you've only had a couple, then you'll be able to make it back. And can you use it in the rain?
Yeah, it's waterproof, so it's all good for the rain.
Amazing.
We get a lot of that in the UK.
Of course, yeah, definitely. All right, now if you are riding it, does it have like saddlebags or anything that you can use to carry?
It's got like a little passenger pillion thing on the back where I could attach a saddlebag to it. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. Oh, wow, so you're all set. Do you drive a vehicle as well, a car, or you just bike?
I bought a car, but at the moment I'm waiting for my license back because I went into hospital and I lost my license because I was admitted to psychiatric hospital for a couple of months a year ago, and I haven't got around to getting my license back yet. But I've just applied for it back, and my doctor and psychiatrist are supporting me to get my license back. So I've got a car that's in storage at my brother's yard.
Excellent. Okay, well, hopefully you'll be able to get that. In the meantime, you don't need any kind of license to have an e-bike?
No, not for e-bikes. You do for e-scooters. You're not supposed to ride them because they're powered, but e-bikes are okay because they're pedal powered.
Oh, interesting. Wow. Even though an e-bike is bigger or larger than a scooter, you do need to get a license for the scooter, but not the bike?
Yeah, but a lot of people in the UK are riding them without licenses at the moment, so they're trying to introduce new legislation because there's no specific license for them. They're newer than the legislation's kept up with.
Right. Now, I saw something recently where somebody they got a ticket or something in the UK for riding a scooter, and they thought it was preposterous. Uh, but yeah, they hadn't gotten around to introducing the legislation for the bike yet. And then you had to put your own lights on the back. They came with one in the front. Does it have a headlight?
Yeah, it's got a front headlight.
Okay. And do you like in the United States, at least with like a motorcycle, you need to have three lights on the front. You only need one light on an e-bike.
You need two. You need a front one that's clear, and you need a red one at the back for your rear light.
Okay. Now, when you brake, it's not like it blinks more, right? It's static, or does it blink?
Yeah, it's static, or I can put it on blinking mode, but it doesn't respond to braking mode. But you don't need that in the UK.
Okay.
It's not required.
Very cool. And you can go up to now. Let's say the battery's dead. Can you still pedal it like a normal bike?
Yeah,
Oh, that's amazing. So you could really ride this bike under ideal conditions, 100 miles, right? I mean, you just 25 of them at the beginning would be powered, and then 75 just a standard bike.
yeah. You can get a spare battery for it to put in a backpack, so you could swap out.
Oh, very cool. And how long does it take to charge?
About 8 hours from death, but I've not even run it down to death yet. I've only used 1 or 2 bars on it since the journeys I've been taking. I've only been about 4 or 5 miles.
Is there a battery indicator on it so you know how much you've got left?
Yeah, on the right side there's a battery indicator.
And does it just give you bars, or does it tell you have 12 miles left?
It just gives you bars, so you have to judge it by the bars.
Okay,
I got a deal on it. It was supposed to be £700 sterling, and I got it for 250. It was on a flash sale,
can't beat
so it's
that.
not the top of the range one. It's like mid range.
Can't beat that. That's great. Now, can you ride this where you are in Kent? Can you ride it year round, or no?
Yeah, I'll be able to ride it year round, and I've got a lock for it as well, so I can take it to the shops and stuff. I just need to have like a fence post or something, a lamp post or something to lock it to.
Yeah. So, how do you lock it? Like, what is it locked to on the bike? Do you like loop it through the wheels or something?
Yeah, I'll look it through the wheel by the looks of it. I've not locked it up yet. I'm still worried to do that, but I've got a D-lock, so that should be pretty secure.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Oh, so okay, you call them D-locks. In the United States, many times they're called U-locks. But I know what you're saying. Yeah, I was gonna say, do your best to stay away from the rope locks because those are much easier to break. Um, so that's phenomenal. All right, and when do you think you're gonna ride again?
I'm probably going to take it out today for a little ride because it's a nice day, and it's Saturday, so I'll go for a little ride, taking some of the ambience and camp, the Garden of England.
The Garden of England. I haven't forgotten that you've said that. Now, why did they call it the Garden of England?
It's where a lot of the produce and the crops are grown, like strawberries, apples, pears.
Excellent. Do you get snow?
Every so often, usually in January or February, every so often, maybe every 2 or 3 years, we'll get some snow.
Okay, and like an inch or a foot.
We never normally get a foot. It's normally about 2 to 4 inches.
Okay, so not that bad. Now, do they salt the roads where you are, or they just let it go?
Yeah, they sort the roads. We have written trucks and we have to sort bins around. We don't use them very often, and it's like a mad rush when it does snow. You see them out there trying to keep up with it.
Yeah, definitely. And do you have to shovel the snow?
Yeah, a little bit to clear the pathways.
Right. Okay, so you certainly couldn't ride it then, but you can ride it in the rain, and it's only 2 or 3 times every few years, or once every 2 or 3 years. So you could basically ride this bike about year round, right?
Yeah, until I get my car. And the reason I got it is when I go up to London, there's congestion charges. So I can visit London and take in the sights. But there's congestion charges, and the city of London is hard to find parking. So I'll park outside of London and then e-bike my way into the more congested area.
That's beautiful. Could you take your e-bike on like a subway?
Yeah, I already called up the train company and asked my local train company. I just need to check the London Underground to see if it's allowed on the Underground as well.
Oh, that's so cool. Could you? Do you think you'd be able to take it on a double-decker bus?
Probably not.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right. If you can take it on the underground, then that's about all you would need. What do you like to do in London?
I want to take in the sights there, visit some of the tourist attractions.
What are your favorite ones, or what ones you look forward to seeing?
I want to go on the London Eye because I've never been on it.
Okay, that's the large Ferris wheel,
Maybe
right?
go to, yeah, the large Ferris wheel, yeah.
Excellent. That's always seems like it's cool. And it wasn't, well, I don't know how old you are, but it's like within the last 25 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 38 by the way.
Oh, okay, I'm 39, so we're about the same age. So I remember when they put that in, it was not in, not to my knowledge, it was not a tourist attraction until maybe like year 2000 or something, right?
Yeah, it's relatively recent.
Excellent. So you want to ride the London Eye? That's amazing. What else do you want to see?
There's a church called St Bartholomew's in Sydenham in London on the outskirts, and it has a statue of Archangel Samael. He's an important angel. I'm sure you might have heard of him before in the
Sure,
Book of Ireland.
absolutely. So you want to see
So
that?
I'd like to visit that statue.
Excellent. And oh yeah, it was completed in the year 2000. Um, okay, so you want to see that statue. What else do you want to see?
Madame Tussauds to show the wax museum.
Yeah,
The wax.
have you ever
Um,
have you ever seen that before?
I have in the Netherlands in Amsterdam. I've been to the Amsterdam one.
Oh, very cool. I've seen it in Las Vegas, or like a version of it that they have there, um, or like some of them. But yeah, okay, that's a cool thing. So you want to see the wax museum? Do they have Ripley's Believe It or Not there?
They might have. I'll have to check actually.
I thought that was a British thing, but I could be wrong. Um, okay, are you gonna see anything royal related?
Yeah, we might take a trip, me and my dad, to Buckingham Palace and stand outside and have a look at Buckingham Palace.
Have you ever been there?
I've been near it.
Okay, and like where you have you seen the Queen's Guards or the Royal Guards, I should say?
No, we'll probably check that out as well, the Tower of London as well.
Right. Okay, so you see the Tower of London, and now it's not the original London Bridge, but like when you see London Bridge or that bridge there, Tower Bridge.
Yeah, yeah, we'll check that out as well. That sounds like a good thing to check out.
Definitely. How many days you gonna stay there, or just one day?
We'll just do it all in one day. Usually it gets expensive to stay in London.
Oh, I imagine. Yeah, definitely. And do you ever? Let's see here. I don't know London that well. I've never been, but as I understand, there's um, what is the wharf there? Is it like Canterbury Wharf or something?
Canary Wharf.
Canary Wharf. Wharf. Okay, very yeah, that's what it is. Canary Wharf. And you are gonna check out Buckingham Palace, and anything else you want to see there?
Not that I can think of, but I'll probably do a Google and good for tourist attractions. Oh, I just googled Ripley's, believe it or not, it is in London.
That's
You were
what.
right.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And are you gonna do? Are you gonna see the city of London?
I don't know if we'll make it that far into Central, but maybe. I've been
Okay.
to City of London before when I was younger.
What'd you do there?
I went with some friends to a strip club.
Oh no way! They had a strip club in the city of London.
Yeah,
How was
one
that?
of my friends used to work in there. Yeah, it was cool. It's my first and only time. I don't normally go to scenes like that, but my friend was bugging me to go because he worked there as a security guard.
Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. I had a few private dances and stuff.
There you go. Were the girls pretty?
Yeah, they was very pretty. Well, some of them, and some of them wasn't so much, but some of them were really pretty. Yeah,
Absolutely. Do they do just topless, full nude? What kind of club is it?
full nude.
Oh, okay. Very cool. There you go. Okay, excellent. And do they allow alcohol as well?
Yeah, they had a bar there. Yeah.
Oh, can't beat that. Usually, at least in the United States, if they do full nude, there's no bar, or if it's just topless, there is a bar. Um, okay, very cool. Let me think. Have you ever seen the? I think they call it the. Is it the egg?
Oh, I know what you mean. I can't remember what it's called.
It looks like a. It looks like one of those. Oh, let me look at it. I'll look at it. Egg building. um, The gherkin. That's what it is. The gherkin.
Oh right, yeah, the gherkin. Yeah, I want to see that as well. And that's the other thing I'd like to do is go to the Shard and go up to the top of the Shard.
I was just gonna. That was my next thing I was gonna ask you. You're gonna see the shard. Yeah, the skyline has really diversified in the last 25 years or so. Have you ever seen Lloyd's of London building?
No, let me look it up.
Oh, it's one of the coolest buildings you'll ever see.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. And I also want to see the MI5 building as well.
Yeah,
The
that's a
James Bond building.
absolutely that's a cool one. Yeah, that's right on the Thames, isn't it? Or the Thames?
Yeah, the Thames. Yeah.
Um, and I think in one of the movies they blew it up. One of the James Bonds or Mission Impossibles, I think it was.
Yeah, I think I recall that from somewhere. I can't remember which movie it's at too.
Yeah. Oh, very cool. Yeah, that's an interesting looking building. Like, I like architecture, so even though I'd like to see these things uh, in real life someday, but I notice a lot of London's architecture and how diversified it's become, and it's very unique. They have a lot of unique buildings, like the Thames House, MI5 building, of course, Buckingham Palace, and um, the Shard, the Gherkin, the Lloyd's of London building. Those are phenomenal. What are you going to eat there?
I don't know. Actually, we'll probably try some ethnic food.
Okay, like ethnic. Oh, ethnic is in like somewhere outside of England, like Indian food or
Yeah, because
something.
I'm used to eating. Yeah, because I'm used to eating British food, so I'll probably try some ethnic food.
Absolutely. What are your favorite British foods?
But I like the British fry off, but it's like a guilty pleasure because it has pork in it, and I try not to eat it. But I do on occasion eat it, but I try to limit my exposure to it.
Okay, so British fry off. What is that? It's pork, but like, is it just fried pork?
It's bacon, eggs, sausage, beans, and fries usually.
Oh, okay. Is that like a breakfast thing?
Yeah, you can have it all day, but it's traditionally a breakfast thing. You usually have mushrooms and grilled tomato with it as well.
Now I've seen that, and that's a beautiful thing. Do you enjoy shepherd's pie?
Yeah, that's another good staple. And
Yeah,
a fish and chips dinner is like another British staple, fish and chips.
absolutely. I love meat pies from Britain. They're some of my favorite things. Um, okay, and Do you think you go to a pub there?
Yeah, we'll probably go there and have one because we'll probably travel up. Well, my dad said we probably won't drive there because of the congestion charges and how long it takes to get stuck in London. So if we take the train and we leave the bikes, we can probably have a few drinks as well. So we'll check out a bar.
Right. Okay. And do you think that if you were to go there, you do you have to get up early to be able to get there, or you can leave at a decent hour?
But the thing with leaving early is if you leave early, like say 7 to 9 o'clock in the morning, you'll catch the rush hour traffic if it's a
Ah,
work day,
yeah.
and it'll be really, really busy. So it's best to leave at about 10 a.m. after everyone's already at work.
Oh, excellent. Now, there's a famous road that goes around London. What's it called?
The motorway, the M25, is the highway that goes around it.
That's it. When you travel there, do you think you'll park outside the M25 or inside the M25?
If we travel up by car and park, we'll park outside the M25 and then we avoid the congestion fee.
Yeah. If I may ask, how much is the congestion fee?
Well, there's two now. They added another one that's even more expensive. Let me check. £12.50 for the outer one.
Wow, that's per person?
And per vehicle.
Oh, okay.
So it's not too expensive. And then the inner London congestion charge for like City of London is £15. So you get two if you go into Central.
Right. And then you'd have to pay for parking as well, right?
Yeah, and parking in London is quite expensive, but there's a station called the International St Pancras, just outside of London. That's probably where we park, and then get a train into London proper.
Oh, very well. Wow. But that just sounds like a wonderful day. You'd be able to spend it with your dad, go visit the Gherkin, go visit the Shard, go visit the Windsor Castle, see the guards, get a pint, have some. Now, you were saying some cultural food. What do you want to have? Like Indian food, or what do they have?
Probably Indian food, and I want to try African food because I've never tried African food before.
Excellent. What kind of pardon me, what kind of African food?
I don't know because I don't even know any of the dishes,
But they
so I'll
have,
just
yeah,
have to ask for recommendations.
I get that. I hear that um, Indian food in London is better than you get in India. Now, not to put down India by any means, but like, and I don't mean it that way by any means. If anybody's watching this in the future, I love India, but just basically, um, well, there's something that I heard. London has something like 8 of the top 10 restaurants in the world. It's very competitive when it comes to um, its cuisine. Yet, or no, this is what it was. Of the top 10 restaurants in London, 8 of them are French restaurants, but it has like 8 of the top or 10 of the top 15 restaurants in the world. Is that correct? It has excellent food, correct?
Yeah, London's reputed for having excellent food, great choice of different sauces.
Right. It's one of the most diverse countries in the, pardon me, cities in the world. Now, have you ever ridden on a double-decker bus?
When I was younger, I did, yeah.
Did,
Not in London. They used to have them in my town,
okay.
but they've got rid of them now. They've decommissioned them.
Okay. Did you ever ride on the top of one?
Yeah.
Oh, I bet that's cool. And it's open air, right?
The one I rode on was closed.
Oh,
So I rode on the open air one, but I might do that when I go to London to take the double decker tour.
yeah. Oh, now that would be cool. That's something to do. So you get to be a little bit of a tourist in your own country, which would be neat.
Yeah, I plan to do some tourism around the UK because I've visited Wales, but I want to visit Scotland and Ireland as well.
Oh, very well. Do you have you ever been to Liverpool?
No, I've been to the furthest north that I've been to is Coventry.
Okay. Is it something that you want to do? Go to Liverpool?
Yeah, Liverpool and Manchester.
Okay, very well. Who do you root for in football?
I don't really support football, but I used to when I was a child, and I used to support Manchester United.
Of course, yeah, definitely. Um, that's the big one, right?
Yeah, yeah, they're one of the big teams in the
Excellent.
Premiership division.
Now, why don't you follow it anymore?
I'm more into extreme sports like BMXing, motorcycle riding, and stuff. So I lost interest in football.
Oh, I understand that. All right, so BMXing, motorcycle riding. Do you like skateboarding?
Yeah, and skateboarding. I used to be a BMX. I used to ride at a skate park when I was younger.
Oh, okay.
BMX.
So you're a really good bicyclist. Like, not only do you do the e-bike, but you've been a BMXer in the past.
Yeah, yeah, I did that for 3 or 4 years when I was a teenager.
Do you do any mountain biking?
I haven't recently, but my dad's into mountain biking. He went to Wales and rode down the mountainside.
Oh, wow. Did he have fun?
Yeah, he liked it. He's not got a bike at the moment though. He's going to get another e-bike like mine that folds up.
Okay, because you were saying that you guys were going to park and then drive into the city, and I was going to ask, does he have an e-bike himself? But no, but he's going to get one, and then you guys would be able to go e-biking in London, and there isn't any uh, a congestion fee for a a bike like that.
No,
Very cool. And can you ride on the sidewalk, or do you have to ride on the street?
on the street, but there is some sidewalks that have been turned into bicycle lanes that are next to the footpath.
Okay, why can't you ride on the street, if I may ask? Or why can't you ride on
Oh,
the
you
side?
can.
No, apologies, I misspoke. Why can't you ride on the sidewalk?
It's just the law in the UK that you're not supposed to ride on the sidewalk. A lot of people do, and they don't usually stop you for it. They usually turn a blind eye to that. It's one of the laws that are rarely enforced. Very so often you'll get a police officer that pull up and say, get on the road.
Okay, I've gotcha. Well, yeah, that's understandable. Well, so you have to get your dad D-lock as well, and um, you guys seem to have a really great relationship. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. He's coming with me on the holiday I've got planned in March next year. He's coming with me as my chaperone.
Excellent. Where do you plan on going?
I'm going to Turkey to get dental treatment because it's a lot cheaper than in the UK. And so,
Absolutely. Everybody's going to Turkey for something.
yeah,
Excellent.
it'll be my first time. So he's going to come with me because he's quite well travelled.
Oh, okay. Well, that's neat. Yeah, a lot of people from the United States go to Turkey for um, hair transplants. The big one. That's where a lot of people go. Because it's
Yeah, Turkey's the place to go for it for hair transplants and dental work.
well, very interesting. All right, so you've got plans to do that in the spring. And are you having dental pain, or it's just something you want to get done?
It's just something I want to get done because I was attacked and I lost a couple of teeth an attack that I sustained when I was out before.
Okay. Are you going to get implants or veneers or what?
I'm going to get implants and to replace the lost teeth and to get a smile restoration. So I have like a Hollywood smile.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. That'll be amazing. Good on you, and that'll raise your confidence and all kinds of other things. Uh, so Obi Wan, do you have a? Is there a? Oh, just one moment, Obi Wan. Welcome, John Doe. How are you, John Doe? How are you? Can you hear me, John Doe? John Doe, can you hear me? That's all right. If you don't want to talk, that's okay. I'll ask that you're 18 to be in here. John Doe, going once, going twice. All right, that's right. Obi Wan, is there a a, a lass that you have? Basically, like, do you have a girlfriend?
Not at the moment. I'm just about to get back in the market for that. Actually, it's been like several years since my last relationship, and I just took time on my own to sort myself out basically and have some alone time.
Absolutely, totally understand that. What are you looking for in a lady?
someone that I can share my religious and spiritual beliefs with. That's kind of important to me. I want somebody that's into not necessarily the same spiritual and religious path, but is accepting of it and interested in it.
Very well. And do you find that most women you meet are accepting of that?
It's hit and miss. Some people are not accepting because it's my path's a bit strange.
Oh, we all have a strange path, but I understand what you're saying. You've had a unique journey to where you are, and so you think you're going to wait until after the dental restoration, and then you'll be able to get any girl you want?
That's the plan.
That's what I like to hear, my friend. Well, that's wonderful. You've got quite the adventure coming up. You're going to see grandma. Well, you're going to go for a bike ride today, perhaps. You're going to see grandma tomorrow. You've got plans to go to London with your dad soon, and then travel to Turkey. You're a man on a mission. That's phenomenal. Is there anything that you want to do, like in the next 5 years? Anywhere you want to travel?
Yeah, actually, the next place I plan to visit after Turkey, either next year or the year after, is Israel.
That's beautiful. God willing. That's a wonderful thing to hear.
Yeah, God willing.
Absolutely. Do you want to go by yourself, or do you want to bring your family?
I'll bring my dad because he'll enjoy it. He's been into Cyprus before, so he's familiar with the area.
Absolutely.
Kind of locale.
Definitely. Okay, great. And you've just got a wonderful relationship with dad. That's wonderful. And perhaps you might even find a girl to go with you too. That 2 or 3 years away. Hopefully, God willing, you'll have found somebody by then. And with your Hollywood smile and all of your newfound self-esteem, and you never know. Now, when Obi-Wan is trying to find a girlfriend, how do you do it? Do you meet people in person, or do you meet girls on an app? What do you do?
I'm going to combine them both. I've already signed up to a dating app, so I'm kind of testing the waters with that. But I don't like the swipe left, swipe right. I like to meet people in person more. So I feel bad when I swipe left against somebody like, that we don't match.
Yeah, I
I feel
understand.
kind of bad for doing it.
Well, you can't match with everybody. I understand what you're saying. All right, and um, you do you have a career, or not at this time?
Not this time. I'm currently out of work due to disability, where I went into hospital last year.
Right,
I've
right,
been
right.
signed up for 2 years.
Okay. And do you want to get back into a career, or no?
Yeah, I want to get back into work in the next couple of years. I can start find something that suits me.
Okay. What would you want to do if you could do anything?
I'd like to do something similar to what you're doing, to work online and work from home. Uh, like maybe making YouTube videos or on a website offering some sort of spiritual service or knowledge.
Well, absolutely, I can help you. So I think that probably the thing that makes you the most amount of money is working for a company remotely. But if you want to be an influencer, which technically this is, I can help you to become that as well. And you would go a less avant-garde route, probably the more traditional route with one account. But I'll tell you all of the things that to avoid, and you'd be able to give as much spiritual guidance to people as you would like. Do you have you ever streamed before?
Yeah, I was a small-time video game streamer a few years ago. I was streaming games like PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds and a zombie game that I was playing. Didn't really get many viewers.
Don't feel badly about that. About Grand Theft Auto 6, are you going to get that?
I've got to get an Xbox first. It's on my list because a few of my friends have Xbox.
I understand. I'm with you on that one. So you've got like 250 days to do that. No, well, if you want to meet the launch, but no, no rush. And
Yeah, I want to get that. Yeah, 250 days to have, and we have that.
just one moment, I'll give you the exact amount of time. And the reason why I say this, it's 247 days, 19 hours, 38 minutes, and 18 seconds.
So
So
it gives me enough time to save the money because it's like £500 for the top Xbox in the UK.
Right. Yeah. And you can never trust getting any that are refurbished or anything, and they all kind of have a timetable on them, so it's best to do that. Um, is it possible? So it's not like usually the pound is like about with the exchange rate, like maybe twice the dollar, sometimes a little less. Uh, can you buy one in the United States and have it shipped to you?
I could try. I could look into that.
Yeah, because I mean, I was thinking like, and I don't know if like it's the top, and you could just get it for about half as much as you're going to pay in UK, and that might save you a little bit of money. Um, but I'm like you are. I don't get one of those consoles until Grand Theft Auto comes out, and then I find I have to get a new one. And it's just such an amazing game. It's so um, it's I love it. I make exception. So when the other one launched, Grand Theft Auto 5, like 2012 or whenever it was, um, that's when I got an Xbox 360. And then prior to that, like it's the reason why I got a PlayStation 2 back in the day was because Grand Theft Auto came out, and it was just like I gotta get this game, and it was uh, a revolutionary game. What's the first Grand Theft Auto you ever played?
I played, you know, the old top-down Grand Theft Autos, the old low graphics one,
Yes,
low
I
res
do.
ones.
Absolutely, that took place in London.
Yeah, yeah, I played that one
Excellent. On
many years
PlayStation,
ago.
absolutely on PlayStation.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, on PlayStation original.
Right. And so you played number one and number two. Did you play Grand Theft Auto 3?
Yeah, I played 3 as well. I think I played all of them. I played 4. I played 5 a lot. I liked it when 5 came out on PC because I liked to aim with a mouse rather than with a controller.
Absolutely. Did you play Grand Theft Auto Vice City?
Yep, yep, played that as well.
What did you think of the soundtrack?
Yeah, it was great.
Amazing. I am interested what they're going to do with the soundtrack for this one. You know, as I understand, Rockstar is based in is it Scotland, and it's very quiet, like very clandestine. They don't let out a lot of secrets. Is that correct?
I didn't know there was in Scotland. That's news to me. But yeah, they hold back a lot. They don't give you much.
Yeah. Um, well, they have a one in San Diego, but I believe well, it's based in New York City. Apologies, but I think that one, I think Grand Theft Auto is being built. Uh, Rockstar Scott, like there's something about Scotland with this one. Um, okay, so that's Rockstar North. Rockstar North is a British video game developer based in Edinburgh, and is it? I know it changes, or like it depends where you are. Edinburgh or Edinburgh? Uh,
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yes. Okay. Um, so the studio is best known for creating the Grand Theft Auto series. So they're the ones who do it. So it may be headquartered in New York City, but Edinburgh is where they develop that one, and it's very secret. It's very secretive. So that'll be exciting. Any other games that you would want to play if you got a an Xbox? What is it? Xbox? What do they call it? It's Xbox One. What is it called? What is it?
I think it's the Xbox Series S is the top one. Let me check. The Xbox Series X is the top one.
Just a moment.
There's also a Series S. There's an S and an X.
What's the difference?
Let me check. twice the storage.
Okay, so these succeeded the Xbox One, just to show you how far out of the loop I am. All right, so it launched in 2020. Um, so yeah, in the United States, you can get the Series X for $499, and like you were saying, it was going to be like 500 euro or 500 pounds, right?
Yeah.
So it's about half as much. Um,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wow. I'm surprised that they're putting the Grand Theft Auto on this and not on the next version, whatever the new Xbox and new PlayStation is going to be. Just one moment. Welcome, welcome. Dino, how you living, pimp?
It's the reunion. Rabbi Rothschild.
I know that name, or I know that. Wait, is that my man? Oh, hold on. Well, Guido, hold on. I know that voice. Um, yes.
How about you forget about me?
No. I just didn't see your
Wow,
face.
you forgot about me.
No, I didn't. I didn't at all.
It's been that long.
No, I didn't at
Hey,
all.
Rabbi, how you been, bro?
Kicking ass,
How
taking
have
names.
you been?
Kicking ass, taking names, baby. How are
Been a
you?
very long time.
Yes, it has been.
I've been good, man. Yeah, just living. I took a big break from streaming, so I decided to come back, do a few here and there. So, but I just remembered today. What's Rabbi Rothschild?
You, you know what, Guido? I will tell you in your absence, I did look up your channel, and I didn't see that you had streamed recently. This was a while ago, though. Just one moment. Obi-Wan, if you don't mind, I'm going to catch up with my friend here, Guido. I hope that's not an issue. It's been a long time since I've spoken with him. Is that okay?
Yeah, man, we've had a good chat. I'll
Yeah, we
come
have.
back in later to say hello to you. And, hi, Godo, how's it going? Was good? You from the UK? Yeah, from the UK. Wait, was good? What won my Trilla? What won? Anyway, take it easy, guys. I'll catch you later.
Take care. Enjoy your day. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh,
Wait, Skip, you have like, how many people be in this stuff? The server looks like packed. I haven't been here in a while.
yeah, I know. I've really expanded things. So we just surpassed 2,000 people in the server last week, and that's really good. For like just an individual who organically gets it to grow. So I will say I looked you up. Not It was like maybe in the last 3 months I looked you up one or two times, and I noticed you hadn't streamed. So first questions about you. Why'd you take the time off?
Yep, go ahead. Oh, okay. It was getting too hectic. Let me explain. I had to go with the money. Right. There was a few streamers that are in my community, in the circle, that were getting slaughtered. So you know what I had to do? I had to get an item before they came off the index. So I did. Hopefully they backed off, give it up. So yeah, that's I had to take a bit. That also and a few other things, but that was like one of the main ones. It was getting too dangerous. The stream, it was weird. It was in a weird place. I had to back off.
I get it, Guido. When you're as good looking as we are, you've got girls just pounding down the door trying to fuck you, right? Absolutely. All right. So are you back on Kick, and are you in good graces with them?
Um, yeah, I mean, me and Kick are great. And I can't lie, it was also getting pretty boring. And I was doing the same thing every stream. It was dead as fuck. So I just couldn't be on.
Word dog. No, I totally get that. Dude, Kick is so full of bots. So is Twitch, but Kick itself is like it's ridiculous how much people bot each other, and there just aren't as many people as people think that are on there, especially in the chats. So it's really hard as a streamer to go on there and get any interaction because it's dead. It's absolutely dead. I totally get that. All right, are you ready for an update?
Yeah, you go. I actually want to hear a lot about how your journey, because you've probably been on doing a lot more than me in the last Go ahead, Rabbi. Tell me what's been going on.
Absolutely. Well, first, I missed you, and if I didn't care about you, I wouldn't have looked you up to see what you were doing. But it was like, oh, he hadn't streamed. He had no. You're good. You hadn't streamed in a while, and it was like, um, I hope he's okay. But it's not like I could go in and troll you without you being there. Okay. So what did I do? Well, if you may or may not remember, but starting in starting like December 31st, 2024, like the end of last year, I stopped spamming people on Kick. I said to myself, you know what? I'm gonna be
No way.
I'm gonna be a good rabbi, and I'm going to stop spamming people on Kick, and maybe Kick will let me stream on there again. So I stopped spamming people from January 1st, 2025 until like June of 2025, so just a few months ago. And I started spamming people on another platform. We'll talk about that. But then in June of 2025, a friend of mine, he's a big time streamer on Kick. His name is X Straight Savage. He's partnered. He came in here as he does. He's a really nice guy. He said, you know, Rabbi, you spam people, but that's not like that big of a deal. Like, it's not like literally there are people who like do criminal acts on stream and they get their accounts back. Have you ever thought about just like trying to get back onto Kick? And I was like, you know what?
Wait, hold on. Pause 1 second. Who's this bloke? Top right. Got a partner? Who's this guy? Is he also doing the 24/7 live chat?
Are you talking about Brandon?
Yeah, B. Alexander.
Yeah. So Brandon and I met a couple months ago, or maybe yeah, or so, and he basically asked if he could just live in here with me, and I told him go for it. So he sleeps in here, and what he's really good at is live streaming events. So he's always got different streams going, and he just brings a lot of life to the uh, the server, and he's very kind and just a nice person. So I'm all about the positivity, and so I let him live stream in here alongside me. And then we've got my friend in here, Miss Aquarius. She sleeps in here with me many nights. She's a very nice individual and just likes having that connection to a human interaction. So that's who we've got in here right now. And then this other person, John Doe, I don't know them. They just came in earlier, but I get a lot of random people in here, so everybody's welcome. Does that answer your question?
I like that. That gave me a bit of background insight. I like that. That was good. That was good. I know that. That was nice. Okay. Wait, so you have people who are helping you, push along with the challenge.
Yeah, so I'm not always
Great.
I'm not always on alone in here.
Can I join?
You live in here as
Can I
well.
join? Can I join?
Absolutely, I would love it if you did. Nothing would make me happier, guy. Though. No,
Wow, Rabbi. Wow.
truthfully.
Wow, Rabbi. It looks like I'm moving in. I'm gonna have to get my bags. I'm moving in, Rabbi. I'm moving in.
Welcome. Absolutely, your lighting got a lot better.
Yeah, maybe I should look a bit sexy.
No, you couldn't do that. That wouldn't be a possibility. You look maximum sexiness, but you just look brighter. You look really great though. Okay, so
Nah, thanks, Rabbi. I like that.
absolutely. So a streamer on Kick
Go ahead. Yep.
came in and they're like, Rabbi, what you did wasn't that bad. And everybody knows about you now. Why don't you try streaming on Kick again? So I made an account, and I started streaming. And I streamed for like 24 hours, and then all of a sudden I notice I get banned. So I go and I'm like, hey, why did I get banned? They're like, email us with your main account, and we'll talk to you. So I emailed them with my main account, and I explained to them, like, look, I haven't spammed you guys in 6 months, and I think that that's a long enough time. You literally have people who do illegal things on stream, and you let them back sometimes in 3 weeks or a month or something like that. So like 6 months is 6 months is a long, like self-imposed ban.
A long time.
Exactly. So
It's a long time. That's pretty much as long as I've been going for. Right?
exactly. So I asked them, can I live stream on there again? They said no, you've been banned indefinitely. I said to them, okay, well, that's cool that you want to use this term indefinitely, but like, what does that mean? Does that mean a lifetime ban, or does that mean just like a limited time? They're like, it means indefinitely. I come back to them. Okay, well, is that like 5 years or like 50 years or what is it? They say it's indefinitely. I say, look, please, can you just tell me, is it a lifetime ban? They say, for all intents and purposes, yes, it's a lifetime ban. So I said, okay, that's great. So you're telling me that it's the year 2025, and in the year 2075, in 50 years, if God willing, I'm still alive and Kick is still a thing, you won't let me stream on there? And they're like, yeah. Now I know, like Eddie and I are friends on Discord. I know I could go to Eddie and plead my case and maybe get something changed, but I'm not like that. That's fine. I'm not going to use those connections. I'm going through the right channels and whatever. So I said, fine. But I want you guys to know that like that leaves me no choice than to spam Kick. You're giving me no option. Like the smart thing that they should have said was don't like come back in a year and we'll consider it. Basically, that way they could push me off again if they keep just saying come back in a year, and then I'm going to be on my best behavior. But here these people are saying no, you can't stream ever. So I have no choice than to disrespect your platform and to spam it. So all of a sudden, and I told them I'm going to come back even stronger with more bots and better bots. They didn't respond to that. So I pretty much very soon thereafter started creating really good kick bots. Now here's the thing. Uh, I'm pretty sure I've seen more kick streamers than anyone on earth, more than people who work at Kick, because they only work 8-hour shifts. I'm working 24 hours here. And
You're on the clock every day.
absolutely. And I see the amount of interaction that people have. And if I see their emojis one more time, I'm going to be sick. All they do is just have people who spam emojis that are just bots that spam emojis. It's nothing specific. And it's people who say, "Hey, free. If you want more followers or more viewers, click here." That's all the kind of interaction that 99% of any of their streamers get. So here I come in, and I absolutely, and I spam this huge wall of text, and people ban me or whatever, and that's cool. It's like whatever they want to do with that. But the thing that I get the most amount of um, traction on is creating clips of people, because those stay. Even if they ban my account, my clips stay. So like tonight, I got somebody who came in because of my clips, and they were really cool. We spoke for like 2 hours on traumatic brain injuries and Neuralink and brain computer interfaces. We just had a really great conversation, and world peace and some other things. And that I wouldn't have had that connection with that person without making a clip of them. But the thing is, I make so many clips that it starts to have the law of diminishing returns. Basically, if you go to Amaranth's clips um, or Odablock's clips or any of your major streamers, it'll be Reba Russia, Reba Russia, Reba Russia. I'll make I'll have the whole page, and it's like at a certain point nobody cares, and I get that. So it's again the law of diminishing returns. So what I did, I thought, you know what? I wonder if I could implement the same kind of strategy on Twitch and what would happen. Now Twitch, their their automation system is really good, and like I might be able to spam once or twice in a chat, and then I get banned immediately. And it's like, wow, I'm surprised that Kick doesn't have this kind of system, but I understand Twitch is more advanced. But I nevertheless can create clips of people, and the clips I can create a lot of clips of people. But the thing is, not a lot of people watch clips of just small random streamers. In fact, you'll get people who have been streaming on there for years and nobody's ever made a clip of them. I mean, like I don't know about you, but like people just don't probably. You're like a medium-sized streamer, which is a high compliment because there's this huge world of on Kick. Uh, I mean, you have double-digit people who watch you, and you have a community. I mean, a lot of people don't have that. But even still, you don't get a lot of people to click you. It's pretty rare. And, and so and even still, it's kind of hard to go and view the clips on Kick. You have to click through some stuff, and you may not know that they even exist. And so a lot of people aren't looking at this stuff. So, but Twitch is even worse when it comes to clips. They have something called featured clips, and then they have unfeatured clips. So if somebody has only the featured clips on, you're basically never going to see the unfeatured clips, which is where my clips are. So I got frustrated, and I was like, you know what,
Yeah.
Guido, I'm gonna try another route and see what happens. So like 2 years ago, about this time, I started spamming on Twitter, and I got really well known on Twitter. I got really well known on Twitter through this route. What I would do is I would create an account, and then I would just follow people, and just follow people with 45 accounts, 60 accounts, so that all of their notifications just said Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild. And then very soon thereafter, those accounts get banned. I created 2,000 Twitter accounts, more than 2,000 Twitter accounts, and did this for like 6 months, and it worked. But then Twitter started implementing what their captcha system, which is known as the Arcos system, and that basically kills all automation or makes automation very very difficult. It makes it hard to just use Twitter as a user because you just run into having to do these captchas all the time, and it's very annoying. So what I ended up doing was kind of abandoning Twitter for a while. Well, just recently, I somehow found out that the Arcos system has been, I don't want to say shut off completely, but they've lessened it a lot. So that I can automate the creation of accounts and the reposting of people's content, and that's getting me some traction. And just recently, so within the last 72 hours, I've gotten like, let me check the newest numbers, but um, something like
Now let him cook, Jack. He's cooking. He's cooking.
something like oh, excellent. I've gotten like 20 people to join, not just join, but stay in the Discord, and I've gotten like, I don't know, 30 people to join or something like that. A lot of people just hop in and don't know what's going on. Oh, I fell. Are you okay?
Oh, give me a second. Hold on. Yep, just it. Okay. Production, production, production.
Absolutely.
Production. Wait for production to fix me.
Absolutely.
Production. Give me a sec. Production.
You're good.
I'll just keep going. Continue.
Absolutely. So I've gotten a lot of people through this route, and it just started, and I just was able to automate it recently, and it's still working on it, but fine tuning it. So what am I saying? I should be viral by next week. I'm telling you, my friend, this is gonna work, and then we're gonna make all your dreams come true. Will it be less than a week to go viral? Who knows? I always say that, but basically, I think this is the strategy that I use to go viral. Finally, I mean, I spam people on Kick, and it will take like 2 or 3 weeks to get the same amount of people that I've gotten from Twitter in 3 days. So
Wait, sorry. Okay. So so you're gonna go viral. So when you go viral, what's the first thing you're gonna do? What's gonna hook people in? Because once they see you, you need something to get them in. Like you need to grab them. Like
yeah,
guys not ready to all these like guests and all that. What are you gonna do to make you go, oh shit, yeah, Rabbi, yeah.
yeah. So here's the interesting thing about that. I just live my life. So that's what's interesting about me. I don't host a talk show or a television show or anything like that. So firstly, people are going to have 4 years of content to go through. So that's going to take people literally 4 years to go through. I have this huge backlog. But what am I going to do? The first thing I want to do is go to New York City, and there's a very famous grave that I want to go to of a very famous rabbi, and that's the first thing that I want to do. And then from there, I really want to travel the world, and so go on a worldwide tour, very similar to what I Show Speed's doing and some other people do. But
Banger.
yeah, so what like if we had to do it, the place that I would not go right now is Israel, even though a lot of people would think, oh well, you're the rabbi, isn't that the first place you want to go? No, I'm
Hey, you're Jewish, aren't you, Rabbi?
100%, baby. I'm the rabbi.
You know, okay. Let me throw this in here. If your Twitter plan doesn't work, or because it sounds like it's gonna be a good hit, but just in a slight chance it doesn't hit, I have some. You have some connections. I have some connections too. I can get you into the Adrianos universe because you're a rabbi. I can see it a way you can easily get yourself into the Adrianos. You can get onto an Adrianos stream. That's going to be a big platform. all about your whole story. Bang! I just thought, bang! Rabbi, you're big time. I just cracked it. Oh my God! Showtime, Rabbi, showtime.
Guido, Aiden Ross and I did an interview last spring, so he already knows who I am.
That ass.
Yeah.
On his street.
Yeah, he brought like 30 people into my YouTube.
Damn, fuck.
Yeah. And then I live.
Do it again.
Well, perhaps, and then I live streamed in his Discord for 16 months straight. So I became like he knows exactly who I am. So perhaps we could do that. I could get with his right hand man, Citrus, and get that set up. At the time, though, I didn't know who he was, so I didn't take advantage of it as well as I should have. He just came into my stream one day. Yeah, I mean, how am I supposed to know who he is? I didn't follow YouTubers at that time. So anyway, yeah, but I mean that's no big deal. When I blow up, I will make him famous, even though he's semi-famous now.
Have you ever thought about getting the box screen, Rabbi?
The box screen?
Because he does first boxing ring. Because he does boxing matches.
Yeah.
Would you ever be on one of his cards?
So generally, I'm a pacifist. I do like to watch boxing, and I would have to train, but eventually I'd like to do mixed martial arts for people of my age bracket.
MMA.
Word.
You know, he can do that because he's had fights. What's your weight class?
Too much.
What is it?
It's more than what I'd want it to be. I'm probably at a heavyweight right now.
Heavyweight? Oh
Word.
My God, Rabbi. Yeah. That's actually good because if you're a heavyweight, it means you can fight anybody. Because once you get a heavyweight, it's easy to manage the weight classes.
Well,
you can fight Citrus. You can fight there's some names out there. I low-key I'd like to see it. I think that could get you in a good spotlight.
In the UFC, you can't be more than 265 pounds. I'm not that, but I'm just saying you can't go higher than that.
Oh,
yeah. But
I could see you on Aiden Ross brand risk boxing event. That actually be good.
Yeah, I would do it for
get a trip to Tennessee or Miami or whatever they host.
I would do it for charity, but yeah, I mean that's
sure. You make me.
Yeah, but I mean, truthfully, you watch Guido. I won't need that money at all. I will have.
Wait, Rabbi, someone in my chat asked, what's your profit loss margin? What are your margins? For this whole process. Because they see all your setup, a lot of power, a lot of technology.
Yeah.
What are you? Are you up, down?
Oh,
experiment.
Mentally, definitely up, but financially, it's been nothing but L's. You're gonna experience nothing but L's as a streamer for most of what you do. Frankly, the power is a win because we have solar, and so we get there's a reimbursement that we get at the end of the year for power. But buying all the equipment and the time and such, that's since I'm not working a full-time job. The first year that I did this, I did work a full-time job working remotely, and so overall, I mean, I made like 6K or 6K, six figures doing that. So I guess technically it might be a W overall.
6 figures?
Yeah.
6 figures.
Yeah. Like over $100,000 a year.
Remotely?
Yeah. Working for a Fortune 100 company. So the first year that I did this, I was able to take that money and buy everything and then save a lot of it so that I didn't have to work for the next few years.
Okay. So do you think you're gonna have to work very soon?
No. I don't think I'm ever gonna have to. I don't think I'm ever gonna have to work again.
Damn, it's like that.
Word. Yeah, I mean,
holy shit.
I get people who come to me. I'm a certified project management professional, Guido, so I'm like an expert in project planning and organization. And I get people who come to me and basically either request that I consult for them or complete projects on behalf of their organization. And, I can make thousands of dollars doing that if I need to, just as play money. So I think, though, that this will blow up, and I think sooner rather than later. And when that happens, I'll never have to work again. My children would never have to work. My grandchildren would never have to work. You're never gonna have to work.
How much? How much you got in crypto? Someone asked.
Yeah, enough. I mean, I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency, and it's worth about $100 million itself, and I'm well invested in it.
So, okay, Rabbi. Okay, I'm planning a 30-day subathon where I'm planning to have the biggest creators in the world. Okay, I'm gonna give you some names. I'm planning on them coming to my subathon. So we're gonna start off with Luka Doncic. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, the Lakers
Okay.
player.
Yep. Dak Prescott.
Okay, the quarterback for the Cowboys.
Yep. Shador Sanders.
Yeah, the like fourth string quarterback of the Cleveland Browns.
Yep. Lil Baby.
Yeah, he's a rapper.
Yep. I was gonna have Little Dirk, but he got arrested.
Another
So
rapper.
we're gonna have Ice Spice.
Dude, she's hot as fuck. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So and then we got some streamers in there too. We got Blackboy Max.
Excellent.
And then we also got. I mean, there's a couple I want to keep on the low, but we got some big names, man. So like, I'm gonna in order to do all of that, I'm gonna need like at least like $40,000. Like, just as a down payment. So like, Rabbi, can you maybe sponsor me?
No, I don't sponsor people, but I think I'll probably be famous by then, God willing, and when I do, I'll take care of all of it.
It's
100%.
Wait, can you call Chief? Wait, Rabbi, if I started a call, can you do it?
Chief Keef?
On like another setup? Or, no, there's another Chief. He's also a streamer. My chat, you need to add him. So,
Wait,
can
what?
you join or do you have to be in the server?
I've got to be in the server. I know this guy. Chief, he doesn't like me.
Does he? Why?
He's from Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him. I live streamed in his Discord. He's got a really deep voice, right?
Yeah, very deep, very deep.
Yeah, I like.
You learned this Discord. I remember that.
Yeah, I live streamed in his Discord, and he. Let me tell you this: he wasn't too much of an asshole. He was okay, but his server team didn't like me, so they banned me.
Yeah, Terminator, we're back. Rabbi Rothschild. My chat loves you. They're like big fans of you. We'll be telling you you're like you're the future of streaming. Everybody's saying it's gonna be this guy, this guy. I think it's gonna be Rabbi Rothschild. I think Rabbi Rothschild is going to be the next big streamer. You're gonna be the guy for now. When celebrities want to go on stream, they're gonna go to Rabbi Rothschild.
Most certainly.
So that's what I'm telling them.
You're
None of them believe me. I'm thinking, you know. Yeah.
Chat. Not only that, we're gonna make everybody put W's in Guido's chat so that we can make sure to pay you when we go viral.
Right. Oh, wait. I'll actually close this. Great. Technical difficulty. Probs counter. And I feels Blitz. I remember on the stream Blitz crashed out. And I'm like, we're back.
Yo, baby.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I accidentally closed Discord. I was trying to close something else. But that thing, our chat, you guys hear that? Rabbi Rothschild. And so when Rabbi Rothschild becomes rich and famous, I'm gonna move into his mansion and we're gonna have like a Diddy house.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I already know where we're gonna do it. It's gonna be in West Los Angeles, and we're gonna get TikTok to sponsor it. It's gonna be a TikTok house. And
it's gonna be a TikTok house. We're gonna have baby oil. We're gonna have freshly 18-year-old Jewish walking around. It's kind of cute.
There you go.
Is that how you like it?
Actually, I like him 45 years old, but that's okay.
Oh, so we're gonna have milfs. Alright, bang, milfs house.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna have like titty milfs. That looks like Angela White. That's how you like it, Rabbi? Angela White type milfs.
You know, I don't know who that is. Who's Angela White? I'll look her up.
Do you know Corey Chait? Okay, yeah, look up Angela White. Tell me if that's the type of women you like. I feel like you guys know who he is. Does he got a foreskin collection? Is it because he's Jewish?
No,
No,
I don't. I've had a bris or a circumcision, certainly. But your chat should know that I am anti circumcision. I'm pro bris, so I still think that we should do some type of ceremonial ritual, but generally it should just be a pinprick with like a drop of blood, as opposed to the male genital mutilation.
That's a fair point. Anyway, wait. Someone might ask, what are your thoughts on the Palestine situation?
Yeah, I want world peace, so I don't want anybody to die.
I like this. He's a good Jew right here. He's a great Jew. He can stop playing rubber. Rabbi's a good dude, man. He posted his sex tape. Oh my god.
Yeah, I did.
You're not meant to say that, Rabbi. We're trying to forget about that situation.
No, that's how I'm going viral.
No, you're not going viral because of that video. Delete that video and get it out of here, kid. Alright, we need to move on. Rabbi, if you want to be the biggest Jew in the world, we need to get rid of that video.
No, that video is going to go down in history.
He did have the video of him gooning. Let's react to it. I'm not gonna pull out a video of this nigga gooning on here. Anyway, so Rabbi, wait, how long? What's the exact? Do you have like a day count? How long has it been? How many days? Have you crossed the 1,000?
Yeah.
1,000 day mark?
Yeah. So I will. I'm less than 1 month away from 4 years. So that's like, if we want an exact date, let's get the day calculator.
Right. If you also, knows before me. Actually, I do remember that there was this chick who also was been live for 4 years. She ended up, I think Kyson out found her on the stream, and now she's like lit. So I think that's what needs to happen to you. You need to just be randomly chilling and like a big streamer like Aiden or like a big kick streamer. I mean, it's just someone big has to find you. That's how you're gonna know, right? I think that's how it's gonna be.
Excellent. Well, see, what I do is different than what she does. I archive all my footage. So there's a difference between.
But she might have votes.
There's a difference between.
Do you know who it is?
Yeah. She's a Twitch person, isn't she?
Yeah, I think her name's like Emily.
Yeah, it is. Something like that. But the thing is, she just streams. Anybody can do that. What's difficult is archiving the footage so that you can go back and see what I was doing 3 years ago. You can't do that for her stream. And not only that, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. So you can watch me.
Wait, why someone in my chat asked why you live on that many? Why didn't you just do one?
Well, so I want redundant streams, and I want people to be able to see me from different angles. So if, for instance, like I'm blocking the camera in a view, or one of the apps crashes, or something gets disconnected, I always have backups and backups and backups and backups. And then also, if one of my accounts gets banned, then I want backups of that. Word, dog. I mean, do you want to watch someone's life from just one angle, or do you want it to be from like 20 different angles?
I want 20 HD glorious. That's the Rabbi way.
Absolutely. All right. So if you want the amount of days we've been live streaming, it's like 1,435 days.
Damn. Wait, 1,000 what?
435 days.
That's over 5. That's 5 years.
No, that's 4 years.
4 years. That's 3 years. Damn, that's still shit. God damn. I want the. What are your thoughts on the Charlie Kirk situation?
Yeah, it's really sad. I don't want anybody to die.
Yeah, you're all peace. I like that. Yeah, that makes sense. I like that. Yeah, it was rough. You see the video?
Sadly, yeah, from multiple angles.
Multiple angles. Yeah, that's rough. Chat, any more questions? Rabbi is, he's one of the good ones. Yeah. Well, I think they're talking about you. Tell Rabbi to get some bitches.
Baby, I'm the most eligible bachelor on earth. I'm going to be able to make every woman I want world famous. So I'm not worried about that. It's like I'm creating a new Bible. And any chick that I choose to bed would be like a character in the Bible.
Gator, are you gout fat, bro? Okay. Oh shit, I was meant to. Oh, I might have missed it. Actually, hopefully I haven't started yet. But I watched the. Yeah, I haven't even started. Anyway, chat. Any more questions? Rabbi gets bitches. Niggas know Rabbi gets bitches.
Absolutely. If
Brother,
you,
can we get an outfit of the day?
baby, it's the same thing every day.
What you wearing?
It's the tie-dye T-shirt from the cryptocurrency that sponsors me. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 It's amazing.
Wait, so you know Kai sent out showers on the street. Someone just asked me. I was thinking the exact same thing. Kai sent out showers on the street, but he has to wear shorts on, so he doesn't cover, so he doesn't show his cock.
Yeah.
What do you do? Do you shower on the street?
I've done both, where I've worn bathing suits or just been naked and from the waist up. I've also done it from the waist down, but I get those accounts banned.
I like how honest you are. I can't imagine you lying. Like you are so honest.
No, I do lie.
You just tell it how it is.
I would lie if I had to like protect my own life or for some reason like that, but I do my best to be as honest as possible.
Someone said I bet it's hairy.
Yeah, you want to see my pubes?
I think they want to see the face. Oh my god, Jesus! No! Jesus Christ! I'm on kid. Even having you on stream, I don't. It's not like Twitch. Twitch, if you have someone banned on stream, you get banned. But I think Kick was there.
Kick is, yeah, you're right. No, that's exactly right.
Tough. If they did that every Saturday, I'd never be able to talk to you on stream.
I recognize that.
So I think you need to use your Eddie connections to get on banned.
I recognize that.
Graham getting. I need to turn off my fucking voice alert. I appreciate it though. I needed that. My follow account was looking bad. How do I take this? Wait, it's not even on. Wait, check. Can you guys hear that? If you guys can hear the, I think only I can hear it. Anyway, some things just got on my stream. Collingwood got belted here. Collingwood suck, man. I'm sorry. How do we tell you? Collingwood mid team. No, by W. Alright, anyway. Any other questions for Rabbi? Wait, I'm surprised he's asleep right now. What's the time?
Yeah, dude, it's 5:04 in the morning. I've been up all night. But I've had some amazing conversations with people. I had a guy in here from Israel, and we spoke for like 2 or 3 hours on advanced physics. Prior to that, I had somebody in here who had suffered. They were a veteran, and we talked about like brain-computer interfaces and quite a few other things. I just had a friend in here from England, and he was the person who was, I was talking to before you came in. And then prior to that, I had an excellent conversation with a young lady regarding like freedom of speech, and like it was just wonderful.
Wait, where are all these guys? Wait, so cause I don't remember how I found you. I found you from bottom of my channel. How do all these guys find you?
No,
Twitter.
So some people find me from Kick Clips, but most of these people have found me from Twitter. Like the guy from England, he found me from Twitter. The guy from Israel, he found me from Discord. I get people who find me from Twitch. I've had people who find me from YouTube. So like that's the one weird thing. That's what.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Getting questions. So okay, these are some questions in the chat. Someone asked, when did he last go out?
Today. Like it.
What did you do? Go take a walk?
Yeah. Well, I had groceries delivered, so I went outside and got those.
So, I feel like maybe last week went outside, maybe did a walk or something.
Last time I touched grass was also yesterday. Prior to that, one of my roommates has a garden, and I helped him in it for like 10 minutes. He wanted some assistance, so I was able to do that. And I also went to the mailbox.
Nice. All right, next question. What is on his criminal record? He doesn't have one.
No, if anything, maybe being a pimp.
Aura. Chat, Rabbi has aura. Anyway, any other questions? I got a few questions for you. All right, so, Rabbi. say if I wanted to blow up tomorrow, how do I do it?
Create a bot
What's the way?
and spam people, and it would take more
Okay,
than just tomorrow. So if you want to blow up in general,
without
that's
body.
yeah okay without botting.
Yeah, what's the quickest way to blow up without body?
Do
Good advice.
do man on the street interviews with people. People love that shit.
Okay.
So you just go to a popular place with a microphone and you just do interviews with people regarding anything, current events, sexuality, their spouse or significant other, whatever.
That would actually hit.
Yeah.
Chat that hit. Rabbi's cooking. He's cooking.
Yeah. So
Put a one in the chat. That hit. Put it the water.
the way that I find that people actually gain audiences is not from Kick directly or um, Twitch directly. It's by having um, other big social media platforms and filtering that into their live streams. So what you would do is you would do an interview with like a hot chick on TikTok, and you'd be like, "All right, what are your red flags in a guy? Go." And she'd be like, when he lies or when he cheats or whatever." And like the fact that you have a hot chick is captivating, and you get attention from that, and you can even just pay a model to do it or have a good-looking friend to do it, and then you post that on uh, Twitter or you post that on TikTok, and a bunch of people will follow that. Those kind of videos get many, many views. You get a lot of followers from that, and then you filter those people into your kick stream.
Okay, okay, okay. Chat, is that a W? Is that a W? I think it's a W. Anybody? I think that might be it. All right, boy. Well, this was a great chat.
Absolutely, Guido.
As long as I keep streaming, I want to keep having these little segments. The Rabbi uses it.
Absolutely. So here's what we remember, Guido. When you returned, we had about 2,000 people in the Discord, and we'll see how many are in here the next time you visit.
How many do you think? 5,000?
It depends how long it'll be, but um, I know this may sound overly confident, but with this strategy that I have on Twitter, I think I'll go viral before the new year.
Damn. You got to hear that. Rabbi is about to take off. This is we're about. It's like our last moments before Rabbi becomes famous. All right, we got him early. Got him early. All right, got him early. All right, Rabbi. This was good fun, man. We'll see you next time.
Peace, Guido. Much love. Blessings.
Before someone asks any streamers, who do you watch?
Guido first and foremost. Guido first and foremost. W Vagabond. He streams on a boat. I like X Straight Savage.
Okay.
He is a 420 streamer.
Okay.
I do watch some Aiden Ross. I do watch some Amaranth. I like when she adopted the dogs and she plays video games. She normally looks bored as fuck on her streams though. So I'm not gonna lie, like a lot of times she can be boring. I like there's this like I'm trying not to name guys though. Mostly it's guys that I watch just because most of Kick is guys. Okay, so
Do you only watch kick streams?
for the most part, that's because that's what my bots are on. So I really like Ori.
Okay.
Ori fucking streams huge amounts of time. I really like Lil Scam Live, and I really like. Hold on. This is a great question. I don't want to forget. Okay, so there are some chicks that I like. Violet Brandini, she's cool. Malibu Bailey, she's cool. She and I have played chess online together or via Discord. Um, I like anybody who doesn't kick me out of their Discord, basically. Okay, Oda Black, Mike Smalls Jr. I really like Mike Smalls Jr. He's hilarious. Slumdog, he's great. W Vagabond, Orlando Jet. Love Orlando Jet. You know Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah, and Shafed, he's great. Aiden Ross, cool. Ari Land, cool. X Straight Savage, amazing. Shakti G. You know who Shakti G is?
I've seen him. Yeah, I've seen him a lot.
Yeah, I love Shakti G. I love Sam Bond. He and I have done an interview. He's a really nice person. Wappy Flanker, he's from Las Vegas. He does a good job. I like um, um, Demi Sucks. I think she can be interesting, and also Moxie, she can be good. Um, who else do I like in on Kick?
You know HS
Do I know who?
HS Sticky Bug, you know.
Um, I'm sure I've seen them. Just one moment. I'm gonna look them. I'm gonna look them up right now. HS Tiki.
What about Cuffin?
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
Cupham.
HS Sticky Bug.
Yeah, okay. Let me look at this person. Just one moment. Okay, I see them. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, I know this person. Yeah, they're a big time
What are
streamer.
you BAU?
Who's that?
Are you BAU?
AUBAU.
Yeah, it's Cuffin's community. Are you BAU?
Oh, I think I got banned from there, so I wouldn't even know that.
So, yeah. Anyway, okay, yeah, I like that. All right, Rabbi. It's good catching up, man. We'll see you next time, bro.
Blessings, my friend. Take care, Gato.
W Rabbi. W Jew in the chat.
Thank you, baby. You eat cheese with a spoon? Fuck yeah, baby. Sexiest motherfucker on earth. Dude, I've been talking to people for like, feels like 12 hours straight. Has it been? No, but it's been like 8 hours straight. Did you miss Dido? Absolutely. Were you just blowing smoke up his ass when you said you looked for him? No, I looked for him one time at least, and he hadn't streamed in a long time. Oi, dog, the fuck? Dude, I am always up so fucking late. There's no way you have 21,000 people watch you play video games, dog. Nobody believes that. That's like a large rural town watching this bullshit. Nobody's doing that. Dude, I've been wanting to watch the fucking Joey Diaz interview for like hours. I told Miss Aquarius that I would live stream something, and that was like 3 hours ago. Are you fucking serious? Dude, just watch it on the one.
This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Tushy, Upstart, and Superhero Stuff You Should Know. More on that later. Let's get into the do. The Honeydew with Ryan Sinclair. Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it at the Nightman Studios. I'm Ryan Sinclair, as always, RyanSinclair.com. Sign up for the email list. Ryan Sinclair on social media. Patreon, get over to the Patreon. Sign up for the Honeydew.
Yo, dog, no one gives a fuck.
Submit at honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. Had some crazy stories you guys are sharing. It's been a lot of fun. Also, make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel as well. And the honeydewpodcast.com is the website. It's where you find all the social media links. Follow along there.
Dog, shut the fuck up. We know how to use the internet.
Nation. I can't thank y'all enough. You guys are killing it out there. You look good too. God damn it, it's good merch. I know it's good merch. You guys tell me it's good merch. And if you live in LA, I always mention I got the love for the Santa Monica Music Center here where I record. They have online classes. You can get them from real Los Angeles musicians. All right, so go to SantaMonicaMusic.com. Use the code Honeydew. They will waive the registration fee and give you a free lesson when you sign up for a package. Now that all the business is out of the way, you know what we do over here? We highlight the lowlights. I always say these are the stories behind the storytellers. And ladies and gentlemen, it is great to have back. First time here in the Nightpan Studios. Ladies and gentlemen, John. Yeah, all right.
This podcast association. Shout out to Jimmy Seafood.
It's so good. And people say, how much does he pay him? Nothing. He's a friend. And we've got to be friends all because of the Rogan podcast. That's it. He sent me a package. I'm like, this guy. And I do my shows there now. It's great family business. If you're looking for the best seafood, crab cakes for sure in the country. Jimmy
Dog, shut the fuck up.
All right.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Dog, your shit is too old. Too long. Yo, dog. How many? 13 hours. Guaranteed. Joy Diaz, Part 2. Twelve 31. Yo. Part 2, Honeydew. Oh, I have to fucking sign in. This is bullshit. What episode was it? Dog. Dog, I'm not signing in. Signing in is for bitches. Oh, hold on. But it's on this account, this device. Yeah, I have a lot of devices. Want to fight about it? This is athleticism, folks. It's unprecedented. Who you be with?
This episode of The Honeydew is sponsored by MyBookie. And just a heads up, we got some new neighbors next door. They get a little loud from time to time. It's not that bad. Whatever. We can deal with it. Let's get into the do. You're watching The Honeydew with Ryan Ziegler at your mom's house.
What? Is...
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all.
Yo, dog. Oh, fuck. What is this bullshit? Hey, Rabbi, I heard you give me the new Bible. Oh, no. Hey, Rabbi. Can I get my own book? Can I be like Ruth? Baby. I don't want to be like some stupid ass bitch like Sarah. I want to be like Ruth. Can I be like Esther? Some lady be like, I'll blow you if I could be like Esther. They're like, calm down, lady. Maybe. Yeah, I sucked that motherfucker's dick. Now that entire book's known as Kawisha. Alright, Kawisha. Like, my name is Nikita. I sucked this motherfucker's dick so hard I got my own book of the Bible. Now that's fucking funny. Oh, the book of LaQuisha. I sucked this rabbi's dick so hard I got a new great name the book of the Bible after. There's a new book of the Bible. It's called Lakita, and it is amazing. Who you be with? Are you fucking serious? Who you be with?
Bye-bye.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely. I've been talking to people for like 8 hours straight. And you know that girl who was in here? I have not stopped talking with people since that person.
Well, that's good.
Most certainly. And people from all over the world. I had that girl, I don't know where she was from. Then I had a friend from England. Then I had a friend from Israel. Then I had a friend from England came back. Then I had a friend from I don't know where they were from, and then just had a friend from uh, Australia who's not Zoo.
Okay.
And now I've got you.
Mm-hmm.
You ready to take on the day?
Yeah. Yeah, ready to take on the day.
Hit it hard, girl. And God willing, we'll play tonight. Thank you again for your being so sweet and understanding that I was talking to that person. And
It's okay. I was tired. I had to go take my. I was talking about how I was taking my shower.
excellent. Alrighty. Have a wonderful day. And God
All
willing,
right. I'll be back later. If I take a nap, I'll be back later. Okay.
sounds like a plan, ma'am. Take care.
All right. You too.
Thank you. Who you be with?
with you guys. Our boy Josh Potter will be there in Baltimore in, I believe, November. Go check him out there as well. For everything Honeydew related, the honeydewpodcast.com. That's where the merch is. Everything you want to know is there.
Yes.
And I always say thank you to everyone for all the support, the messages, the emails. I really appreciate it. I enjoy doing this every week. And if you're new to the show, I always say these are the stories behind the storytellers. And today's storyteller he's the legend. He's the legend. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Honeydew, Mr. Joey Diaz. Joey Diaz. I know right where we're going to pick up, because by age 9, you had already seen dead bodies. You already tried to get your mom's friend to blow you and then wanted to beat her ass for not giving you your money back. You've lived an eventful childhood. We're going to pick up from there. But before we do, please promote whatever you would like.
Chicago Theater, next Friday night, the 27th, with Dean Del Rey and Kate Quigley. We're taking over that fucking city. We fly in fucking Thursday, ready to rock. Steaks, hot beef sandwiches, fucking best beef sandwich in the country with a sausage in the middle. We're going deep. I've been baby aspirin all week. I've been eating my garlic parsley pills to clean out the arteries.
I was going to say,
taking care of the arteries. No late night eating. I watched fucking On Top, see what James Gandolfini last night. And I learned something. When you have a big meal, the first 2 hours after a big meal, you have a big higher risk of getting a heart attack.
Really?
Yeah. 2 hours after a big meal, because just all this fat, cholesterol gets released and shit. And it's funny, I don't even eat at night. I like eating meat, but I don't eat meat at night, because it's just too much digestion. I just saw that last night. That's important as long as people out there know.
That is important.
The Honeydew is also education.
Well, thank you for coming back. It's always a pleasure to have you on here. So last time you were on, we went to age 9. So let's just pick up at age 10. Where are you in life? And we can move forward from there.
I was thinking about this on the way up here. I had 2 homes at age 9. I had 2 lives. I had 3 lives. I was the kid on 88th Street, and then I was a kid on 148th Street. So on 88th Street, I had to be more reserved.
Who was on 88th?
Mom, dad, stepdad. I had already, because I had picked up cursing at the bar, I had already been pulled over by a couple moms and dads to say, don't curse in front of my kids. When you're an immigrant, you get here, kids don't teach you for fucking nice words. They teach you something like they, pull my hair. They don't teach you something useful, Abe Lincoln. They don't talk to you about George Washington. They tell you all the curse words first. So I went fucking nuts those first couple of years. Cocksucker, motherfucker. I was going nuts. So I had to get more reserved. I acted like myself. But then when I went to 148th Street, I had to play like a poor kid.
Is that where you just hung up there, or was there like family up?
I had my godmother and stuff. So when I hung out with those kids, it was different. They had more factor. They breathed more. They were young kids and they were already shaking down businesses. Well, in 48th Street was their neighborhood. Everybody on that block knew that they washed their windows, they pulled out their garbage. These kids were dirt poor. Like when you give your parents give you $1 to go out and lunch. These guys went out with nothing. There were 9 to a family. Whether you were Irish, Puerto Rican, black, they had a bunch of kids. It was a 70s pool. So these kids had nothing. So they would have to make whatever, like to eat lunch. Like I was watching Sleepers a couple weeks ago. And I remember that there were 4 kids on the roof. And they're like, what are we going to eat? They're like, we're going to either do this or we can rob the hot dog man today. And, like that was your option. You could either fucking rob this dude or rob the hot dog man. Now we robbed the hot dog man 2 weeks ago. Like, shit like that. Those are those kids. And I learned a lot. It got me, like, I tell a joke. Not really a joke, it's the truth. One of my scams, I used to be a nerd. Like, I was so insecure as a child. So I played with muscles my whole nice kid. I'm trying to be right. I'm trying to be accepted. Right, yeah. So I'm like, okay, it was like a quarter for a glue. So this is like every other fucking day, every time. Because we would just go in there and look at models, like as kids, and go, that's the next model. Right. I gotta get 8, 9, 5 tube, like look like A and D. Oh yeah, it was like like that. Where you pull antibiotics, like that. Run on your fucking exactly what I remember. So wait, you would get this guy a tube, and then he'd be back the next day, and like 2 days later, so he would get that whole fall locked up. And his name was Charlie. We became friends after about 3 weeks. And when I started hanging out with the other not Spanish kids, every nationality kid, they would go, fuck you, Charlie. They would pick up. I would go, wait a minute, Charlie for? Charlie's a nice guy. He'll fuck up those models. Just like me. And I'm like, I bet you don't have one model. Oh, yeah. I'm like sticking up for Charlie. Right, I'm sticking up for Charlie. Charlie's a good guy. Every day Charlie's twitching. And then, so finally, the owner of the place goes, don't get that guy glue no more. He came to me, he's like, don't buy that fucking guy glue no more. I'm like, why not? He goes, that fucking guy starts glue. I'm like, what do you mean? I knew people smoked pot. I had seen my mother do bumps of coke and her friends. People drank. I wasn't hip to pills. I didn't know anything about pills. Isn't that crazy when you find out there's a different way to get high? And you'd already seen so much. I haven't seen my I had seen it out there. So I'm like, glue? What works? Right. I didn't believe it. So this went on for about 3 more weeks. And then one day I'm like, wait a second. Why am all these kids were hustlers? This was a big move for me. Because I really knew how to work people for money. Like I was at the bar, before we finished the Charlie story. Fuck it. So one day I look at Charlie, I'm like, wait a second. What if I bought glue and just sold it to him? Like for 10 cents. Like 10 cents was a big profit. 1969, 10 cents was 50 cents. Right. You could buy fucking 2 packs of gum or whatever. I don't even know. It was like I just knew I marked it up. So through the fucking grapevine, you hear more stories about my father. He was a Vietnam vet. He had been hurt over in Vietnam. He got hit with a missile in the head or something like that. And they sent him back. He was a little fucked up. His head was a little fucked up. I was looking at him from behind the counter. I'm like, this guy don't look right, but he's a nice guy. Oh my God. So, I went to my mother one day and I go, Ma, I got like this place. I don't even know if I went to my mother for that one. I just had the money. So I asked the fucking guy in the glue store, I go, how much for all the glue? They go, I'll sell you all the glue for whatever, $8 or something. They gave me $8. And I just had gold in my pocket. Every time I'd see Charlie, I'd sell him glue. Now I know he snorted glue, but I didn't know nothing about it. And 5 months later, one of my jobs when I stayed with my godmother was to help her take the garbage out of the buildings. She owned 3 buildings, so on a couple of nights a week I would have to pull the garbage out from this basement area, and the rats would scatter. I mean, it was fucking mind-boggling. And it was a little, maybe 6 feet wide and maybe like 15 feet. It was like a little bomb shelter, but it had a door where the tenants went in, opened up the garbage can and put their garbage in, and I would pull out the garbage cans. One night, it's got to be, 8 o'clock, and it's my godmother's husband's name was Raul. Me and Raul would stay up at night and watch fucking TV and the Saints, cool shit. And I went to the garbage cans, and as I'm pulling them, there's Sticky Charlie. There's Charlie sitting there with a bag, just going, and he saw me. I'm like, Charlie, what the fuck are you doing? And he got up. He went to fling the fucking bag. He had glue on his hand, so the bag stuck in his hand. So he's trying to get rid of the bag. I'm like, Charlie, what the fuck are you doing in the hallway? I'm like a little kid. Right. And I'm like, you motherfucker, you don't know no fucking models. Like, I believed you. Like, I fought for you for fucking months. I'm at home thinking you built a model, and that's what you do to me. You dirty motherfucker. So from that time on, he was Sticky Charlie, right? So he was on a check. I broke it down. The reason why I wouldn't see him, he'd have lapses, because Sticky Charlie got a check in the beginning of the month. Like on the 5th from the governor for being a hazard card. And then he would get glue, and he lived the fucking late 70s. They had two types of weed on that block. It was called Sense or Time, or the Time weed. And then they would mix it, and it would be called the Magic Mix. And then they would give you a card with a punch card. And every time you come, they punch the fucking card. So this is later on. I didn't smoke dope when I was a kid. I didn't know nothing about that, nothing but that block. So we would walk towards that block, and we were going to walk to like a park or something. So one day, some kids like at Sticky Charlie's house. So Sticky Charlie lived in his mother's house. But there was like a basement, and Sticky Charlie lived down there. So what they would tell me is when Sticky Charlie would get this check from the government, he would get like 10 tubes of glue. He would stock up on glue and go over to the house. There was some crack hose there. There were glue hose. He had a couple glue hose, and he would be down there listening to like black music, snorting glue with the hose. It was crazy. And then when the money would finish, the glue hose would disappear, right? So he'd be walking around all fucking lonely. So we called him Sticky Charlie for years. But everybody had their own personal scam. Like Nelson, there was this one family, the Centennials. There were like 9 kids. They lived in a 1-bedroom apartment. They had a fan in the living room. I would go in that house till sunset. You know how bad I would feel. I had an air conditioning with carpeting and cable TV in my room. And there were 9 in the apartment. So all this shit had a fucking work, Jack. So I know Nelson in those days delivered for the pharmacy, like off the books. Like he was like 8. You know, he was like a young kid. He just like deliveries for the pharmacy. Our job was to go to business owners, take the garbage out. It was like the glue shop, a barbecue place. There was like a bodega. Our job was to take the garbage out, sweep the front of their businesses, and clean down their windows, and they would give us like $1 a day. So every day we started the day with like maybe $4. Right. And that would get us hot dogs or barbecue beef sandwiches and all that shit. But those kids were wild. They got into fist fights. They knew about fucking knives. So I bought a fucking knife with them one day. It was called the 007. I looked it up on Google. It's a huge knife from the 70s.
Is it like that survival knife that got popular?
Not Rambo. Yeah, not Rambo knife. Look at it. It's a 007. Look at the size of that thing. So think of being 8 years old. 9 years old. And that's what I had. I would buy special painter's pants so I could put the knife in the side pocket of the painter's pants. Okay, because this is how these kids ran. They were looking to stab motherfuckers. They protected their block. They lived and died for 140 years. This way before gangs or sex or this is just 7 or 8 kids that lived on 148th Street. If we went to 149th Street, 149th had their own kids. So either we were tight with them or we were at war with them. So everybody knew you had your own turf. So we were 148 Broadway to Amsterdam. That was our little turf. We helped out the dry cleaner, the pharmacy. There was a movie theater on 147th Street in Broadway called Tapia. We never paid to go to the movies. Like crime don't pay. Like we used to just walk in there and say like, we're not paying it. We'll burn the joint down. And we were like between the ages of 7 to like 10. And we're like, crime don't pay. We're going into the movie theater. So my life up there was completely different. Fun's a different angle.
Shut up stuff because this week's Fuck magazine has a 4-page
she would take
write-up about official from official theater in Baltimore. Watch that show every single day on Zoom. Support the show. And he writes in the beginning of the article that says that he attributes a big part of what he's doing here, galvanized by an important life lesson he learned during Elvis Stefanski's popular 8-minute job to Rothschild'S. Considering how regular here was a beautiful life lesson, but look it up, Rothschild'S stuff in demo at minute 42. So way to go, official. One of that life lessons is down. One of the most fascinating goblin shots with so many different life lessons. Before it starts off with the case of focus, how many meals are you willing to eat on Shabbos? Muhammad said 3. Mishnah says 4. And now Mishnah's mashma that it's 3. There's a Mishnah that says that if you only have 2 meals in a day, the person's very 6:20 you don't say like the Kiva had the I see Shabbat B'Chol about the start of the year. It's better not to take Tzedakah and not have 3 meals on Shabbos. So there's a Mishnah that says that if a poor person is traveling, you must give him at least a kilo of 3 units of weight of a bread and enough for a bed and a pillow. And then it says for Shabbos give him 3 meals, not 4 meals like you're eating. You must say that you're talking about a situation where you're talking to him. When he leaves, you're going to give him an extra meal, say the Ladar. You're permitted to wash dishes on Friday night. You need those dishes Shabbos morning. You can wash Shabbos morning. You're not allowed to wash dishes when it's after Shabbos. And here starts that depth of the figure. If you keep and you are very careful about the Shalosh Sudas, 3 meals on Shabbos, you'll be saved. You're going to get for the Shalosh Kodesh, the Mashiach, the Henem, and the Muhammad Goyim. If you're Machanic Shabbos, meaning you're lighting Shabbos in the morning, you're going to explain what that means. They give you enough of the Nina Tzarim, heritage without bounds. It says the Bible was the synagogue Hashem. It says, Nachlas Yaakov. The Nachlas Yaakov, not ever means it. Yaakov is promised. The Yom HaTorah. So you're not going to, you'll be saved. This is the Golos, the oppression of Golos. God says, anything your heart desires. What does it mean to be on Shabbos? In those days, beautiful dishes of meat, dish, or large fish with garlic, every generation in every place with their own food from the house. And if person can't afford it, even if he makes one small dish and passes the heart of Shabbat Shabbos, that is his other Shabbos. The Bible says, if a person keeps Shabbos, he'll cluster with all the power on offers, even if he do have a desire like the generation of Enoch, they'll forgive him, as it says. Ashrei Enoch. It says, Kados Mechaloi, we don't read it Mechaloi, but multiple Loi. Famous Gemara, if Israel would have kept the very first Shabbos, then the nations wouldn't be able to rule over them. If Shemai said they would have kept 2 Shabbos, and they would have been immediately. Gemara says, brings Rabbi Yossi 7 different things that Rabbi Yossi says he wishes will be part of in Gan Eden. He wishes will be from those who eat Shalosh Sudas. He wishes that will be from those who finish Hallel every day. Now it's also to say Hallel every day. What he meant to say is the 2 Mishmarim and Zimra. Hallelujah Hashem and Shamayim, and Hallelujah the Kodesh. Yonan says there's a great mitzvah for davening chakras with the neck as the sun comes up, and davening as the sun goes down. So Rabbi Yossi, I wish I could be from those people. He says, I wish I could be from those who died from an intestinal disease. Gives forgiveness and laveris. He wishes he could die as he's performing a mitzvah, and he wishes he could be from those who accept Shabbos early and let Shabbos out late. He wishes he could be from those who hear people intimate sometimes, rather from those who get on the beat and say, time to stop, it's lunchtime. He wishes to be from those who collect from other people money to give out the tzedakah, rather than to be from those who give out the tzedakah, because they come into great trouble by making mistakes and giving tzedakah to the wrong people. He wishes to be from those who are accused falsely. Like the Prophet said, I was accused falsely, it wasn't right. It turned out to be wrong. Some explain that Rabbi Papa was falling off a ladder, and he asked his wife, did he have a brush with death? And he said, perhaps he didn't get tzedakah to him, and he said, that's wrong. Or the famous story where the guy said, please sit down on the bed, and he refused to sit, and later on they found a dead baby under the bed, but nevertheless they accused him of killing the baby and had to run away. Says Rabbi Yossi, I once had 5 relations where I repeated the relation, and each time I planted an Eretz, meaning Doladar, Yishmael, Rabbi Lazar, Chalakim, Rabbi Pilas, Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yossi, these are all sons of Rabbi Yossi. Yossi explained the famous explanation that he meant that he had 5 Yavamas. In other words, 5 of his brothers died, and he had in the Yavim 5 sister-in-laws, and he only Yavim each one once, and he had 5 sons. And he says, and it's not recommended to do this today, to say this to your wife, but he says, I never called my wife, I always called her a house. What he means to say is that the wife is the main part of the house that cares about it. He never called his ox, not called God's field. I never looked at my bris milah. So why was it called Chadash, like Rabbeinu HaChadash? Because Rabbeinu Rabbi, the author of the Mishnah, not only did he not look at the bris, but he was looking at his hand below his belt ever. Rabbi Yossi, I used to get dressed in such colors that the ceiling was never seen the inside of my shirt. I never contradicted my friends, so my friends told me, get up and different, be a fine individual, get up and different. The Rosh Hara, if you say something that can be explained in two ways, and you say it in front of that person that you're saying it about, that proves that you're not saying Rosh Hara. You guys say, I never said something that I had to take it back. Or it says, or even I have a ring that said, I excelled in a certain mitzvah, and that should be my sakar. Like Rav Nachman said, I excelled in proof building child. Or he said, I excelled in having Kabbalah by David. I never went Daled Amos without a head covering. Rav Sheshet said I was extremely careful with clothes. Rav Nachman said I was extremely careful with tzitzis. Rabbi said, Rabbi was very careful with tzitzis to the point where he wasn't a ladder and one of the strings ripped. He used to move until he able to replace the strings. Rabbi was very careful when he makes school. So different than the Rosh that finished with Seftas. Have a wonderful day.
I remember what I'm telling you. I'm not sure I don't remember. So I could just imagine what, I was getting this big exposure. Like I look at my daughter Mercy. Mercy's a sweet kid. I look at her and I want to cry. Because at that age already, I've been to sing the bit to somebody. Right. I knew about drugs.
Shabbos that because the Tzvi 5 was a very inspiring email. He says he just recently made Aliyah, and his son died from telling about the finally, during Corona, he decided his forced to say, he decided to join the shir. Now, at the age of 75, I am finally hooked on a shir. I've been trying to wake up early so I don't miss any of it. I think that I cannot join in live, I listen to it on YouTube. It's amazing me how many people from all over the world. We make it so interesting and even fun. I hope to be inspired by you for you don't find it fun. Make you to be fine. It's never too late, and it's never too early. And today's a perfect time to start this out. We hear the amazing stories about quick Shabbos, Shabbos Kodesh. Rabbi says it's on the phone. Because they're the judge. He wouldn't go to sleep until he found something to make a switch for him and go in his direction. Rabbi Rashi says, I can't even judge him in the moment because I am biased towards them. Rabbi Hanino would put on his finest clothing and he would go out and say, Boy, and then go and they see the Shabbos Hamalkim would go out and greet the Shabbos Queen and the famous thing that we say with Rabbi Yana would say, Boy, Chalo, Boy, Chalo. Rabbi Nachman would make a tremendous amount of these boiled wafers, Risa, the Abba, you would buy from 13 different regions, meat, you bring it home, and you tell the chefs, be energetic, hurry, make this one, and then I'll bring more meat later. The Rabbi, even though he's very wealthy, he sat on an ivory chair and he ran out the fire. So we're black clothing on Erev Shabbos to show that even though he's getting dirty, he wants to get dirty to follow Shabbos. The famous saying, Rav Safra Machik Reisha, Rabbi Malach Shukir Rav Safra would singe the head of the animal, get rid of the ears. Rabbi, which anybody could do, the sword could do, but he wanted to do himself. Rabbi would salt the fish. Rabbi would light the candles. Rabbi Papa would set the wicks. Rabbi Hizdo would dice the beets. Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef would split the wood. Rabbi Zera would light the fire. But not Rabbi Yisrael would ship around any boxes and things for Shabbos and go back and forth. And he said, it's as if Ami and Rabbi would be like, yes, wouldn't like schlepping their things. And the Gemara says, some say that Ami and Rabbi would be schlepping boxes every Shabbos. And they would say, if everyone was out there, wouldn't we do this? The famous story of Yosef Michael Shabbos. He was a guy, a wealthy guy who went to the stargazers and he was told that he's going to lose all his belongings. Yosef Michael Shabbos, he had a trip. He took all his belongings and traded it for one Jew. He put that tulip in a sack, walked over a bridge. The wind came and threw it into the water. A fish came and swallowed it. And the fishermen took the fish out right before Shabbos. There was no one to buy the fish. They had a great idea. Let's go to Yosef Michael Shabbos. Rather than trading this unbelievable fish, the fish that he had from so well, became wealthy. They were to sell it to 13 addicts worth of gold. Rabbi says that's an exaggeration. Now, Yohanavi comes into him and said, the idea is that whoever borrows the covered Shabbos Kodesh, Shabbos pays him back. Or asks, how do people gain wealth in Israel? They have the concept of Aser, Bishvil, Shethas Asher. They get Meiser from food, or wealthy, if they don't have food to get Meiser from. Over there, it's because they are Mechavid Shabbos. What does the story about? Here, Abba was a guest in Fitzwater, and they brought out a golden table that needed to be carried by by 16 people, that's already one. And it had to be 16 chains of silver with all the beautiful dishes and food and desserts and fragrances. And when they put it down, they said, Hashem ha'aretz u'v'loya. When they put it away, they said, Hashemayim, Hashem ha'aretz u'v'loya. Why do you think you was like this? The person said, I said, you go to any time. But I made it to some meat and cut it with pain and something, I take it, put it inside the Shabbos. And so I would do the entire week. It said, Ashrecha should be so far from Mother, she's a critical Rabbi Yishmael ben Chananya told the Caesar, you smell that unbelievable aroma? That's a very special spice called Shabbos. It only works with Shabbos. As it says, Dosh Hashem Kula, don't get kicker, and you will have a good food, probably a nice clean clothing. If you bag it though, Rab says that if you eat at a certain time, you should eat the Shabbos meal earlier. Shmuel says if you eat at a certain time, you should eat the Shabbos meal later. Rabbi says those of us who are just eating meat and wine during the week, on Shabbos, depending on what you do during the week, if you eat at a certain time, you should eat it earlier. Make your meal later. Our Sheshes was blind, wanted to make sure that the Talmidim get to the meal on Shabbos at the right time. It doesn't belong to Shir. They put Talmidim where the sun would hit in the summer or where the shade would hit in the winter. They would have to get up and run away and go eat the meal for time of Shabbos. But Zero would teach Talmidim arguing and learning. He would say, please, I'm begging you not to do Al Shabbos. Are you talking and learning and not enjoying the meal? You're not being the kind of mitzvah of Friday Shabbos. Rabbi says that an individual should say by Yehulu, it's as if he is a part of the Baruch. We don't read it by Yehulu, we read it by Yisrael together with the Baruch they created the world. You see from the creation of the world that words have power like actions. It says with Pasuk, Zar Hashem, with the word of Hashem, Shamayim Nas, the sky, the heaven was made. When a person says by Yehulu, Friday night, Malachim, they come here, and they put their hands on his head, and they say, one of the malachim is a good malach, the other one is bad. They come and they find a candlelit, and the table is set. And they give a bracha, the good one gives a bracha that you should find the following week, and the bad malach is clear to say amen. They don't find that he makes the shvala, and the good one says amen against his will. But instead of Shabbos, they believe in these full, he's not going to eat only the Zions, but the Malta as well. Except the Shabbos, the Malta, you drink hot water, bathe in hot water. Fresh baked bread, hot baked bread, it has powers of healing. The Rabbi was a chef, a young calf, a kufla, the spirit-born calf, so that he, on the Shabbos, he checked this, so that he part of the kidney. So his son Avini, when he called her, he said, I don't understand, why don't you just use the one that you use for Shabbos? Erev Shabbos, save the kidney from other Shabbos. So he tried it out, and he put the one animal that he was supposed to shut on the Shabbos, he left it alive. And on Shabbos, the lion came and ate that animal. They didn't gain anything. So the lady said, whoever says, the whole qualified, meaning with all his kavanah, with all his intent, they destroyed 70 years of the Zaradin. If he has some sort of a desire that he did, but we might be saying, Amen, before you come out, open up the gates of Gan Eden. Amen stands for Hail, Melech, Nehemah. The Lord says that fire is only found in a place where there's still Shabbos. And it happens on Shabbos where you cannot put it out. There's some reason why Yerushalayim is destroyed. Either because of Michal Shabbos, they still say Krishma in the morning and evening, they stopped the children from learning Torah, they didn't have coaches fun, they couldn't drive, they didn't give each other Musar and Chacham, they were Rabbi from Chacham, the Rav says whoever's Rabbi from Chacham, there's no remedy for that. They stopped being truthful in business. I'll think of the Shiva, don't touch my anointed one means the children that learn Torah, over the Via Torah, is referred to the world only exists because of the Torah that children learn. And Rabbi says that the Torah of adults isn't the fear, the Torah of the younger ones have a wonderful day.
And what, like a German Shepherd? No, like this little dirty dog. And sometimes he would hit you with the stick, or sometimes he'd sick the dog on you. The dog would grab your pants and he would hit you with the stick at the same time. So I told Jack, you ever touch me? I'm
is that cool to talk? Today's email comes from Larry Jackson from Maryland. He says, he's ready 55, started WME a number of times. This is the first time that he's reached this far. To all the graphics and diagrams, they really help bring each sugi to life. That's not hilarious. There's shots of everyone. That Ezra Hashem is on. The thing with the sugya of saving different things from a raging fire. He says the Mishnah, you can save even 100 meals if they are in a basket, or an entire barrel of wine, or a whole trick of figs. The question is, why is this any different than the Mishnah we had a number of days ago, where you can save only 3 meals? One shot in the word gives us because we're dealing with one basket. One basket is less good. Doesn't matter how much of that basket. If so, if you have an open blanket, and you take a smaller basket and pour it into that open blanket, since you're only removing one blanket, that would be under 100, even though it's only 3 baskets. You see something similar. If you have a barrel of wine that has a hole in it, you're allowed to take another barrel, put it underneath, and pack as much wine as you want. It's not limited to 3 meals. Another Catholic argument is, the difference is, if you bring it to this culture, you're allowed to save as much as you want. If you bring it to a different culture, you're limited to 3 meals. Says the Mishnah, you're allowed to call in for help and tell them, save the food for yourself. Now, if they were smart about it, they'll give back the food and charge that person for their time. Rabbi says we're talking about chassidus. We don't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Yes, he's not hear everything, but he had no choice. He's forced. So Hasidim don't want to take advantage of that. Says Rabbi, if there's such Hasidim, they wouldn't take money for working on jobs. Rather, says Rabbi, we're talking about Yerushalayim, not Hasidim. We don't want to take advantage of somebody else. They don't want to take from other people, but they also don't want to work for free. They want to be compensated for the time. If you understand what the shop is, they understand. But since all this food is really theirs, when they give it back to the person, all they're asking is to be compensated for their time. And that's not considered smart shopping. Mishnah tells us that in order to save food, it has to be equal. It's also to have a proper labor. But the Sefer says, well, we have a whole labor, it doesn't have to be a proper labor. Let's say different items that you have, not necessarily food. And when it comes to clothing, you put on as many of the clothing you have, you put on 5 coats and pants, walk outside, undress, go back in, and keep on doing this. Justice says no. You are limited to 18 clothing that were standard in those days, and only one time. Now, what are these clothing? The Gemara says it's an outer coat, a inner coat, a belt, a shirt, a robe, a vest, socks, a garter that have up the socks, shoes, affiliates, a robe, like a mask, or a mask, another type of belt, a hat, and even a scarf that goes around the neck that people from now in their eyes. Says the Mishnah, it should have been not as whole the concept that you're allowed to do around people, causing at a later stage the fire to reach stage, like by filling up a jar with water, and when the fire reaches that jar, it explodes, and the water puts out the flame. You're not doing it deliberate right now. It's at a different stage. Around people. Therefore, he also says, let's say a dresser is invited to climb on a dress, so she can make a window, she can make some leather, and put it on the other side, and when it reaches it, it cinches the leather, the fire doesn't continue. According to Rabbi Bananas, Rab says, I hold that if there's a fire that's on a piece of garment, you're allowed to pour a liquid on the other part of the garment, and when the fire gets there, it extinguishes itself. Yes, you know, Rabbi Bananas also, the dollar, that at a later stage, maybe vessel explodes or whatever it is, even though the Pasuk says the word Asiya, doing, and this is not doing, it's at a later stage, the concept that we have throughout the whole earth, Adam, a person acts irrationally when it comes to saving his property, and he might come to extinguish the flame, therefore we live in it. If a person puts a candle on top of a plank of wood, deliberately, that plank of wood becomes a bust to the candle, and therefore it's usher and shouts to move the plank of wood, even just to shake off the candle would be up. If you put God in there, then you are permitted to shake the wood so the candle falls on the ground, even if the candle is lit. The candle might continue burning on the floor. It might extinguish itself. It's not 100%, therefore it's multiple. The Rashi says, you're allowed to open up a door. According to Rashi, you can right by the door. According to Rashi, from the wind, and they went out, if not. Rab first knows who did so, and he said, even according to the Shem that both brother Shady and Scott and Mutter, you didn't have any intent to the country for us. But in this case, since it's obvious that it's going to go out, that's called a conviction. Even if Shimon is good in the case of 100% going to go out, it is awesome. We open up the door, and the wind pokes a fire against a fire. Hands it up. Well, it depends. If it's one of these fires, one of these winds that's a common wind, then according to Rabbi, it's supposed to be according to fire, and you have to realize that it's also because it's a wind that's uncommon. That's awesome. So you have to make all winds awesome. You have to explain Raisa and say that Raisa has no rabbanon in its own regard. That is, the Raisa says, if you build a wall out of vessels that don't contain any water are not going to explode, for instance, a vessel made out of metal, or even earthenware that comes from different places that are very strong, then it's okay. Very interesting secret. If a person has Hashem's name written in ink on his body, well, halacha number one is you're not allowed to stand until the thing of Hashem's name. You have to make sure that it's covered. You're not allowed to go into the bathroom with Hashem's name. And you're certainly not allowed to erase Hashem's name deliberately. However, you're allowed to go into a mikveh, like go to a bath. As long as you don't rub the name off and it comes up by itself, that's called a drop, and that would be mutter. Even according to Rabbi, because it says the possibly sasa, you're not allowed to do something deliberately, but you rub out its mutter. The person has a tradition, let's say he's a zav, and he has to go to the mikveh. Since you're not allowed to stand clothed with Hashem's name, he must put something on it, such as a bandage or reed. But he has to make sure that it's loose, that the water can get through, so that the bandage doesn't create a chatzitza. Don't cover with your hands. You might forget that you're covering something and take your hand up and close it. Now, what if a person doesn't have something to cover his? According to Chachamim, that people Mishmano, go to the mikvah when the time comes is a mitzvah, you must go right away. Some say it's not a mitzvah. Therefore, go around, look for a bandage. But according to Yossi, that it's a mitzvah to go right now. Therefore, don't look for a bandage. Go in and cover your hand. And finally, if the ink is dry, then that means it's same with being blood, honey, milk, and ink. If it's moist, like in our case, then it doesn't cover the ink. So, what is Rito?
And then the kid started acting weird. Like he was always like an insecure kid, but now the insecurity from him, everybody knew that a lot of people don't want him in the end. So the kid was walking around a little like autistic at this point, like he went backwards. So I don't know, from my roots on 148th Street, I learned that what those kids had over 88th Street was that they lived and died for one another. You could not touch one of us without 6 months.
Shabbos up, today's email comes from the school.
We only had money for one sandwich. We broke that sandwich 6 ways. If I got a soda, we drank it 6 ways.
I should let you know how their condition was. I was right back to the casting when sitting and traveling on the 7th for more than 2.5 hours. I started to do Hazor from the beginning, now from the But Zion, trust me, there's no better way to spend time alone in traffic other than your Gavaldi Shur than Tzidin Yisrael G. Famous concept about Nero La'akim Shur since Passer, to tell on Jew, so even to hint on Jew, to do Malacha for you on Shabbos. So what if you have a fire, and the fire department comes down, says the Mishnah, you don't have to prevent them from putting out the flame, you know, direct them and tell them to put out the flame. But if a minor, obviously we're talking about if a minor comes to put out the flame, you must stop him, because he's doing it al das oven, of his father. Let's say there's a situation where he's doing the malacha, not for that for his own sake, let's say he finds a person who's rabbi and wants to do them, you don't have to prevent them. You paskin, Chadam Oikman Leilos, if a Chadam is or this sort of paskin, Chadam is realize, hey, it says in the Tzuvim, you're not required to prevent them. The Gemara tells us that there was a fire in the yard of Yosef that's Tzimari, and the Zion came to put it out, his friends, the Roman friends that he had, the government, and he said, no, Please don't put it out. It's Shabbos today. The Lord tells us to pray them very nicely. And the mace happened that rain came and put out the pipe. Tom said he didn't have to do so. As we look in the Mishnah, when God comes, you don't have to be prevented. Rabbi says that when it comes to a fight or for any loss for that matter, you can announce and let it be known that whoever helps you is not going to lose. They will be compensated. You don't say so, you say you won't lose. That's the halacha. But we cannot prove it from our Mishnah. Says the Mishnah, you can take a bowl, flip it over, and put it over a leaky canvas that doesn't cause damage, over waste. The boy can explain what comes out. Chicken waste. Hope so that the child should touch it, and over the bowl, flip it over, put it over a trap, a scorpion. The word says that according to Rabbi and Zakkai, he saw somebody so trap a scorpion. He said, I'm afraid that he might be chayv v'chatas. He was luxury. So, Rabbi Zakkai holds like chayv. Where does the story that Rabbi Oven gave a couch to 2 out of 3 guests, to Rabbi Yehuda, to Rabbi Yehuda, but not to Rabbi Chana, son of Rabbi. And Rabbi Chana took exception to that. And when he heard Rabbi Oven teaching his son our Mishnah, he said, you cannot cover the waist of a child so that another child shouldn't touch it. He said a very strong lashon. He said, Oven is shakir. Oven is a shaita. And he's teaching Shulchan to his child. Because the feces, the waste of a child is not looking at going to very practical style. So maybe you just pick it up and bring it out. There's no reason to cover it. And there's no issue with Noilash. Since you're anticipating it, you expect it to happen. Therefore, our mission is talking about the waste of a chicken which is cooked up. Yes, there's a concept of grass already. Anything disgusting, you gotta move. You want to bring the story that there was a dead mouse by Rav Ashi, by his son, and he said, pick it up by the tail and move it out. It's grass already. So the waste of a chicken, you move it over. The reason why over here, you can't move it, you have to put it down, because he's already in a pile of trash in his own bucket. No head to remove the grass. Some lady says that any animal that can cause damage will have pain on Shabbos if it's chasing. Now, there are 5 animals, and even if they don't chase you, go in a different direction, you're allowed to kill them. And they are the Egyptian fly, very dangerous, the Nineveh hornet, the scorpion that lives in Chagov and Iraq, the snakes that are strong, and a rabid dog, a mad dog, anywhere in the world. It's what I get to go here. What says to make a person has an opportunity to kill a vicious snake? It's a big stress. Without the responsibility, it's not going to. So if he had a brush with the snake, and his life was in danger and he wasn't able to kill it, that's the reverse sign. That's a sign that he was supposed to be harmed by the snake. When you don't commit an ace, that shouldn't be harmed. So you have to start thinking what I've done in order to deserve this. And that the Gemara says only in a situation where the snake was missing there. They were going to not get somebody. Nor does the story that went from a snake come to the treasure of Rabbi. And when he lost it, somebody from Lego came up and killed the snake. And Rabbi said the snake met his match. The Gemara wasn't sure, was it a good thing that he killed the snake? Or perhaps it wasn't such a good thing. The Gemara remained with the sucker. Rabbi Yannai said, you're allowed to kill a hornet and certainly a snake, but you can't bring a riot for that. Why? Because there's a concept called the Hukuma. If you're walking and a snake passes by, you don't have to go around the snake. You can keep walking. In fact, you're allowed to step on it and kill it on purpose. But what you're doing is just walking, not going out of way to kill it. And that's what the Shulchan passage. When it comes to spill, for instance, Rav says, you do have the concept of a kippur, but you can't have kavod, you can't do it on purpose. What was the story? That Abba Bar Malka paid money to the rich dollars. So the people who were rich brought him in, and they were tormenting him for the shofar guy. And it was on Shabbos. And the rich dollars noticed there was skin on the floor. She said, cover this thing. So Abba Bar Malka said, what if the cover? You just walk the people out, and it covers itself, no problem. Of Baina, of Mashikah. So there's this move. These guys don't fuck. Let him loose. Don't bother. Wonderful.
The back of my head had fucking balls on it. And then that other thing came out. The two balls. There was two balls that you fucking pull like this. They were called something. And they were made out of like fucking fiberglass. And you go ding, ding, ding. And then when you got rid of it, ding, 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 ding. And they would go backwards and forwards. Kids were walking around with eye patches. It was Halloween every day. Kids were losing eyes and they were still playing with the fucking balls.
Shabbos that people face that you know sometimes from Upper Morel. He said he's been in and out of the hospital for the past year and a half. But his shots was before during the training days in Maryland. I was in such a difficult state that I did not begin to die until the end of 2019. I decided to try to get back to the dock, and I discovered that 8 minutes down, even when I'm having a hard day. I cannot thank you enough for this incredible opportunity. I'm still behind and learning that young is life-saving. Stay in touch. I'll be available. Many more times so far. Lord tells us that a candelabra, that's one piece, or a wagon, that is slowly carried with one hand, you're allowed to carry it on Shabbos. Rabbi Hanino said that wine that comes in on a non-Jewish wagon, even if it has one seal, Rabbi's family could drink from Rothschild'S own Rabbi. Rabbi is the Nasi that the guy would fear tampering with what people won't see. Or perhaps the halacha is like the desert, that one seal is enough. Says the Mishnah. Up until now we were discussing and we were laughing, telling the good people. Our Mishnah discusses what happens with those who perform the halacha. Not a lot of benefit for the halacha, particularly what it does for you on Shabbos. If even one idea comes out from today's guy, I've seen many times people going to turn on a light on Shabbos, they say for removes of the thing. But the halacha is that if the coach does turn on the light for you, it doesn't have its own halacha. It's not to benefit him. It's also to use that light for anything else that a guy will perform on Shabbos. If a guy turn on a light, or you fill up a pail of water, put it in the shayab, surround, or you build a ram to get off the boat. A Jew can use it if the guy did it for himself. If he did it for the Jew, it's also for you. The reason why we have three cases that are very similar is the concept when it comes to like candles. They're the one the guy turned it on for himself, did it for himself, and it provides light for everybody. Therefore, when it comes to filling the water, perhaps the guy is serving and waiting for water, you add a little bit more. You come out and you need water as well. A lamp is the same thing like a candle. A lamp for one person is good enough for 100 people. But the Mishnah tells us the story. During Gamliel, in the scheme was on a boat, which docked on Shabbos, and they actually used the lamp on Shabbos. The Brisa adds another thing. The guy gathers grasses for an animal and is left over to use it as long, says the Brisa, as the Jew doesn't know the guy. So know the guy, he's not allowed to use the grass for that. Now, I love that you're allowed to take an animal and bring him and put him right over grass that's attached to the ground. Now, grass that's attached to the ground, it's also a grass, or it's a grass. The animal is allowed to eat it, but on the New York shortcuts, it's sorry if it doesn't eat some spices. It's allowed to eat it, it's got to be frozen Shabbos. However, it's also for the Jew to bring the animal over cut grass that's muktzah today because it's cut on Shabbos. And the reason is, since it's already muktzah the Rabbanon, we're concerned that you're going to touch the grass and leave the animal. If you just lead the animal up to that grass, that's 100% okay. During Gamliel, he used the ram that the guy built on Shabbos. Either we're talking about that the guy did it not in front of him, he didn't do it for him. Or we're using the concept of since the guy already built it, and it was for himself. So it doesn't matter that someone else is going to use it. It's just like a candle. When it comes to a bathhouse, or even a candle, so it depends. If the bath water was warmed up on Shabbos, and most of the people in the city are goyim, you could use it immediately after Shabbos. Most of the people in the city are Jews. You have to wait for the enough time after Shabbos that we take it to warm up the water. You can benefit from the fact that goyim heated up the water on Shabbos. Now, we must say that the goyim did so because he had in mind food for the Jews. Otherwise, it's ner le'echa, ner le'meh. Once he heated up the water, what's the difference? If the Jews don't use it. But since he did it for the Jew, now we have a problem, and therefore we wait if they shias. More tells us the story. A guy came in and helped Shmuel. Let's say Shmuel's at a certain fancy place, a hotel. The guy comes in, turns on the light for Shmuel. Shmuel did not want to benefit from the light. Turn the rest. But once he saw that the guy was reading the newspaper, the light, he said, okay, he's going to let it for himself, and therefore I do. Let's remember not to benefit from the light that we turn on a guy unless the guy benefits from that light. And then we finish. Hadin Allah, focus. Says the Mubarak, Sher Kalak Kalak. He starts off saying, we're going to be discussing different types of books. Now we're talking about each of the a vessel that is designated and designed for something that you're allowed to do on Shabbos, allowed to do something on Shabbos. So all Kalim that are Kishlak are permitted to move on Shabbos. Not only that, your doors as well. So if you have a back door, even if the door is off, you're allowed to move the door, you're allowed to move the back. But a house door, since the house is Mukhalik Karka, the door is Mukhalik Karka, if it came off the hinge, you're not allowed to touch it on Shabbos. The Mishnah starts off. We're going to see the Gemara whether or not we're talking about a hammer, to crack open a nut. If you're doing it to crack open a nut, or an axe to cut the figs, a saw to cut cheese, hopefully a saw is or a hoe, a shovel to shovel out the figs, a pitchfork to feed a small child, or some sort of spindle to spear a piece of fruit to put in a strawberry, says Rashi, or a needle that they got a thorn, or a larger needle for those who make sacks to open up a door. Abaya explains the Mishnah that even though, as I said before, these doors that fell off, even if these doors fell off during the Brisa says that a sheet table will make certain dressers and boxes that you take the door off, you can't put the door on. But when it comes to chicken coop, you can't even take the door off. So Abaya explains that there's a concept of when it comes to vessels, you're not allowed to build them on Shabbos, you're not allowed to take them apart on Shabbos. So he explained the Brisa, not that he just admitted to take the door off, rather the Brisa talking about when the door came off on its own, and we're not allowed to put that back. But certainly, you can't take it off. You can't take it off, you can't put it back. There is no issur to build on Shabbos and flee and take a flee apart. So therefore, you can take the door off. The only issue is to put the door back on. That's a zero. That you have to put it on better. You put some sort of nail in there. You'll very, very hard, very well. But therefore, that's a not good package. That's also a wonderful thing.
I was pretty proficient in karate.
You're fifth grade?
Fifth grade, I was a purple belt in karate with at Floranjo, whatever, his father's school, Mr. Black on 98th Street. I was great with kicks. I had really good kicks. My hands were kind of weak, but I was a pussy. I was scared to fight. I was scared to get in, but I was getting the hang of it. And I said today,
shout out to people. This email comes to us from Harry Shalom, Los Angeles. He says his grandfather was 95 years old, just tested positive for COVID. He was broken Esther, big tzaddik, a person for 75 years did not see his wife's hair. Only the first one in Shul had to see him with foolish like him. With an amazing studio of Mokzah, he said that according to Rabbi, the design of a malacha that you're not allowed to do on Shabbos. You're allowed such as a hammer. You're allowed to use that hammer if you have a malacha that's simple, like to crack open a nut. The question is, why is a mortar and pestle, which is designed crush a vegetable, that's a Kisha Lakulis. If so, it should be permitted to move the third food point. You want to use it for a permitted malacha. And malacha is, according to the Brisa, it's only permitted if you have garlic in it. You carry even garlic. Of course, the Tanya is more strict when it comes to Kisha. This one says you're only allowed to carry a clean for its design purpose. And this is not the design purpose for a hammer, let's say. And so, you are allowed to brush according to the Silla with pestle, but you're not allowed to carry no reason. And we must say that the shot is that what's it called? This means that if you have a fleet that has a designated placement and you don't allow people to use them, you're concerned they'll get nicked. That's what's most concerned. That's even more common than such as the reader now in the quick press. The Rebbe says that our mission is talking about a goldsmith's hammer. The Rebbe says our mission is talking about a hammer or a basson that's a different. He's more strict because of a few hammer. You don't want to get dirty because that's not good for the food. Very interesting, I love it. If you have food, such as a pig that's underneath a cake, or let's say have a cake that's covered by extinguished coals, which are mixed. One man owner says the only way you can take that out is if it's sticking out a little bit, you grab it by the middle, pull it out, and the coals fall to the wayside. Another man owner says no, you can actually cook it with a stick or something and pull it out. The back of the coals that hit over the side, that's typical minute side. The Rabbi says in Catholic, that is not allowed. The problem is that the Rabbi once said, if you have a radish in the ground, you're allowed to pull it out if it's not attached to the ground, provided that it doesn't move the dirt. So it's upside down, and you pull it out and hold the dirt. You're not allowed to. You have to say that it's not been picked out. The Ressa says, the fact that you can pick out a splinter from your finger with a needle, you don't need the eye of the needle. The fact is that I pull up, the beginning of an eye is not coming at all. It's that needle becomes a non-clean, and the tumah is spoiled. Rabbi says the difference between tumah and Shabbos. But tumah it says clean mass. It has to be a clean from top to bottom. It has to be completely clean. Rabbi says I don't understand. If it's not considered halachically a clean, when it comes to tumah, then halachically it should be a clean by Shabbos. The problem is that the Bryce is the exact opposite of Rabbi. It says there's a big difference between tumah and Shabbos when it comes to needle. If it doesn't have an eye, it's not a clean for tumah, and it is a clean for Shabbos. So, Abaya comes to Rabbi's recipe and says, perhaps the shot is, yes, it doesn't have an eye, but its prefab is before the person had a chance to put the eye to the needle. But let's say the needle had an eye and it broke off, that's much worse. That already designates it for the recycling event, and it loses its designation, and the tumor falls off, and it's not a Shabbos. To straighten out a baby's limbs on Shabbos is nothing. One thing should make it simple. There's no fixing a body on Shabbos. It's not like you're fixing sacrifice. According to the Nachman, it's also just like you're not allowed to take medicine for your spot. You're not fixing the body. So too, you know, to straighten out the baby's limbs. Says Rav Shimon, what's the connection? To do surviving, that's not the derech. So, straighten out the baby's limbs, it's very much a derech. So the fact of a raya, it says in the Moshe, let it take out a splinter from your finger. And that's fixing the body. The Rahman says that picking out a splinter is pocket. The splinter is right down the surface, ready to be removed, where the baby's limbs need a lot of work. Says the Mishnah, if you have a stick of stir, the olives in the back, some of it's without filler, some of it's not dependent. If that stick has a knot where it's a base kibble, kind of like a cup, so stick into the juice and see if there's enough oil in it, is it ready to go to the press, then it's a clean, it's a double clean. Otherwise, it's really clean. It's just a simple piece of wood, it's not like double clean. Says the Mishnah that according to Rabbi Yossi, all potatoes are not muktzah, besides those that are muktzah, machmas, the starting place. These two examples, a very large saw and the blade of a plow, these are things that you don't completely lend out to other people who are careful with it that shouldn't get there. Or the other example is if one with a strudel, it's a piece of metal that has a bunch of holes, it can run through it, a canner's knife, a butcher knife, and a special tool for carpentry. Once upon a time, there was no muktzah. Everything was mutter to touch. But Chachamim saw that people were being relaxed during Minyan Chal Shabbos. Comes along the Kremla, the Chachamim, and boxer could touch. Besides jacking, that is a small knife, a knife to cut big cake and a layer. They got different stages, and they saw that people started becoming fearful. They added more and more until everything became bigger. Besides what Jason in the Mishnah are soft and the blade of cow was not started. What exactly did they add, and how did they add it? What they added is the Abaye. What they added in the fourth stage. And Abaye says one thing the Rabbi adds one more step. Rabbi is always one step ahead. Abaye says the first thing was they said that anything that's a Kisha Malachli Laheter, it's sort of it's for a function, but not for its place. And Rabbi says there's no such thing. So we kind of go together. So not to go. That's his Abaye. They said okay. They allowed even with sort of he says, yo, they allowed that the first time. But they allowed one more step. They allowed you to save it from getting ruined in the sun to put it in the says about it, third stage was, they said, you should have left it in Israel, like a handle, you could use if you have a malacha, crack open it up. But only the third says, Rabbi, so you can go together, so they allowed both. But they only allowed you to carry with one hand, it was very light. So the fourth stage says about it, they allowed you to carry with two hands, says, Rabbi, they allowed you to carry. The price that says that I'm going to do the mortar and pestle is so according to Abaye, it makes sense. It was mixed because you wanted to move it a certain way. Rabbi said you wanted to move it, the camel itself, you can say, have a wonderful day.
My mother went after none, called her cousin, Spanish, Buddha, everything. She was telling me you gotta get fucked in the ass 4 times before you get my kid. It was terrible. It was a fucking roll. Oh yeah, my mother said you gotta get fucked in the ass 5 times to have a kid, and then you can lay a hand on my kid until that time. Don't you ever lay a hand on my kid. I think a priest was the principal. He came upstairs and he fucking said, he sat down and he goes, he's a good student, he's had his eating problems or whatever. Besides that, he's okay. But how would this work? How is this going to work? Because it was like April. I'm like, how this is going to work? She's not going to fuck with me. She's never going to say no. I told him what I had kept a secret for all those years. She hit me with a stick in my mother's name. My mother's name. And he gave Puerto Ricans all in the back. And it was ugly. So we made a fucking deal. They said, listen, he can stay in the school. She is not going to be your teacher. We will work like on a one-on-one basis to the end of the year. And after that, we're resolving. You go to your way. Because my mother told me, you can't throw them out. You got nowhere to go later. And then my mother dropped the bomb. My mom was like, man, I want my money back for the year. In 5s. I was walking around like Chinese people. I was walking around kids were shining my shoes. I didn't know what smaller than that. People wiping down the table. I didn't have to eat my string beans no more. I would just throw them out in front of them like they could go for like water in the garbage. Well, this is what I used to do. Give it a finger. I didn't have a bad attitude. Now I have one.
Let's take a quick break to tell you about our sponsor, MyBookie. At the end of a hard week, it's great to sit down, take some time off, and watch some football. Game-winning touchdowns on 2-minute drives, running backs racing down the sidelines with no one to stop them, Lamar Jackson juking everybody left and right. There's nothing else like the NFL, and there's no better way to make the games even more exciting than to bet on them. So do the smart thing. Go to mybookie.ag. No one gives you more ways to win than they do. MyBookie's got the fastest payouts and better lines than any other sports book, including Joey Diaz. Don't forget, where you're betting is just first deposit. Use promo code Honeydew to activate the offer. That's promo code Honeydew, HONEYDEW. Visit mybookie.ag today. You play, you win, you get paid. Now back to the news.
So I get home, and it's May of 73, and I think the Mets played the Cincinnati Reds, the playoffs. I got the chicken pox that week on purpose. I just drew like little red marks on me. Oh, yeah. Just video. The Catholic school didn't even care if I came back. They were just going to give me straight A's. So I down here, so like in May, I told my mother I didn't feel good. Went up this thing with these dots on there. They got the chicken pox. I just wanted to see the Mets play the Cincinnati Reds in the playoffs with the National League East. And that did me great because fucking Pete Rose beat up Bud Harrelson. It was tremendous at Shea Stadium. That was my favorite player at the time, Pete Rose. So now, we both know my mother and I went and looked at school. So my mother's like, well, looks like you're going to play. I'm going to McKinley. I was in school. I was in McKinley. Now I want to go. If you go there, you're going to go to auditions. You can do it your way. You do it your way first. So I said, okay. So I signed up for McKinley. I got on the same contract with the boys, and that was it. At the same time, my mom was like, I'm so scared that I'm on 48th Street, especially now that you meet up a fucking son. Yeah, now this is coming to fruition. We're going to move. We're leaving the local line West 88th Street. I'm going to look for a house in New Jersey. So we went, we looked at a house in Fort Lee. We looked at a couple of houses. We found the house in town, Northburg, New Jersey. My mom was always in Union City, Union State, Northburg. Studio City, it's the same shit. So I spent the summer with my mom and my mom kept telling me, you're done with that fucking school. Why not? You have to be friends. You have to make friends with this paper. But in Northburg, when I looked out the door, it was these nice Italian, Irish kids, but they weren't what I was used to. I was back, but much rather just on the weekends go to the bridge and hang out with my friends on 48th Street. We were 10, 11, 12 now. I think Nelson, some other group was already getting pussy. So he was telling me to sit around them. He tell us, yeah, when you come, you can jerk off. And I already told us you can jerk your name off. And I was still this time. I was like 18. I would always jerk off the time that my name he would always tell us stories, always be some girl that your dick gets hard and would sit around like that shit. Like, he was like our hero. It was Nelson, Ricky. They had a sister that was the fan of the brothers of her age. She started back up. And she also did a stick on Saturday Night Live. The brothers of her same island. She was Saturday Night Live. And Nancy said they were singing the band of that. And we were like fucking blown away. So my mom kept saying, that's great. You can have all these friends you want on the 48th Street. What do you do when you go to school? You don't really get to the neighborhood. I want the fucking name. I don't see what these kids are about. I fucking didn't want to do it. I refused. These kids were soft. I didn't think they knew what was going on. But eventually one day, it's like, my mom's like, no, I was like, I was busy to get out of the house. So I went out to this Jersey now. And now I feel like Bergen is the second hilliest town in the country. Is it? Yeah. My parents just up and said, that's why I can still go for a life. I can't find like the those hills. I was a kid. And they were like this. North Bergen, New Jersey is like this. So I walked down my block, given that terrace. From 30, if I made it right, it was 39th Street. There was a park called 38th Street Park there. But if I made it left, there was a street called Jones Court. That was a circle street. All of that, there was all kids on that street. And I had to hear them. So we called it Court too. Court. Yeah, that's what it's called, Jones Court. And I said, let me go to Jones Court. I go to John's Court, I don't see no kids, but I hear them yelling. And I had to walk up the hill. It was like an island in the middle of houses. So I couldn't really see the kids, so I walked up the fucking hill. And I'm hearing this
Rabbi says,
This is my first day in church.
ready as in
My first time
it
going
doesn't
out
matter what
to a
level
church.
it says it's right.
I hear this
Just one
commotion
day,
as I
random
walk
thing,
around.
it has to be the same halacha. Whatever broken everybody agrees that it's
There's two circles of kids and they yell, go,
there
go.
are three rices in
And this kid,
one
like,
side.
fuck out of this kid,
Make a fire
Italian kid, brown,
with the
curly
actual
hair,
thing.
short,
That
cut
was
back,
it says that
with his head in your head. And he's fucking fighting like a cage there. I'm like, this is interesting. And all of a sudden they break it up, and the brother goes, it's my turn. So the kid's at hand. This Italian kid just beat up this brother kid. He's like, it's my turn. And before he could say turn, this Italian kid was on him, throwing him down, throwing a fucking beating on him. And then I just figured it out. The kid that he was fighting had a big family. Then a fat chick came. And that was their sister. You know Irish families, there was like 4 boys. And they got the big Irish sister at the end, like in the fighter. You remember they were all ugly, all of them could stop bird shit right there. Except for the one girl that's
Shout it up, okay.
now
making one of a kind seal from the Shabbos to
those Irish chicks
all the
right on
viewers from all over the world, from Australia, from South Africa, from Muncie, from Far from Chicago, Switzerland, England, Italy, many more are all going to join us on Zoom. Each location, each city, so we have one place where everybody's going to gather, and we're going to transmit, and speak to you. So we have Yossi Klein from Superior Typing in the comment inbox says that he's going to make all York City representatives in Muncie, and he's going to organize the Muncie Theater and wants to advertise in the papers and such and such. So thank you, Yossi Klein. According to everybody, we have a broken piece of the it's not what it's in the culture. In the culture, there's always something you use that broken piece for. A pattern. If you're in a Carmelist, it's not like going to school. There's nothing you cover in Carmelist. You're not going to find an open Bible. But you're not going to be sitting on the floor. Like, let's say you're sitting in school and you want to cover that school. Once you're over, it goes to the since it's clean, but it's not much better culture. So you can never remove that name of the thing from it. Even if it was just around, it's not what's affecting the story. Brothers, he got really dirty with mud, and his shamish came, and he found a piece of underwear on the side of him. So now he started scraping up the mud. So he started screaming, Shabbos, Shabbos, what are you doing? So Rabbi, he's telling them, not only they're Amaratz, they never learned the halacha, but they go and they spread their mistakes to other people. It's not what since it's a clean in Rosh Hashanah. It's a clean in Rosh Hashanah. You have a broken barrel, but the lid is intact. You're allowed to move both the lid and the broken pieces, provided that you don't sweep out the broken pieces of the barrel in order to make it a nice cover. That would contribute not to the garbage. You have the lid into the garbage. Depends when you threw it out. If you threw it out before Shabbos, it's showing you no longer necessary. It's not a clean. So therefore, it's you threw it out on Shabbos, it's too late. You can't take something that's clean already and say now it's not a clean. What if you take a shirt? A perfectly good shirt, throw it in the garbage. Any kind of bed. Even if you throw it out on Thursday into the garbage, it's not. It's still considered a shirt. You cannot take a perfectly good clean and make it a broken piece of reading is not because it serves the same purpose as a very, very large mat. Large mat can cover dirt, can cover waste. So these small pieces can cover dirt. A piece of how is butter, how is a mitzvah, other things is considered regular, less than 3 fingers, 3 or 4 fingers. Not a dalshal mitzvah, less than 3 fingers has a purpose. If you have broken pieces of a oven is made out of wood. We're talking about an oven that was ready. Usually, you have a parted, I think your mayor, Yaakov, was the oven goes like Yaakov. You could carry these pieces the same reason we said before. Yes, they don't serve as an oven, but they can serve as a battle craft. This battle craft is considered like it's just created right now, therefore it's a book. Rabbi says you're talking about you want to make a piece of an oven. I put it sideways and bake black stuff on top of it. But then you make it sideways. Good. It says we're made to do that. So you read through the distance that it's not looked at it means the same usage since I'm using a broken piece of an oven as a real oven. It should remain as it says we do enough. Because beforehand the fire is on the bottom and the lockers and the heaters were vertical. Now the fire is outside and the lockers are horizontal. It's not serving the same way and therefore it's Rabbi says we have a machlokes whether or not broken pieces of an oven that were not connected to the ground. According to Yudah, that's not considered an oven at all. It's not considered an oven. It's not a cake. Says the Mishnah, if you take a stone in order to put weight on a pumpkin pail so that the pail goes in and can draw water, if you tie it properly to the pail, it's not muktzah, it becomes part of the pail. If you have a stone, similar case, a stone on top of a barrel, you take a barrel, tilt it, that's the little side, and the stone falls off. What if you're concerned that the stone will break another barrel? You lift the entire barrel up, move it to the side, and tilt it over there. That's in a case where you completely forgot about the stone. What if you didn't forget about the stone? What is your purpose? So we have machlokes from Ami and Ravasi. What Rabbi says? Rami says that the barrel becomes a basis for the stone. And therefore, the barrel becomes muktzah. Basis is dollar as muktzah. And he says that it's very different than a pail. In the pail, you just tie down with a string or something. Over here, the stone is just laying there. Rami holds that you don't need to take action when it comes to, you need to take action when it comes to making a stone non-muktzah. That would tie it to a pail or something like that. Ravasi says the opposite. Put a stone on top of a barrel. It is not muktzah. You needed a cover for the barrel. And it's not similar to the case in our religion where you put a stone into a pumpkin that is not tied down to finality. Because over there, it's going to fall out, it's going to fall out. And Ravasi holds, you don't have to take action on a stone. Similar to the sea. Rabbi came to a certain city. Paul is telling me to go out and make those stones designated for sitting on them on Shabbos. So we have the same exact machlokes. According to Rabbi, no action taken. And all they did was they designated their head so that they shouldn't have to move it on Shabbos. Rabbi says there was action taken. But then cleaning off the stones, that is the action necessary. Yosef and Joel says what happened over there with Rabbi was a bunch of beans. And so we got the beans. And Rabbi and Joel says it wasn't beans. It was a special piece of wood, a feeler for a boat. Now, if you say feeler for a boat, feeler for a boat, people are very fearful. And that is the main focus. Says the Mishnah, if I have a pail and I tie the pail to a vine, the only way that vine is not muktzah, like the pail is like tight. Otherwise, I cannot do it. Even if you want to put it says, you don't have to take action. You just think about it and have it in your head and make something like a vine, a stone, a piece of palm tree. I can make it non-muktzah with a thought, but in this case, we really have to tie it either because we're talking about that the vine is still attached to the ground and you can reach off the ground, or because the vine is so soft that the string can have left over and it can sit there and it'll come off. Cutting it off on Shabbos is not going to happen and also so we made a change. If a person has shutters, so according to Rabbi, the Mishnah says, these shutters, in order to hold up a window on Shabbos, they have to be hanging and tied. The window on Shabbos is not necessary. The Gemara explains what that means. There's an isser to make a roof on Shabbos, even on Yom Tov. And there's a machlokes, what if you already have a partial roof? Add to the roof. The same machlokes would apply, although it's a very different thing, on a vertical wall by a shutter. Now, typically, there's no mitzvah on Shabbos. There's no mitzvah to build a wall on Shabbos. If it doesn't hold, it sits, it looks like you are building it, even though it's a temporary shutter, but it's a permanent wall, it's awesome. If I'm saying it's not awesome, I mean, wonderful day.
Like they see, they go, oh, God, just hit the fucking cop with the stick. They say, oh. He's like, no, let her rest your son. Your son's a good man. He goes, your son stuck up for my son when nobody else did. You did a good job. And my mother's like, anything with me, guys? He was like, all that shit. My mom's like, what's he saying? And I'm like, I stuck up for his son or whatever. He wants to fight me over. My mom was like, oh. And my mom was felt like an asshole.
Shabbos that step up.
You did a good job with your son.
There's from Craig Goldman from West Orange, New Jersey. He says he started off with a cycle with David Adam, and eventually made his way to the full daf. And since then, he's never missed a single daf. Love to be the representative of West Orange, New Jersey. So, Craig, you are the official representative. Anybody that wants to be started in the scene of Shabbos, contact you. You will arrange everything. Beautiful. We're talking about window shutters. According to Chachamim, if you have a window shutter sitting right by the window, designated for the window, it's not considered boina. You're allowed to put the window shutter in. It doesn't have to be tied. It doesn't have to be hanging. For the Rebbe, you need two conditions. The window shutter has to be tied and where next to the door is the Raisa to insert the bulb in its place. If it's tied, but not hanging off the floor, if it's touching the floor, you can only use such a bulb in the Beis Hamikdash. Other places, this is the Rabbanan. In Beis Hamikdash, there are no Isurim in the Rabbanan, there's no Shus in Beis Hamikdash. But what do people do? If it's laying on the floor, then even in the Beis Hamikdash, you're allowed to use it even though it's not tied. If it's tied, not hanging, then you can use it everywhere. What they're trimming a wheel, meaning to be tied, it doesn't be hanging. As long as you designate this bulb in your mind, you can use the bulb. Trimming wheel says halacha, even by pine branches that were designated for fuel, and then you decided to designate them for sitting, just because it's so in your head, that's enough to take them away from the category of most. If you're going to research from a wheel, that you designate something in your mind. But it says there's one stipulation. Whatever it is, let's say it's a bulb or even a branch, it has to serve as some sort of it has to serve in some sort of way. This is not tough. Got up and Darshan in front of the house of the brothers and he said, the halacha is like Rabbi Eliezer. When it comes to the shutter, the two conditions has to be hanging off the time. However, from the final Mishnah in our Masechta, the Mishnah brings a story that they wanted to plug up a window and they used a cleat. Now this cleat was not tied, it wasn't hanging. And the fact that they brought it was an extra story, that's a lot more powerful than halacha. You see that that's how we pass it. Because I actually did so in a true story. Says the Mishnah, if a kli, a vessel, you want to be able to move it on Shabbos, it has to have a handle. Rabbi Yochanan explains that dafka, if it serves as another melacha or another melacha, Rizzi says this handle is only when it comes to ground covering, but egg covering, it doesn't need a handle. The Lord explained, when it comes to ground covering, everybody agrees that it needs a handle. Now when it comes to kli, everybody agrees it doesn't need a handle. Like this is when you put a cleat in the ground, when you say you might use this cleat for ground covering or not. And with that we finished the perek called Hakelim. Brand new perek defined. Says the Mishnah, if you have a room with wheat hay, you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos because of the absorption that you put out while you move things. Shabbos is that. However, if you're doing it for a mitzvah, you're allowed to move 4 to 5 boxes. The more to explain what it is, literal or just, that's the way to speak, 4 to 5. If you need a room for a shear or process sergeant, you can move 4 to 5 boxes. But not more, says the Mishnah. More than that, more than 4 to 5 boxes would be a kirka. Would be too much material. The Mishnah goes on to give a list of different things that are not muktzah, such as food that you show the truma for the kain, so it's muktzah to eat. But food that you didn't take off juice and ice juice is muktzah because it's not permitted to eat on Shabbos. My food that we don't know the Amor's remove the truma is muktzah. The Gemara will explain. Meiser Rishon, that's the 10% that the Yisrael gives off to the Levi, and the Levi removes the truma. The Gemara will explain as well. That's Meiser Rishon. Meiser Sheni, that's 10% you take for yourself. That's what you have to bring to Yerushalayim. You don't want to bring to Yerushalayim to redeem it. So we're talking about it's redeemed. So it's not muktzah. Hegdish, you want it, you have to redeem it. Not muktzah. You don't redeem it, Meiser Sheni that you didn't redeem it remains muktzah. Says the Mishnah, the type of a beer. If it's dry, it's not muktzah. If it's soaked, if it's moist, then don't want it, it's muktzah. There's some is pretty good. Mustard seeds are muktzah. Shmuel says look is not muktzah. Since it's graven, or well people are not graven. Now, a typical person, says Shmuel, is considered wealthy and is considered a prince because all of Kleinstro are princes. You have a bundle of straw or branches, if you designate specifically for animals, then it's not muktzah. So this comes along and explains the Mishnah. When the Mishnah says you can move 4 to 5 boxes a day, the Mishnah was very specific. If it's a small room, you move 4 out of 5 boxes, you have to move 1 box worth a day on the floor, so you don't expose the floor, so you don't come, you mash with too much to smooth out the floor, which is an issue of fight. If it's a larger room, then you're permitted even 5 boxes. But you have to leave some order so that you're not mashing with it. If it's a large storage room, it's also to start removing hay from it because we don't like a suda that there is no in other words, something that was designated as storage before Shabbos. We make most of throughout Shabbos. Shmuel says no. We're going according to Rishon. That there is no muktzah. Just because it was designated in a certain way before Shabbos doesn't make it muktzah for Shabbos. And when we say 45, that's just a figure of speech. That's how people speak. So therefore, I can remove more than 5 times. As the Mishnah says, you cannot remove a storage facility. It just means that you have to be careful not to smooth it out the floor. But again, he holds like your shimon. If there's no muktzah, they're not shimon. Have a wonderful day.
I saw Warren Joe do beatings on guys from shoot a guy. Warren told me how to be a man, how to fold my clothes. But now he was in the way. You know, when you have a stepfather, it's you and your mother, and it's another person's man, triangle. And only people who have stepfathers and your mama's boy know this feeling, this little jealousy.
Shabbos Daf Design today's English comes from Rothschild'S Berkowitz from Montreal. Says he's doing everything he can to spread the word about the shir. I personally watch the shir every day on Friday night. Thank you again. Appreciate you back with tremendous Shia. Thanks, Shia. We're talking about storage of wheat. You're not allowed to move any of it on Shabbos. What is storage? A lesson which is 15 stuff. But this is trick. If you're stuck on Shabbos and you need to make room, you can walk in and out of the storage and move the wheat with your He says, if you never started using the storage before Shabbos, then once Shabbos comes, everything in storage is mixed up. She does it all the time in that situation. And therefore, even if you didn't use it before Shabbos, it's not mixed up. Mars was super. What's better? For exertion on Shabbos, is it better to make less trips but carry more weight, or carry less weight and walk more? In fact, there's definitely a sheet that says you should walk less than Shabbos. But there's contradiction in the price. One price says you should carry 4 to 5 boxes of wine and oil when you're trying to remove them from the room. Other price says 10 or 15. Which one is it? Perhaps there's no contradiction. We're talking about 4 to 5 boxes. The question is, how many jugs are in the box? Maybe each box consists of 2 jugs, that's 10 jugs, or 3 jugs that consist of 15 jugs. Halacha is, you're allowed to remove 4 to 5 boxes per guest. So you have 4 guests, that's 20 boxes. The Gemara asks, is it one person removing all 20 boxes, or perhaps you could break it up, each individual can remove 4 to 5 boxes? But Rabbi and Rabbi, you can't bring it back. Rabbi and Rabbi came to a certain place, they went out into the field, and they made room in the field, they moved a lot of wheat out of the road. Perhaps over there, Rabbi didn't do it himself, Rabbi was an awesome, or too much work for him, says that. So maybe give it to other people to do it. There's no right that one person can do it all. Rabbi says, now in Mishnah you see that Achnasas Orchim is just as important as learning Torah, waking up early to Torah, because the Mishnah gives us 2 examples of 2 mitzvahs that you do, and that you can make room in the room for the Torah. First one is Achnasas Orchim, you make room for the guest, and Talmud Torah is second, you make room for the shir. But he says, in fact, Achnasas Orchim is more important than Talmud Torah, because it's mentioned first in the Mishnah. One of the famous Mishnah, we say it every day, but we say it slightly different. These are the mitzvahs that you are awarded to experience in this world, not carrying everything around. And the rest remains over for Elam. Which are the 4 things? People can have a Goy, Yemilas Hasadim, Hanva Hashem, creating peace to people, the Talmud Torah, learning Torah, supersedes everything. The question is, we have different Mishnahs that say different things. The Gemara explains. Achnasas Orchim and Pikul Toilet are included in Yemilas Hasadim. Not only that, even having Chavan and Davening is also considered Yemilas Hasadim. This means you're actually doing chesed with yourself when you have Chavan and Davening. When you get up early in the morning to learn Torah, or bring your children to school for Torah, that's included in Talmud Torah. Talmud Torah, which is also one of the things, is included in Havah Shalom and other Torah, because once you are done with school, you're good and everything, then it will be less fights. Once we mention Talmud Torah, the Gemara gives 3 stories about Talmud Torah. First one is a story about a man who came to Gaul. The showcase this man is Rabbi before he came. Rabbi he was still at Amaris and was working. He worked for Eliezer and worked according to the showcase for 3 years. After 3 years, he said, "I want my wages. It's Rabbi I want to go home to my wife and child." Eliezer says, "I don't have anything to do." But after Sukkot, Eliezer came to Rabbi and brought 3 donkeys from the eat and drink, showed him his wages and more. And he asked Rabbi, "What did you think when I said I don't have?" And he said, "You said you don't have money. Perhaps you invested in it. When you said you don't have any fruit, maybe they didn't have any trees, some ice and you couldn't give it out. You said you don't have any animals, maybe you rented it. Maybe you rented a field. What about pillows? Maybe you were magician." Said that's exactly what happened. I was magician everything I had because my son wasn't going to carry, but then my dad had first and third. Here I am to pay you back. There's another story. Maisa b'Chosdechad who says who redeemed a girl from who was captured, and he brought her to a hotel and put her by his feet. Next morning, got up, went to the mikvah, and taught Torah. He asked the students, "What were you thinking?" He said, "Perhaps you want to save this girl from one of us. It wasn't proper, and perhaps you had a carry because of the temple of the way." That's what happened. Should be done just like you were done here. Finally, the third story, Yeshua went to a non-Jewish woman, who locked the door before he did that. He removed his film, came out, he went to the mikvah and called him Torah. He said, "What do you think was going on?" He said, "Well, you don't want to go into the film, but perhaps this girl spit at you, and her spit is like a Baba spit, and the coming, that's why the mikvah is that's exactly what says the Mishnah. The fact that we said in the Mishnah that we could move and what is the big thing? And the answer is Truma is in the hands of Israel. Israel can't do Truma. Nevertheless, since it's permitted for a claim to Truma, therefore it's not Moksa to Israel. What about the Mai? Why is the Mai not Moksa? The answer is because Mai is appropriate for a poor person. The halacha is you could give poor people Mai, you could give the soldiers Mai. And everybody has the ability to just mafia his belongings and become a poor person, and therefore the Mai is very prohibited. Meiser Rishon, which is the 10% that Israel gives the Levi, which already had the Levi gave 10% of his 10%. Israel initially didn't give the Truma the 2%. That is the reason. But even though Israel jumped to step number 2 instead of doing step number 1, the Levi doesn't have to go back and give the client his 2% that he's deserving. This is only in a situation that the Levi, that the Israel gave the Levi, the 10% before it was in a pile, before it did Miruach Habrit. And it was, let's say, still attached to the ground, it's still in its Shibah. But once it's in a tree, once it's in a pile, then not only does the Israel get Malchus, but you have to go back and give 2% to the Kodesh. What is the big Kodesh thing? Meiser Sheni, which is 10% that goes to the owner. You have to redeem it. If you redeem it, of course it's not Muksa. The answer is because you didn't redeem it properly. You have to redeem it and give a fifth. In other words, if there's 100 fruit, you have to give 125. The fifth is the Lafar after the final number. But at any rate, it's not considered Muksa if you don't give the fifth. The fifth is not Ma'akev. Wonderful.
A podcast presented by Speed Capital Management. At Speed Capital Management, we advise investors to play the long game.
Episode of the Honeydew is sponsored by MyBookie, and just a heads up, we got some new names. It's not that bad. Whatever, we can deal with it. Let's get into the Disney.
From Tzfak, from Moshe Hillel Jimmer. He says he just moved to Tzfak. 4 years ago, we'd like to represent MDY in Tzfak. He said, I started the site on my own. I was constantly searching for a share that's clear, exciting, and not too long. You fill it all, then some. Thank you. In the Mishnah we learned, there are a number of food items that are mukta. For instance, hevel, food that you didn't really do so much. The condition is that if it's in the case, you weren't hiding the rights to give this tree was planted in an unperforated planting, and therefore the device you're not hiding things at all. Nevertheless, it's looked at Europe. When the Mishnah says that the Levi received his 10% meiser, but he didn't give truma, is not referring to his truma's meiser that he's supposed to give, right? Rather, it's the truma doila that Yisrael was supposed to separate. Yisrael went out of order. He gave the Levi 10% before giving Chaim the 2%. Now, look at this. The Levi cannot do it because the Yisrael did so when it was in a tree, when it was in a pile, and it had Biruah, who was smoothed out on top. Therefore, until the Levi gives it 2%, if the Yisrael should give it to the it's muktzah. Meiser Sheni is step 3. You take 10% and give to yourself. Either you bring to your child, or you redeem it for money. The problem is that he redeemed it not properly. In other words, you cannot see money that doesn't have a depiction. It's not that vessel. Therefore, it's muktzah. When it comes to Agnish, he didn't redeem it properly. He redeemed it on real estate and karka instead of redeeming it on money. And therefore, it's list of things that are muktzah or not muktzah. The person says chatzah, which is grass that has straight roots. It's not muktzah. You can feed it to the mustard seeds are not muktzah according to the grass you eat. You feed it to the fish. Glass, broken glass. What do you do with that? You figure it's an acid split. But then the law can't princes. Now, all places from what they're being revealed are considered princes. But that's an argument. He says no, it's muktzah. Now, in Rothschild'S video, Amemar says he meant only if he himself owns an asri. Rashi says even if he doesn't own an asri, since there are other people that have asri, you're considered a Bevela, and therefore it's not. Since people who don't have elephants, bundles of branches are muktzah. Rabbi says there are 4 different underim that hold this concept of the name of Lachim, all Klaishol of the name of Lachim. The princesses. Shingamil, this halacha about an asri, and so too the Mishnah says that you can have food, which is having food that feed a raven. Ravens, only welcoming people have ravens. When it comes to rose oil, so Rothschild says that rose oil is for princesses, but all kinds of the halacha. If a person owns an expensive coat and he owes a lot of money, you take the coat off of him, and you sell the coat, you give him another inexpensive coat. Shmuel can say, no, since he's a ben melech, he deserves an expensive coat, you don't need his coat off. When it comes to bushels of branches, if you decide that it should be animal food, Erev Shabbos, you're not going to. Shmuel says, provided that it's lightweight, you can carry with one hand, otherwise it's muktzah. You need to carry with hands. Different types of plants that the Gemara brings down that you say that it's for firewood, they are muktzah, change your mind, you say it's for food, they're not muktzah. Machlokes Yehuda says, you take, let's say, a pea in a pot, you break it with your hand, you go like this, you take out the peas, but not with the pea on Shabbos, and not too much. I would say you need to make another sheet, you do the tips of your finger, and not too much like you do in the weekday. Raw meat, but it's salted. According to everybody, it's not muktzah. People eat that. If it's unsalted, like it's according to Ravuna, it's not muktzah. Even though Ravuna was Rav's Talmud, and Rav holds that Ravuna is muktzah, that's not muktzah by food. But by regular muktzah, Rav holds that Ravuna, no muktzah. According to Ravizda, it's muktzah. You can't feed it to, you're not going to eat it, you don't feed it to the animals, but a dove is salt enough to eat it raw, and therefore he himself told his people in his house that a raw dog, unsalted, out of the sun, just not to have monetary loss. Salted fish, not muktzah. If it's raw fish, it's muktzah. Even though Rashi explained that you could feed it to a dog, but you didn't buy this fish to feed to a dog, and therefore lava nitrate, and it's muktzah. Spoiled meat, not muktzah. You can feed it to any type of animal. Uncovered water that you're concerned that perhaps the snake inserted venom is not muktzah. Give it to a cat. It says you cannot because you need to get rid of it immediately so no one else has damage from that water. It says the Mishnah. You take a basket, flip it over so that the chickens can get into their food. Even though you are carrying something for muktzah, it's a sheet that holds that stuff. You could push along the chicken from behind in order, a chicken that ran away, in order that you don't have a monetary loss, or in order to prevent damage to the chicken, you don't lift up a chicken or push along the chicken by its feet, because the chicken will jump off the floor and you'll be holding the chicken in your hand, which is muktzah. Now, when it comes to shechita, you should either hold the chicken in your hand or push the chicken down to the ground with concern that the chicken will lift itself up with its feet and jar the simonim during shkita no kazal shkita. You let to hold onto the neck of a calf or a donkey even though it's carrying, but not just Rabbi who is concerned you might carry the animal. When it comes to a child that knows how to walk, you can pull the child, but don't drag the child. That is possible. If an animal gets trapped in a body of water on Shabbos, so you should get it to eat, so it doesn't die. And if that's not good enough, let's say the water is rising and you need to save the animal, it's not terrible high, so you can put blankets and clothes underneath it, even though you're about to clean it from it, taking it's given out of service for the Shabbos. And that's so certain. But you're allowed to be over the Rabbanon in order to be kind of the right so of the Tsar. The Mishnah says that you are not permitted to deliver an animal, but you can help the animal out. In other words, by grabbing the newborn that should fall on the ground, by pushing its stomach in, by giving it mouth to nose, by giving it milk for other giving birth. You're allowed to Chal Shabbos, you're allowed to call the midwife, Chal Shabbos. You're allowed to tie the umbilical cord. According to Rabbi, you're allowed to even cut the umbilical cord. And you're allowed to do anything that has to do with the Shimon Gamliel says we used to have Rahmanas on kosher animals on Yom Tov by putting salt in their wound so they should feel the pain and reconnect with their newborn, or would sprinkle placenta water on the baby so that they smelled it and reconnect. But if a non-kosher animal, most of the time they don't disconnect from their newborn, and even if they do, you'll never be able to get them back together. The Mishnah says, you let us, the extra Russians tell us, even if she says she needs light and she has to be blind, since it calms her down, that's filter, you let her bring oil, you have to do it with a sheet, bring it in your hand if that's not enough, bring it in the hair. It's not considered sita because you hold like the sheet of the hair. Even if you hold it this sita, that would mean not literally putting the oil in the hair, rather a bottle of oil in the hair. Have a wonderful day.
So finally, the owner of the place goes, don't get that guy cool no more. He came to me and said, don't buy that fucking guy cool no more. I said, why not? Because that fucking guy starts cool. I went, but I've seen my mother do drugs, people drink. I was into pills. I didn't know anything about pills. It's crazy when you find out there's a different way to get high.
Shabbos Abdul Festival. Today's amazing email comes from Eitan Lord. Very long email. This is a couple parts of it, and he says, I want to thank you and your family for all the hard work you put in. In fact, you have like so many people's lives. It's amazing. The daf is mamish changed / saved my life. It helps me go against my nature, which is being consistently inconsistent. And when he's learning such brachas, he said every single word. One of the last things his mother told his father is, go learn the daf with Eitan. Mother should have an answer. We discussed the halachas of a woman who gives birth. As long as her womb is open, says Rav Sheshes, Mechal Shabbos on her, even if she doesn't request. But if she says, do now, you're not Mechal Shabbos. Once her womb is closed, the Gemara is described what it is, you're not Mechal Shabbos on her, even if she requests. Whereas Zutra is much more makel, and therefore we go with Zutra for stopping the Pashas law. He says, as long as the womb is open, even if she denies help, you give her help. Once her womb is closed, even if she asks for help, give her not only her chances that she has to help you. What does it mean that her womb is open? 3, she formed a eye when she sits down. 2, according to Rabbi, when she has down, according to Yeshayim, when her friends help her along. What does it mean that the womb is closed? There are 3 stages. From birth until 3 days, even if she says, I don't want help, give her help like Mer Zutra. L'chal Shabbos. From 3 days to 7 days, if she requests help, we give it to her. From 7 to 30, even if she asks for help, she's no better than the Chayla Shabbos. Not L'chal Shabbos. However, Kodgoi is the Malach of Kodgoi. Shmuel says, a woman who gave birth should not go to the mikvah until after 30 days. Unless her husband is there and he can warn her. One tells us a story, Rav Chizda's wife, Rabbi's wife, who was Rav Chizda's daughter, didn't go by this, and she went to the mikvah within 30 days, and she became sick. So they had to carry her and her bed all the way to Rabbi Lisa so that he could have warned her. Shmuel says, you light a fire for a woman's birth, and for somebody who lets blood, and now we're going to go into a whole sugya of bloodletting. And Rashi says, if you make a fire for somebody who let blood, certainly for any sick person, even in the sun. tells us that Shmuel, Rabbi and Rabbi all burnt their expensive furniture in order to make a fire after they let blood. And the concept of al-kashkas doesn't apply here because al-kashkas of your body, not to ruin your body, is more important than not to mashkas your furniture. We know that if somebody walks barefoot, in other words, you can't afford shoes, that's a tremendous embarrassment. So the halacha is you should sell even the things in your house to buy shoes. Yet, when it comes to blood money, and you have nothing else but a pair of shoes, sell your shoes so you can have a meal after you let blood because it's very dangerous. We're not going to tell the students, tell your wife that I'm coming for a meal. And like this, I'll make a big meal and you'll have a lot more. If a person cannot afford wine, the Lord says this is one place where you're allowed to do shit. Go to a wine tasting. I'd like to purchase wine, give me a taste. And then you give them a coin that's rubbed out and say, well, we don't accept that coin. You go to the next one 7 times until you drink a whole review. If you don't even have that, then you can eat 7 black dates, smear a little oil on your temple, lay in the sun. The Lord tells us, Shmuel, lay in the sun. And Abed said, what are you doing? Sun rays are bad for your health. So he said, oh, but I left blood. But what really was going on was people of camels. There's one day in the year that the sun is really beneficial throughout the entire day. If a person is not careful about the suida that he's supposed to eat after bloodletting, because one of the Muslims won't give him the house. One is the suida, according to Rabbi, eat to replenish the life that's lost in a person. According to Shmuel, you drink red wine, it's the red that the body's missing, and they would make the Shmuel spleen fish because it's red. The Lord tells us that after bloodletting should be done in a room that there's no wind. In fact, Shmuel would go into a room that had a 22.5 wide wall, which is about 7 feet wide. And one day after bloodletting, he realized something was wrong, and he checked the wall and he saw that 1.5 buckle were missing. Rabbi Yochanan would drink enough wine until the smell of wine would come out of his ears. Rabbi Nachman would drink enough wine until his spoon was literally floating in wine. Rabbi Yosef, until wine would come out of the bloodletting wound. Rabbi would search for wine from a tree that was 2 years old. If a person doesn't eat immediately after bloodletting, it's very dangerous. If that person encounters a dead person in space between green, if he encounters a murderer, he will die. If he encounters a pig, he will get harassed. There are 5 things that bring a person closer to death than to life. They are the person stands up quickly, right after he eats, drinks, sleeps, bloodlets, and passions. A person should do bloodletting on Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. Not on Monday and Thursday. That's when the bedroom is open down here, because the Shema is open up there, and they coincide and bad news. Unless, of course, the person has the suffering, then he can do bloodletting on Monday and Thursday. On Tuesday, you don't want to bloodlet because that's when Mars rules on an even hour. And since Mars is in charge of Teref and Dever, and together with bloodletting, that's not a good combination. On Friday, even though Mars rules on an even hour, since people already made it a minute, because of the fish that they eat, they're supposed to eat fish after bloodletting, and they didn't have money, they would eat the fish on Shabbos. It became a minhag, so Hashem watches over the food. It's very dangerous to bloodlet on a Wednesday, which falls out on the 4th day of the month, the 14th day of the month, and the 24th day of the month, and on a Wednesday, it doesn't have 4 days left in the month. It's dangerous to let blood on the 3rd day of the after Chodesh, on the Chodesh, and the 2nd day of the month is weakens the body. Erev Yom Tov weakens the body. Erev Shavuos is a danger because there's a wind called the Voyage that's written by Yisrael by Matan Torah. That same wind can threaten us today. Every year it's in Kabbal's Torah from Anu. And therefore we made a zero on all Yom Tovim, Erev Yom Tov, that you shouldn't let blood is sacrificed. The person eats meat, and then he does bloodletting. The bloodletting won't do any benefits. However, he will lose, or will make him lighter. The person should drink immediately after bloodletting, and if he drinks afterwards, the more specific is it just pirate, or it's actually dangerous. The person should eat wherever long it takes him to walk and have a meal, have a little meal. The more specific, what if he eats earlier or later? Is that pirate, or that's really dangerous? Rabbi used to announce, the person is selling 100 boards for 1 meal, or 100 heads for 1 meal. Buy them, it has some nutritional value. If somebody sells 100 lips for 1 meal, don't buy them at 0 nutritional value. Or it says, now we understand why during the Fag we're abundant, it is minor the days that come take off from learning are called the days of the lips, because they are worthless. They didn't accomplish anything. In order to warm up the baby, they would bury the placenta in the princesses in oil, rich women in wool, poor women in rags. Rab said, I love the Yossi, that the umbilical cord, and the Chachamim agreed that if twins definitely cut the umbilical cord and they pull away from each other, it's dangerous. Which one says in the Pasuk in Yecheskel that Israel doesn't have a personal type, and they're like, a mother gave birth to a baby girl and abandoned her daughter. And this would learn 5 halachas about the baby. First of all, the law says they delivered the baby, so you see a lot of delivered baby in Shabbos. It says they didn't wash the baby, so you see a lot of washing the baby in Shabbos. They didn't salt the baby, right? So they didn't swaddle the baby, so you see, they didn't cut the umbilical cord, you see, you're allowed to cut a umbilical cord. That we finish with Eric and Fanim, have a wonderful day.
Dog killers. These fucking dog killers. Look at the shape out of that dog. My shirt the other day, it was always nothing. So one day she goes, what's in your pockets? She put in my pocket. She went, what is it? She put an APB out. And nobody was allowed to give me money at the bar. One of my mother's friends said, no, I had a bar. I had to scare her.
Shabbos that Lamed, today's email comes to us from Good Rosenblatt. It's a great one. Rabbi wanted to say thank you for wanting to share hard work, charge stories, like learning from pages, and sharing thoughts and recurring stories with our family and friends. One of your skills is connecting us all on Zoom. No matter our background, learning experience, type of hat we wear, and don't wear. But connecting us all, as all that we need in common is we are human. Even those on the way to join the camp, shout out to Lane, are part of the Zoom community. Some of the young family giants like Yo and Shmuel, refer to the young children in the shir, and others eager to learn, makes the shir unique and special. Looking forward to coming and meeting all the MDY team in person, Phil Rosenblatt. Just on a grand pair, Rabbi the Bigla discussing the halachas of bris milah on Shabbos. If we have a bris milah that's on the 8th day on its time, and there's no knife prepared before Shabbos, you can carry a knife from Rabbi, the Chal Shabbos, as long as you show the knife is exposed and everybody sees the love that we have for mitzvahs, that for mitzvah we are prepared to be Chal Shabbos. In time of danger and sakana, you hide the knife. You don't want other people to think that you're over until Shabbos, so you're so good. The word for super doesn't mean you plus 80 that are watching you hide the knife, or it's just one other person together you are in them that can testify in other places. Talking about machine mitzvah, these are things that you need to do in preparation of the mitzvah. So for instance, when it comes to the bris milah, you cut wood, make a fire, make coals, heat up the metal, make a knife for the bris milah. All these things are permitted according to Rabbi Eliezer. They're machine mitzvah, and Chachamim argue. In Rabbi Eliezer's town, they acted like Rabbi Eliezer. They cut down wood on Shabbos to make it. Example, a knife on Shabbos for the bris milah. The Lord tells us that they all lived long, happy lives. No one died before them. In fact, when it was a zera against Judah and Israel, the zera didn't apply to the Eliezer's town. The Lord tells us that in the town of Yossi, they would eat chicken, bird, milk. Yosef Rishbach, he was a hunter. He prepared a peacock's head with milk and served it to Levi. Levi refused to eat it. Levi went afterward to Rabbi and he said, "You can't believe this. Yosef Rishbach was serving most of a follow chicken, peacock, and milk." So he says, "So why didn't you put him in favor?" He says, "Levi, because I suspected that he passed in this city, like Yossi, that it's milk." What's the source of that halacha? It says in the pasuk, something that has milk. Since chickens, birds don't have milk, therefore there's no issur of basar b'kol. Says any mitzvah that Klal Yisrael accepted the simcha with happiness, they still to this very day do the simcha. It says by bris milah, I'm happy on you. In other words, this is the commandment that the Lord gave Abraham Avinu bris milah before the entire earth. It might say shalom, like I found a great treasure. Any mitzvah that they accepted with a fight, they weren't happy about, like Arayos, like it says in the publication of Moshe's they were crying. Therefore, till this very day, when people make shidduchim, there's always fights between the families on the ksuba, etc. When Klal Yisrael gave their life up for a mitzvah, those are the mitzvahs that till this very day they're very careful with, such as Avodah Zarah and bris milah. You see till this very day, even non-religious people are makbid on met him, he took off his tefillin and he said, "What's in your hand?" He said, "I have a pair of pigeon wings." He said, "Let me see." So he opened up his hand, and sure enough, they were pigeon wings. Here you see that, according to Tyson, he didn't give up his life. He didn't just leave his tefillin on, he took off his tefillin. So that shows that they didn't give up their life. Rashi explained that Klal Yisrael wasn't careful with the Yud Nagi clean body. It was Elisha that was careful. And that day on, they told him, "Balkan body." Why did he choose the wings of a pigeon? Because the pigeon is the only bird that defends itself with its wings and not with its beak. So Klal Yisrael is protected with the mitzvahs that we do. And now we move on to the pigs. The story the Gemara says they forgot the knife when they were stealing Shabbos. And they brought the knife through the rooftops and the chatzeros, the courtyards, which are places that are enclosed, that are less than 2 stock, without an error, which is the Rabbanon. What tells us this does not go neither like Rabbi Yezer or like a Rabbi Yezer holds you go right through the Rabbi. So therefore, there's no need to go through the rooftops. And it's not like a home. They say you can't go through the Gagas and Chatzeros at all. So this is a third shita. Reb Shimon shita. Reb Shimon says that Gag, Karta, and the Chatzar are considered one rishus even for a regular clean, not a mitzvah. Even if there's no person related, to grab a cup and go through the Gag, Chatzar, and Karta. However, what is also according to Reb Shimon is to go out from your house into the Chatzar, unless, of course, there's an error. One counselor, Arsi said, brings a Rish Lakish that once we gathered it, he brought it through the Gagas and Chatzeros. The Chacham were really upset. How could they go according to Rabbi Eliezer? Rabbi Eliezer is a Shamuti. So Upshan and Rashi is Shamuti. They put in the famous story about the Tzia, where all of the Goyim held by the Hanarach Noi, one way. Rabbi Eliezer said it's far, and he brought a riot from the Torah tree, from the water. There's a basket that came out and said, I love it like Rabbi Eliezer. And Rishon got up and said, no passing like the Shemayim. And he put Rabbi Eliezer and Karen an incredible story. So if Rabbi Eliezer and Karen, how do we pass with it? Another shot is Shamuti, that he was a kind of shaman, so he don't like shaman. Or the Gemara says that he was a Yachid against Rabbi. I love it to Rabbi. So the Gemara explains, if you look at the Hagoyim, it explains, because we're using the Bible. Now we're talking about a Mavoi that did not have a Shittim Mavoi, he didn't have an ear for the Mavoi. And he went from one side of the Mavoi to the other side. And Rabbi Asi reasoned that Allah, he could go from one side to the other. Where Zera asked Rabbi, I want to ask you this question. How come you didn't tell me that you both go from one side to the other without a hair? He said the shot is because he was reviewing this halakha of Rish Lakish over and over. And when he reviewed it, it occurred to him. But back then, when Zera asked me, he forgot. But reviewing, he recalled the halakha as it was reported.
I think it's time to slow it down a little bit. I think it's time to move on the street a little bit and let them give it for those kids Saturdays, right? It's like let's go to a regular it's just like a identity thing. Rich kids that have no it's the great Miami. See where we were with all the rich kids. We had the weed and the alcohol. Rich kids always had the coke. Going to the club, they had the money to go find it.
Varsity make better out. I many others I know that even since Harvard. All these years they got special time. My mom, she was measuring the world. Some of the most unheard of things.
There, you live and you stay. I get the
Important.
yeah. I get picked up on the gate. They spent Friday, Saturday,
More than this. Like
Thursday night. Friday, I was
you know the mother hour. Way worse than you have hours. And they have the courtyard to open up the mother. Rob says, first of all, he says he requires that four houses. That he didn't do that there. One couple, four houses. If there's no shoes, it allows you to carry those shoes. You carry four houses. The All the Now let's move back to the Mila. That's where the Mila started. How do you know the Mila is now we know that Rabbi Hashmi figuring out the other mitzvahs and all the other mitzvahs. And you can learn all the mitzvahs out of the special mitzvahs. Wonderful thing.
This was for the school or for this guy, the mom, the Catholic school. The Catholic school disciplinary was named was Jack. And he walked around with a pointer. And one like if you're a shepherd, you know, dirty dog, and sometimes he would just stick. Sometimes he'd stick the dog like it. The dog would grab your pants. He would just stick at the same time. So I told Jack, you're the touch me.
Shabbos have come on the face today. Comes out for Moshe. You're a belly. Thank you very much for the charge. I always read it good and it helps. Today, it really shows how much it makes it sound so simple when you make a chart like that. Taking all your time and effort, put into all the charts. I'm sure 17 is a good time for most people. He's referring to discussing people that search here for the Americans at 15, 16, 17 time. Thinking about moving it in the morning, somewhere around 7:05, 7:15. He says 17 is a good time for most people, but I have a 2-year-old and 1-year-old, and more is a good kind of time. But we really try, for me to listen to this year live, sometimes we all listen together. You can see below. If you'd like to weigh in on this and let us know what you think a good time for most people is, please send us an email. The Gemara talks about 4 sources and opinions why it is that Bris Milah, which is on Shabbos, before Bris Milah on Shabbos. First one is Milah. Allah Moshe Sinai says. Moshe Rabbeinu received this from Shammai. That's very proud of that. Shloshes and Midas, a fiber, cannot be used on third Shabbat. Only on third Shabbat. Yes, the listener is has a couple of yeah, I'm a Kal Shabbos for Bris Milah, which is one of the certainly should be Kal Shabbos if it has to do with the entire body. The problem is, you're using a Kal Shabbos, but yet Allah Moshe Sinai, it's the same thing. Rabbi Kiva said a Kal Shabbos to his Rabbi, Rabbi Latin says it doesn't work. Allah Moshe Sinai, what's the Kal Shabbos? If another becomes Tomei, becomes Mei, he has to restart his entire Zeus. Shave his head, start the count again. Rabbi Kiva wanted to say that applies also if he touches a Revi's blood. Why? Because if a person is in a hail, a maze, of a Revi's dam, he becomes Tomei. If he is in a hail, a maze of the Zayus, a bone the size of a barley, he does not become Tomei. So you see that blood is more powerful than an etzem. So if an etzem restarts the nose, sort of blood sugar. He says, no, you can't make such a fiber because the whole idea of etzem, the Saira, is not how you see that, and it doesn't work. And that's why Yitzhak has a third shot. We learn Xer Shava, actually second shot, Xer Shava. 3 words by Mila, 3 words by Shabbos for identity. Ice, Bris, Rivals. It teaches us that Mila pushes off Shabbos. Redman says the third shot, Vayoy. You should perform Bris Mila on that day, regardless of the day, even if it's Shabbos. And we have a price of the tax of the Gershman, and the price of adds. How do I know that Bris Mila shouldn't be performed that night, only during the day? It says, we live 2 minutes later. But if the word by Yoim tells us that pushes off Shabbos, perhaps we should before it. Concerning your ledes, went to the mikvah for their tumah, but still have to bring a carbon. Maybe that carbon should be brought in Shabbos because it's the word by Yoim. That word by Yoim comes to teach us that you don't bring a carbon during the day, during the night, only during the day. Now, it also says by pushing before people by Yoim Tzavot. The Torah says that pushing before Tzavot, concerning your ledes, the Torah said if they don't have enough money, they could bring a bird instead of an animal. So the third people kind of accountable that perhaps they should bring a carbon at night. Not only that, once they're out of the category, maybe a straw to perform the whole problem, maybe a item to perform it. One person by limit that it must be performed during the day, that means the third brought it right back to where it belongs, which is where it is from, and it's not different than anybody else. Rabbi Yaakov says before the final shot, it says Shmini on the 8th day, regardless whether it's Sunday, Monday, or Shabbos, you have to perform the Bris Milah. Why push that off? The Gemara says I need to tell Shmini that you don't do Bris Milah early. You can't do Bris Milah on the 7th day. Or I would think that once the baby hits 8 days, it doesn't matter when you do Bris Milah. You do on the 9th, 10th, 11th. Mashal Shmini, after Shmini is the best to do on the 8th day. The Gemara brings a bright son that will bring these. Very hard to understand. Why is it? How do we know that? Maybe back to us. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Which watch? Rabbi explains it beautifully. Rabbi explains the price of the Gemara. The price out of having Milah. That Milah should overcome Shabbos because we have a Kavod. That is Mila is more powerful than Tzaras, because if somebody has Tzaras on his wrist, you can still perform this Mila. And Tzaras is more powerful than Avodah, because if all the Kohanim have Tzaras, you don't perform that, and you don't bring it for the and Avodah is more powerful than Shabbos. In that order, 1, 2, 3, 4, you still bring Korbanos and Shabbos. So that, therefore, Mila, number one, is certainly more powerful to override Shabbos. One, but perhaps we didn't learn this well. Maybe Tzaras is not more powerful than Avodah. Maybe number 2 is not more powerful than number 3. The reason is technical. I don't know if I can remove this Tzaras on Shabbos, because anyway, you wouldn't be able to perform that Avodah on Shabbos. You have to wait until you go to the mikvah, which is the following day, that night, and then the following day to perform that Avodah. Therefore, it's much more by Yai to teach us that Mila pushes off Shabbos like the very next day. There's another similar price there. Rabbi explains similar. Price says, Mila started law so that she performed this Mila even if the person has Tzaras. Maybe not. Yes, Rabbi explains it again. I have a couple of pointers that Mila should push off Tzaras. Why? Because Mila overrides Shabbos, and Shabbos overrides Tzaras. So surely Mila should override Tzaras. What pushes it off? No. Perhaps Tzaras is more hummer than Shabbos, which pushes off, as we had in the first time of my name. Tzaras pushes it off Shabbos, which pushes off Shabbos, is pushed off by. But it's certainly Tzaras is more hummer than Shabbos, and the Gemara says that's why I need a pasuk Basar and see to say that Mila pushes off Tzaras. Another time the Gemara is the reason why Mila pushes off Tzaras is because the first Mila is a mitzvah saying it's a positive. Not to think of Tzaras is a lois asay. You always have the cloud. Esa, lois asay. Or pushes that off. No. Tzaras is not only a lois asay, it's also an asay. So one asay pushes off another asay, they wash each other out, and then you relate with the lois asay. Therefore, you shouldn't be able to do a first Mila where there's Tzaras. That's why I need the word also. Abai says, it says the word basar that you perform first Mila on Tzaras by a baby on its 8th day. Mila is man. It also says a puzzle on a kid or someone that's more than 13 years old on a gadol. Very warns them if you don't do bris milah, you'll have cars. But how do I know a child that's from 9 days old all the way up to 13 years old? How do I know that bris milah pushes up to that? Zamaya is a Mematzim, just like you see that these two, a pocket and a gadol, both perform bris milah pushes up to that. So do they anything? Rabbi says the whole concept that tells us that you perform bris milah with Tzaras on a pocket is not necessary. You could have a couple of points. So once I have a couple of points, this is the Inyan Lakan. I have an extra concept for a completely different thing, which is a cotton that's from 9 days old all the way to 30. And what is the Kava flavor? You see that Mila overrides Shabbos, and Shabbos overrides Tzaras. So certainly Mila should override Tzaras. Well, you'll tell me that Tzaras maybe is more powerful than Shabbos, because you see that Tzaras pushes off Avodah, which Avodah pushes off Shabbos. But as we said before, it's not that Tzaras is more powerful than Shabbos. It's just that if you go to Tzaras, the person still has to go to the mikvah, and he can't perform that Avodah anyways. Well, I have a case in the Gemara where he doesn't have to go to the mikvah. What if it's Tzaras that's part? It's Tzaras on the entire body. The Gemara says, this that I say, which is all the Lois I say, is only in a case where they happen simultaneously. Like when you do bris milah, you take off Tzaras at the same time where you're wearing senses that have shatas. Full payless together with the beggar that's linen. But over here, you want to take off the Tzaras in order to later perform the Avodah. That doesn't happen. Wonderful day. Shabbos Dafkuf Lamegimel to the Zimya comes from Yosef Patrick of saying it says he watches the Shir on Zoom. His father watches on Zoom, and his sister's father-in-law, Mr. Hayward from Melbourne, Australia, also watches the Shir on Zoom. So we know that to remove the Tzaras from a body is this the Raisa. What if the Tzaras is on the wrist and you want to perform a Milah? The Milah overrides the Tzaras. How do we know this? That's the word, this side. Which is, by removing the Tzaras, you didn't care about the Shabbos. You care about the bris milah. Why did I need a pasuk? It's Yom Hashem Miskabel. I didn't have it. And here comes the famous answer. We already said 5 times in the Sefer that according to Abai and Rabbi, everybody agrees that it's a ratio of almost. A chop my head, animal's head off. Obviously, it's going to die. If this is something that's inevitable, it's 100% also according to everybody. But Abai had a habit, before Rabbi convinced them, the Rosh holds that David Shem, even if it's a ratio of almost, it's a motor. According to that, what I need to do. Sorry. Says it's more amazing. I need the pasuk to tell me in a case where a person says, I am performing the bris milah not for the mitzvah of milah, but rather to remove the tzurah. It's possible. Just like Shabbos, only milah on the 8th day. How do you know this? Gemara brings 4 shittas. The 41 shittas is just like the first Pesach, which was shechted on the weekday. Erev Pesach on the weekday. The Allah is you have to finish everything. If you don't finish the entire karba, you have to burn it. It says, I burn it twice. It tells you don't burn it on Yom Tov morning, rather Chalabayit morning. Why? There's something that belongs to the weekday. Erev Pesach, burn in the weekday. So too, if your milah is supposed to be the weekday, fell out on Thursday, you don't perform that milah on Shabbos. Abai says, because he says, Oila Shabbos and Shabbat. You only are makrid the Oila of Shabbos and Shabbos, and not the Oila of the weekday on Shabbos. So too, bris that belongs on Shabbos is performed on Shabbos, bris that belongs Erev Shabbos is not performed on Shabbos. Rabbi says, when it comes to Oila, you know that on the other you can cook. Harry says that you're allowed to eat on the levish. In that passage it says, those 2 words, teaches first, only oichel nefesh, and not the machir, not the preliminary attempt to create a pot to make oichel nefesh. And the lado, not perform the bris milah on Yom. But I'm supposed to have it to the top. As you see, milah shel mana pushes up to Ras, which pushes off avodah, which overrides Shabbos, Yom. So certainly, milah shel mana will push off Yom. Rav says, very simple. Yom is an assay and a lois assay. Assay lois is stronger than the milah. It's only an assay. But that's shlevis. We have a word of positive. By Yom, if that doesn't show up. We learned in the Mishnah that anything that you do Erev Shabbos, you don't have a right to do it on Shabbos, according to Rabbi Kiva and Rav Passim like Rabbi Kiva. And so too, Rav Passim when it comes to Korban Pesach. Anything you can do Erev Pesach, in other words, left the Korban Erev Shabbos to bring the Korban from out of the tomb, you have no right to bring the Korban on Shabbos. You got to shech the Korban on Shabbos because that's the only opportunity to shech it. Why does Rav have to say that in both cases? Because bris is very special as 13 bruises. I think it's only Allah for Pesach is Hilchos Paritz, so it's different with bris, therefore I have to say it like that. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to milah, you could be mechalel Shabbos on all the following malachos. The milah itself, you have to cut the arla off. Kriya is removing a very thin skin. Once you remove the arla, you expose the akara, it's called in English corona. On there's a very thin layer of skin. The moil takes it off with his finger, with his neck. You want to see the demonstration of it? I performed the demonstration live shear. The tzitza drawing the blood. And that's the Gemara explains to remove the sakana from a baby. You let him put a bandage, you go on Shabbos with bandages with different common, which is a cumin. This cumin has to be ground, otherwise it doesn't work. What if you didn't grind it before Shabbos? Put it in your mouth and chew it. That's a shinoi, and you're allowed to do it on Shabbos. Another thing that he used to put on the middle was a mixture of wine and oil. If you didn't do it before Shabbos, just pour wine in a bowl, pour oil in the bowl, but you don't mix them. You're allowed to take a bandage and put it on the milah, but not create a sleeve on Shabbos. What if you don't have a bandage? You let it go to another culture, wrap it around your finger, and bring it back in. Why does the Mishnah say all anything that's necessary for this? What should include the halacha of the tzitzin garabaki nama? By the kriya, that thin skin, if you don't remove the roiv, then it's not a meal. So even if the oil walked away, you got to come back and hold the rest of the meal, but otherwise it's not a meal. But if you have tzitzin small piece of skin that are not active, once he walks away, you should not come back to do it. You're not allowed to do that on Shabbos. Now, how do we know this halacha? And who was the one that says, who was the author of this halacha? The Gemara has a number of times. The other one says, perhaps, it's Rabbi Shmuel. And we had this earlier in the Mishnah. Shmuel says, when it comes to the hide, it's skinning the Korban Pesach, only skinning up on the chest. You remove the yavar, and put them on the mizbeach. You're not continue removing the skin afterwards. So over here, once you're done with the milah, you're not to come back and remove the rest of the tzitzit. The Gemara says a very interesting thing. What did the guy By skin, removing the rest of the skin, you're not making any mitzvah. But by removing the rest of the tzitzim, you're making mitzvah. It's a kid in my baby. Unifying mitzvahs from your zakat, unifying even a bris milah. Unify a little, a shofar, tzitzis, a nicer beggar, a nicer tzitzis in Torah, a better shofar, better bean, better pumas. Before you wrap the Torah with special silk, so too by bris milah. Rabbi says this might be the line of Yiddishkeit. Zekil ma'averu. Ma'averu means ani vahu. You must mimic HaKadosh Baruch Hu. By mimicking HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you start making HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Like mimic HaKadosh Baruch Hu, whatever he does for you. So he's a Racham and a Chanun, you're a Racham and a Chanun. The Lord says perhaps this is similar to the Shabbat. If you witness the new moon, you must come to Yerushalayim, even though this is the Shabbat. What if everybody says, if you're in Yerushalayim, you're not accomplishing anything. Jesus says, you're not accomplishing. So go over here. Since you're not accomplishing, you already performed the bris milah. There's only this is Sheni Makar. You're not allowed to be a Chal Shabbat. The Gemara says, what's the connection? Over here, he started the mitzvah of Milah. He was already a Chal Shabbat. Let him at least finish. Over there, the Shapadish never started. So the Gemara says, perhaps it's similar to the halacha of the lechem hapanim bris milah, which they switched the lechem hapanim every Shabbat. The way they did it is they brought 4 people, two holding 2 stacks of 6 bread, two holding the same thing, the spoon different thing. And the new bread pushed in as the old bread came out. It says it causes a problem. So one man says they literally have to talk to each other. You this. The split second when there's no bread in the sugar. The Rabbi says no. You come back later, and now as long as it's not overnight. But the Rabbi says you can make guys. You can't make guys. You can't make guys. Once you walk away, and you don't get it for a split second, you're done. You cannot come back and do what it's in the same way. If a dog that's over 13 has tzitzim hama'atim, in other words, he didn't have a bris milah, so he's tied parts. A male that was told not to hold bris milah, Shabbos is almost over, and he didn't listen, and he performed the bris milah, and in fact, he finished the bris milah after Shabbos, he's tied parts because he's without Shabbos. When he finished the milah, it wasn't a pure milah, and that was a kapur on Shabbos, he was tied parts. As we said, a person who doesn't do the tzitzah no longer being oil because he gives it under the baby when you don't do the tzitzah, just like putting on a bandage or tzitzah is for some other purposes, including on Shabbos, have a wonderful thing.
It's true. I'm retarded from all those last names of the new junk. Because it's the bottom of the ingredient right here.
See, I'm a little younger than you are, but for me, that same movie was Enter the Dragon.
Yes, I mean
That's when we found throwing stars and nunchucks and butterfly knives. But all that shit, we started getting into all that, but all that came from there. Yeah. All right, so you started telling the story. So the commercial comes on for this during,
Shabbos, that's on the dollar. Anything that comes out from Jesse Sanders made the Jewish weekend. Long email out, different things, the through MDY. One of the things he'd like to start is sponsoring emails. He'd like to be the first one to sponsor emails. So thank you guys for thinking about us. We have a daf, but it's the full of different remedies. Many of them come from Abaya's famous stepmother. She says, a compress to heal most wounds consists of 7 parts fat, 1 part wax. Rabbi says 1 part wax, 1 part resin. In fact, he spoke about this in public, and the sons of the doctor were extremely sad about this. This was their source of living, and they ripped free up. So he says, listen, don't worry about it. I have one more trick up my sleeve. If somebody washes their face and doesn't dry their face properly, they'll go boiled. And what do? You take beaches and you wash your face. Even though the mission tells us that you're not allowed to grind on Shabbos, you're not allowed to mix really well oil and wine on Shabbos, but I love that it's allowed. Cumin you can use for food. Use it for milah. Choilo she'ein b'sakana. No danger to the spider. On Shabbos, it's also to mix the wine and the oil, even without heating it really well. What you're later, it's mutter. The mayor himself was sick and refused to eat to mix the wine and the oil. He said, but who hold its liquor? He said, I don't want to go against my friends. For others, he passed it. But himself, he was mad. Not a foot mustard seeds through a strainer because it looks like butter. On the other hand, you're not put an egg and take the egg white and put it into the mustard strainer. That doesn't look like butter because at the end of the day, the yolk is also going to go through the strainer. You're not allowed to sweeten up the mustard seeds by putting a wooden pole in the mustard seeds. What happens is the mustard seeds eventually extinguish the coal. That's what's happening. If it's a metal pole, then it's okay even if it's extinguished because there's no ashes that are left over, whereas in the wooden pole, we have ashes that are left over. Putting meat, a barbecue, on Yom where the juices of the meat are going to extinguish the coals is not a problem because it's considered efshar. The meat tastes a lot better when it's fresh, and that's the only way to do it. To make cheese on Yom which is boina, would be also because you can do it before Yom. In fact, cheese that's older, aged cheese tastes better than, if you make it today, the cheese will taste okay, but not as good as it was done before. So that's what's hefshar. It's possible, therefore, it's also to do it on Yom. Isha, which is kneading the dough, is mutter to do on Yom because you don't have another option. It's considered hefshar. It tastes a lot better when you do it today. Abayi's stepmother said, when you put a sleeve over the bris milah, be careful that the hem of the sleeve, which is full of loose threads, is not on the actual wound because if a thread gets stuck in it and you pull off the sleeve, it can cause the baby to become a pushapka, and a pushapka is not allowed to marry somebody with the hull from the Jewish nation. She herself, Abayi's stepmother, would make a lining in the sleeve so that this doesn't happen. Abayi says, you don't have one of these sleeves, you can take some sort of cloth that has a hem. And in this way, the hem will actually help us. You put the hem on the part of the milah that doesn't have a wound, and it will stick to the milah so that it doesn't come off, and the smooth part you put on the wound. Other things that Abayi's mother said is, if you see that the baby's opening, go to the bathroom, the toilet is not there, so you rub oil there, and you put the baby to the sun, and you see where it's clear. That's where the opening is supposed to be. You take a piece of barley, which is sharp, and you cut the X, you can open it. You don't use a metal object because that can cause swelling. If a baby doesn't nurse well, you take a cup of cold, you pour it out on a flat surface and put it by his mouth. The reason he's not nursing is his mouth is cold, warm up the mouth. If a baby is not breathing well, so you take the afterbirth and you put it on him. If the baby's really small, you take the small opening first, and then the larger part of the afterbirth comes second. In other words, to show that the baby will go from small to large. If the baby is bloated, you take the larger part, the large opening, and put it first, and then the smaller part. So that shows that the baby is going to become smaller. If a baby is extremely red or yellow, that's a sign that the blood hasn't been absorbed well into the body, and you have to wait for the bris milah. One of those identical stories, basically, is with Nazan Abavli. There was a woman who both of her children died during the bris milah. The third one she brought to Nazan Abavli, and he said, look, the baby's too red to do bris milah, let's wait. He waited, and the baby lived, and she named the baby Nazan Abavli. Another time, the baby was yellow, two of his brothers died. He checked and he saw that there's no dam bris. In order to be behind the mitzvah, you need dam bris. It's also very dangerous to do bris milah like that. The baby died. They waited. Sure enough, the baby lived. They named the baby Nazan Abavli. The Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to wash the baby before the bris to strengthen the baby, and after the bris. And then the Mishnah says you do silo if you sprinkle the water. A place in the Gemara what's going on. Wonder if you get a Rabbi you only sprinkle the baby. You do not rinse the baby in a bath. Only sprinkle water only on the first day. When Isaiah argues and says you could wash the baby for 3 days, and we see this from Shem, that they were in a lot of pain on the third day. We see that the third day is also a sakana. According to Rabbi, and I'm old, in the first and second day, you can wash the baby regularly. Only on the third day, you have to sprinkle water. But Isaiah says, even on the third day, you can sprinkle water. You could wash the baby. There's a raya from the Brisa, like the Lozman Azariah, from Shem, and the Brisa says that it's not a true raya from Shem. And the Gemara explains to Shem they were older. But by a baby, perhaps, the baby heals quicker. Maybe by the third day, he's not considered a sakana. There's a story where Rabbi paskin to someone that he can wash his baby on the first day, regular bath. And then he got sick. And he said perhaps because I was Mechullah on Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Baruch, even though the Brisa says like Rava, but from the Mishnah it seems like there's missing a word. After it sounds like the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Baruch, Rabbi Elazar, and Rabbi Yochanan passing that the halacha is like Rabbi Elazar Messiah. You're allowed to wash the baby, his entire body, all 3 days, even with water that was boiled on Shabbos because of the sakana. According to Rabbi, you're allowed to put oil and wine mixture on a wound on Shabbos. It's not considered shvikas hamanim. It's considered shvikas hamanim. You put it above the wound and it drips into the wound, and there's a price that says like shmuel. This that you're now allowed to put the oil and wine mixture on a bandage, even if the bandage is on the body, off the body, is because of the chashash that you're going to squeeze it, it'll be over and svita. Rags that are new, in other words, they've never been on a wound before, they are also to put on Shabbos because they have a power of healing. If they were already put on a wound, it's supposed to put on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos at Kuflam 8, today's email comes comment to the fire. It says he had a transformation. He put that the driving force behind the transformation together with my Rabbi. Goes on to say, thank you for telling all you do and also square up Mona Kapura. Israel Shem should all be backing this night for the same as well regarding Talmud. Thank you, Talmud. We're discussing what kind of bris milah people should of Shabbos, which tells us Safek Milah. The pasuk which tells us that you could fish off Shabbos for bris milah in the word of but that's impossible. All the it says or lost sight. That's a definite order. So therefore, if he was born Bein Hashmash on Friday or Shabbos, since it's not definite what day it is, that Shabbos is not fished off for bris milah. If a baby is born with a bris and don't do it, that's also Safek which doesn't fish off Shabbos. And Regulus has Zachus and Akos, Safek, it doesn't push off Shabbos. And finally, we know that Allah, that the baby in the time of the Gemara was born in the 8th month, it's not viable. It's actually cooked on Shabbos, you can't even touch it. The mother can only nurse it if she's the tsar, which is Sakana. So, if you have a son, whether that baby is born in the 7th month, the end of the 7th, or in the 8th month, we don't know if that baby is viable, and therefore, that baby's milah doesn't show off Shabbos. And Regulus, according to Yehuda, is Chayv in bris milah, and since it's Chayv in bris milah, it pushes off Shabbos, and if it doesn't perform in bris milah, it's Chayv Kares. Remember Machlokes here, what happens to the baby that was born with a bris milah? According to Tanakama, if the baby was born with a bris milah, according to Bishamai, the Piyachov is not to let out some blood that's part of the milah, because Bishamai is concerned perhaps there is a harlot here, just as Kavush, it blends in and you don't see it. They still say we don't have to be concerned, and Rav Haskins like this kind of thing. There are people who are and says, no, according to everybody, if a baby was born with the milah, you don't have to do after his death. Where's the Machlokes? Only the case where the ger comes to us with the ready-made ribs. Does he have to do what he's done with somebody trying to get us, according to so no? And this is how Shmuel passes. One of those is a very sad story of Adi Rahava asking that you have to do Hakamas Dam even on Shabbos. He held that it's 100% Arla Kedusha. There's an Arla here, just it's hidden, and therefore it requires a bris milah even on Shabbos. He searched and searched 30 miles and drilling down. They refused to perform bris milah. So he was forced into doing his own milah. He performed the milah, but he injured the baby. He caused the baby to be a shafta. According to the Yerushalmi, eventually the baby died, and he himself died, and he died, the baby died. Ravasi tells us a tremendous story. The baby only has a bris milah on the 8th day if the mother becomes tummy through the child and brings from the sukkah. But if, for instance, the mother does not become tummy, the birth of the cesarean, or let's say a Yaris, the birth is only afterwards, the baby must have a bris milah on the first day. Don't ask any questions from Abraham Avinu all the way to Matan Torah, but there was no Chumah that they performed the bris milah on the 8th day. It's possible that when the Torah came, there was a new Kiddush of Tumah, and with that came a Kiddush that if there is no Tumah, then the bris milah is not the first day. The price that says that a child born with cesarean, or a child that has 2 arlars, either he has double layer skin, he has two milas, whether you call Shabbos or not. But Shabbos and the 8th day are dependent on one another. In other words, you're not Machal Shabbos only if it's a baby that was born on the 8th day. Or else this is very similar on the Machlokes with Yidbayis and Miknas Kesef. We have to tell us that a slave that was either bought Miknas Kesef or a slave that was actually born in captivity by the Jewish owner, Yidbayis. In both cases, there's two possibilities. Either the bris is on the 8th day or the bris is on the 1st day. One pasuk tells us that the bris must be performed on the 8th day. But then the pasuk right afterwards doesn't talk about what day. It just says, therefore, we learned there's one case that the meal is on the 8th day, and one case the meal is on the 1st day. Tanakama holds that any time this baby, this Eved, is not similar to a Yisrael, it's not Lochem, then the bris meal is performed on the 1st day. Rabbi agrees to that concept because he adds one more thing. He says anytime the mother is not male because of the later, then bris is on the 1st day. So we have like this. According to the Tanakama, if you bought a shikha who was already pregnant and afterwards she gave birth, in other words, purchased the blood, that's a Miknas Kesef, and that's a case that the baby has a meal on the 8th day. If you bought a shikha and afterwards she became pregnant, that's considered bias. Ready by you when she became pregnant. Again, the meal is on the 8th day. You bought a shikha together with a baby. In other words, he's already born. That's Miknas Kesef. You bought the baby. In that case, has a meal on the 1st day. What if you bought a shifra, but only for her offspring, nothing else? That's a case of Lidbais, born by you. But meal is only on the 1st day, because that's not similar to the family. According to the Mandala, it says Kenya appears to be in a that is. You can't say I'm only buying offspring. Once you say offspring, that includes the mother as well, and then it is like a Yisrael. So the case is, you bought a shifra on condition not to be tribal. Then it's not like Yisrael and Milah on the according to Rav, if she gave birth and afterwards she was tribal, then she didn't give birth to Tumah, so the Milah is on the 1st day. If she was tribal and then she gave birth, and she's in bias, both of these things in bias, but she did the Milah on the 8th, then she had Tumah when she was giving birth. Or a Shifra who was pregnant, and he was tribal, and then she gave birth, that's considered Miknas Kesef, the Milah is on the 8th day. Finally, if you bought a shifra only for her offspring, that's Miknas Kesef, which is only the Milah is on the 1st day, because it doesn't have a part of the mother, and therefore it's not similar to the family. Have a wonderful day. Today's email comes from Yaakov here. He says he's an email guy, and he has a great idea that we should start an email newsletter. I like the idea a lot. Thank you, Yaakov. Nothing Yaakov Rabbi from Harnov says that when the Shir fell apart during COVID, Jordan taking the daf to catch up on the daf that he missed. And then he joined our regular Shir, and he loves it. Brings his friends for wonderful work from the daf in every way. A wonderful group of friends who enjoy every minute. Yaakov Rabbi, thank you. The email will hold. So whether it's a human baby or an animal newborn, they're not considered viable halachically until by a human being 30 days passes, by an animal 8 days. By a human being doesn't feel because places think that 30 days old. By an animal says you have to be at least you have to be all your rugs, you have to be at least 8 days old in order to be in a department. That shows us that the animal is not viable as well. The Chacham argue, they say that as soon as an animal or human are born, they are viable immediately. And the question is, how can you constantly perform a procedure on Shabbos, for a human being who's not viable? Says the Gemara, you're right. If you perform a procedure, you're not over anything, because of the Mamalik Shabbos. If Racist people. If the baby doesn't survive, then halachically the baby is dead when you perform the mitzvah, and he's not performing it. Then the question is, why does it say the Mishnah that a human is born, and we don't know whether it was born in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 8th month? That's the Roth Shabbos. Why not? The mother if someone survived, they need like they won't survive. You didn't do this, and that's what you perform it. But what you can do, what the Mishnah is telling us, is not being like a shiri mitzvah according to the other. Cannot create a knife, which perhaps the baby won't survive, and then you just create a knife. No reason. The Rothschild favor, the third tells us, Yos bin Adahima. The word of him is that we learn from here that tremendous food. You have an animal you can't eat because it's a trade off. But you shut it anyway. You actually the consequence that removes the tumor from the animal after the fact. So when it comes to things, it says, after he loves him, what kind of animal? How do you go back with your animal? Why does the public say, he's eating it, don't kill it? Why would you say, hey, that even a non-sexual animal can hit someone, and B, that an animal who is 8 days old, doesn't have 8 days. The shechita is not mechai, according to the Rothschild'S. The shechita doesn't accomplish, even though you should be it's not viable according to the list. So the shechita is that Rabbi comes along and says that the Machlokes says whether this animal is considered alive. If it's alive, then the shechita accomplishes that okay. And Rabbi says that why Kakam says Rabbi says according to everybody, this animal is considered dead. So what's my point? We compare this animal who's not eating well yet to a trade. So just like a trade, we say the shechita comes it's just like a trade. But once they know it's not a trade, a trade had a sacrifice, had a moment where it was kosher. Even if it's more like that, but in its category, there are animals that are kosher and then later on develop the wolf. This animal never had a shas of kosher, it's left in the example. One of my places from Rachimi Abliel, and Muhammad Rachimi Abliel says that an animal is not viable until it's old, and if he was not viable until it's old, Muhammad said immediately. Abai says, the Masmas of Gemara, that if the Machlokes is in a place where there's a premature death versus the baby fell off the roof, it was given by a lion, the animal was shafted prematurely before it died. According to Rachimi Abliel, they're considered dead. And according to the Machlokes, they wanted to look at the end of the day, they died from different causes. But let's say, if the baby or the animal yawns and dies, in other words, they were extremely weak, so you see that they weren't viable, everybody would agree that they are considered dead. One of those stories, Rabbi Rakuna, were offered Kilo Tinta, that's considered the best type of meat, the third born calf. However, this calf was shafted on the 7th day. They didn't wait till the day, and they refused to eat it because they hold like a human meal. That's not Allah. That before 8 days, it's not viable. We have a concept called Holy Chadasha. If we know for certain that this animal or this baby went full term, then we don't have to wait for it. We don't have to wait for it. Therefore, when it comes to an animal that Holy Chadasha, it was born on Yom Tov. So number one, this animal was not full term because it was already ready to eat. It was lovely. It was a full term baby. It just came out today. Second of all, you're allowed to eat it right away because Holy Chadasha, you don't have to wait for it. Same thing also, if a bakar was born with a milk and doesn't witness the milk at the birth, you're allowed to shut it right away. Rabbi, now we're going to focus on Rabbi told his son who lost your child within the day, why are you sitting Shiva? Why are you doing Sabbath? And he used a very strong language. He says, he wanted to free these people are being like he tells his father that I know for a fact, I know when the pregnancy was a food for baby. And since it's a food for baby, the baby deserves proper available. One of those is a case where a woman's husband dies without children. She would have to be a mother. But in this case, there's a child who dies 8 to 30 years. And she accepted the mission for herself. So it's more independent. Rabbi says in the name of Rabbi that if she's engaged to Yisrael, so that Talitza doesn't really matter about it. All it does is register of Yisrael divorcee. And he's going to marry the divorcee. To let her have Talitza from the other. And therefore, she won't have an issue. If she's engaged to a Chayim, where the Talitza was rendered her a she wouldn't be able to marry the Chayim. Let's say the Allah in this case would be like a that the baby was viable. From Arabia, in the English level, to the top. A newborn less than 30 days old is never viable. It doesn't matter whether it's an instinct or to require. In both cases, you require a substance, and she won't be able to marry that person. You're right. That's what Rabbi said tonight. But in the daytime, you're distracted. Since Arabia, what you're going to allow her to marry a Kayan without coming, so you're allowing a Yavama to marry. If so, you might as well go ahead and allow all the traders in the world, all the Chaylas. Review though, we learned in the Mishnah that when it comes to that breaking, someone who has doctors and nachos, both, perform a milah on Shabbos, it's only a halacha by milah that Rishida holds that he has, or this person has a halacha of a Zohar, which requires milah, because the Pasuk says, both parties including doing something. So the other halacha, someone pointed at a breaking, he said, very clear, like, I want whatever value he is, I want to use it. It doesn't have a value, not of a Zohar, not of an occasion. This is Rebuta in Safra, Safra, or Rebuta. And finally, the halacha is that Tzorkim is not make the ingredients of the make happen of the Torah because he has a halacha of an occasion, not of a Zachar, have a wonderful day.
I go to John Corners, kids, hear me out. I had to walk up the hill. It was like an island in the middle with some houses. So I couldn't really see the kids, so I walked up the fucking hill. And I'm hearing this commotion. This is my first day of church. This is my first time going out to North Bergen Church. I hear this commotion as I walk around. Fuck, it's a misfire.
Shabbos after the night, the boy who wrote us a while ago, that mentioned he says, one or two of the food that was wrong. Then the Shem, I'm looking forward to starting here. I don't know, one time, talking about here, we are queuing up for one of a kind, which is going to include 40 different locations in the Shabbos, alcohol, and many different kinds of joining and hosting. Rabbi Mishnah, very, very good. Just tell me, who's had a set of one born on Friday, and one born on Saturday. By mistake, the still been one on Friday, on Saturday. Not that big of a problem because the baby has that mistake. But now it's really on a day. On the day, that's also to do with Shabbos. To do with Shabbos, but good boys, all born on Shabbos and one born on Sunday. By mistake. One day, they were still on Shabbos. Now, so according to Rabbi, in this case, everybody where the baby was born on Friday. In this case, that was discussed. Born on Friday. Everybody it was too early. So that says, why pardon me? It's too early, right? But he wanted to do this in that case in a time of yes. What if he makes it a Friday day? Spoil it on Shabbos. But what if you go with the Shabbos day and it was spoiled on Friday? The situation. That case would be much more breaks. Doesn't have an excuse. You can't say, oh, I was person was on Milah, but they already did the Milah on Friday. Therefore, everybody was preaching his face. Said the Mishnah, that the Mishnah was on the 8th day. So it's a situation where the halacha is wanting to do the Milah on the 7th day. Sometimes the halacha is trying to do the Milah if the baby is born, you don't know if he's born on Monday. not going to the Milo. If after the Milo, this child looks as if you have a risk, it does have a risk, because the Marasai need to have a form of risk. If this child is very heavy, so that's wrong, that you have a person that you don't have to give him another risk, you don't have to give him another person. Seems like the same thing about what he's doing. He says, it doesn't look like he has a risk. It doesn't look like he has a risk. Then you have to give him a careful. What looks it doesn't look like that case, you don't have to give him a risk. I'm sure you would have to give him a risk. One of the problems. The Bible says, Father the kid says, person making the bracha, the wine, the person making the bracha, and it says, I should be asking to be back. Why so great into our skin, into our flesh, a person could get rid of it. So, most of the future generations, just like our generation, won't have good spice. Okay, for that, it starts on its build, how it came straight. Sabe, people some of their past, save us our flesh from shaka from the enemy. Part of the risk that we have in our flesh, part of that chapter. Okay, also, very, very simple. First, and then the person what was against water? Well, that actually is down the risk. And you keep going. So, what they got risk? That's cool. Now, this is disgusting. Oil, temporary oil, and now the waiter, it's like everybody. Not paying for good things, second, I'm not being embarrassed. On challenge, but that's great. So what do I love that it's allowed, even though it's creating my wife, it says a whole lot of preliminary actions before you eat. On Yosef to the review. So what's that photo? It says, not only the fear, but it comes to temporary fire. That is very much. Gotta get this before the last close of living show. I would be discussing a skylight says when it's just happy oil, not people very well, it's okay. Because what you guys let it make a February or something like that. If the spring is already under that, on Shabbos you let it cool, the wine you get to catch the center. That's what not allowed to put the string of there. Nothing. Nothing. You're allowed to strain it, not on Shabbos. can be the gay rights. The word tells us all the different races talking about, hey, how are we getting together? We gotta go category of this is the rights, this is the Rabbanah, and what he says, of course, the political generator in Hayek for the polls, and it allows peer capacity off the liquid or this system that we were just discussing, and a candy that has a step all the way to the top, and a shear that comes apart. Now the shear is looking at oil, the shear that put together on Shabbos and passage. All these things together is cultural and also another. If you make a permanent, that's the ignorance. If you take opens up, or an asher, which is a portable toilet that has a hole in the center, that's what you're looking at. Whatever it is, go ahead. Don't pour wine on Shabbos with this sip. Let the sediment stand. Don't go up to infiltration. How can you have a say that the other says go from one side to the other? So back. Let's say similar things like fishes up. But different means that a woman wears it is right. Let's say but revenge the seduction. She says wasn't our side. Says the marriage that's different because it's the middle shoe. Other people say that it's your opponent. Prefer it up. What if this is supposed to be wine and something like that? What is it about? Karen says he's over on the racket. Rabbi says that he's over on the racket. You also warn him about blood. That cinnamon stays on top. One Rabbi says that if you have a palace that's spread on top of 4 poles, and it has 3 walls against it, 10 walls, that's also the opponent for money. He also says that never been. You have to see a rip. A spring from opening and gravity and pull. Oil. That's the look at freedom. It's meant to be open and closed. It's Rab after that. It's part that's Rab says it hasn't been told me. Every night, it comes apart. So the tree that we discussed, it comes apart. You can't put back together on Shabbos. That's not going to happen. Our bed up against the wall, and you put it down at night. You go, oh, you put it down. What do you look like? A canopy that has a step up on it. That's also what Rabbi says, you're allowed to hang a person on shop. But what is this oil, right? It's a shop, not a wall. It's a wall that's not for simple. That would be awesome. Says the Gemara, and that is anything with the side of it. Vertical pole, and one pole connected to the vertical, and you put a fabric on it, like a triangle. It's more really more condition. If the roof does not affect the water, and the second condition has to go down. If it's talking from the top, it's not the same thing as low. All the way down to the bottom, sides, on the wall, this vertical wall is actually on a slant surface. It's not the roof. It's not how you have it from the top. It's second coat. In other words, you have a very narrow bed of water. That's the rest. Other things Rabbi says, you take a bunch of these together, let's say 4 or 5 of them, they have 8 buckets, now it's a normal bed. And finally, the fourth night is fabric that goes down to go below the bed. One bed. The bed, a hat. Black hat, let's say. Says Gemara, you have to put it on really cloth so this doesn't fly out that way because you put it on the sleeve and blow off and go get it on Shabbos and that's it. Right, that's the natural rule. Yeah, I love to bring over the Rab. Put on the Shabbos is the one in the guy. So he said, Rab said when it comes to food, it's more than you make it fun. If one person does it, it's awesome. If you're going to make it fun, that's awesome. Because they know how to get around and nothing. It says a value. When it comes to skills, a sign of people come to you and one guy's going to pull here and there, and it's going to be fun, and that's awesome. Turn it over, Rab says, when it comes to the oven, that's 4, right? And Rab says if one leg is missing, the oven remains in the oven, and therefore it's missing, but you're allowed to move up until the certain time. Rab says, even one leg missing is also the fact that you might put in properly. And then that goes, Rab says, I see the virtue is showing you go back to his throne, eventually you heard him to back in the first one, values for something that dollars, and Shabbat, it says in the passage, the people are in the first one, there's an extraordinary laughter What's going to happen is they're going to have a mission to do. The fights are over the very down now. They learn to talk way rough, the fights was not going to come to university. Red water, rather, they want to destroy the environment. Here, now it's the struggle for the back of our chair. Fights for the yes, a lot of yes. Not going to have to do it. And a woman is going to go to the surgery. She's going to ask the child, she's going to say, this is loaf of bread that was in the oven and had a share it in your space. This is loaf of bread. So you should just come over and shake it. And the question is going to be, she should say to the entire ear space of the oven, as the oven told anything in the ear space, becomes a rishon. When it's a rice that tells us, the oven becomes a rishon, and in return it makes the bread a shame, because if all the ear space was a rishon, in other words, you can make a rishon, then you should also make another thing, a rishon, and it doesn't. But obviously, you know, anything that was a rishon, you should do, which is wonderful things.
I became like 11. I said, looks like my stepfather's got to go. Because for me to run my game, he gave me a no, I love him. It's no more. He's not a guy who should get ahead. I'm not anything that I don't know my clothes. But now I visit the wife. You know, when you have a stepfather, it's you and your mother.
Shabbos on the test. When I just even talking to your chef, one of the 75 locations that we have around the world is seven Shabbos. Also comes from a place where the police says an email, right, that they're watching your shoot every day. I'm weird. You put out your people that you did that are on other portals like already dying on the website and on all that, that you reached out to people that I'd like to congratulate you for beginning YouTube yesterday. That is 3,000 subscribers on YouTube. And this is the number everyone sees. Well, yeah, I love this. Email is talking about the 19 values where it says, sorrow is shrouded before my Lord. This is why so many calamities happen in generations of Rome, etc. Because Shoichad, the judges take bribe, they pay panic, money, they make deals for money, which will be flawless. They'll give you what you want to hear, the right price. The running guys have to do with Shabbat, Shemina will not rest. We can find so still get rid of corrupt judges and should be Yerushalayim will be revealed in the season of Tzedakah. And if you get rid of Yaakov, you are Rashi here, clothing, then we get rid of missionaries. And if we get rid of the corrupt judges, we get rid of the bad police. Also says Shibra Hashem not even sure Hashem is most important to break the staff, the rod of the rulers and the strife. What does that mean? These are judges, come with a stick, of officers, implement wrongly, shape and wisdom. These are let's say I'm talking about a relative who's Russia, corrupt, and wise relative is right. Or, the Chachamim would say, Amaratz and the Mix of the Yonim, hoping that the Amaratz will come to them and ask some questions in Allah. That never happened. Habech would well that your hands are full of blood. These are judges who take bribes. By taking bribes, killing people by taking their money wrongly. Exploitation of others. These are the court reporters going to rob. Substitution is the second. It lives are the falsehood. These are lawyers who just lie. The children of Navla, these are Alikim who are liars. The law says that Yisra Tani was such a big brother. He refrained from drinking wine all those many years. But his brothers continued drinking, but they didn't get drunk. Yosef Rabbi says that his brothers also refrained from drinking. But the law said, the Schar that Aaron Achayin said to himself, in his heart, he's happy that Moshe Rabbeinu brought Clinton back on his heart and gave him the Choshen Mishpah, the word of the Torah. The people from Bashakar said the question to the lady, but until the question to the lady, unfortunately, the question of the question of war. What about the Hanukkah and Shabbos opening? What about crops planted together with vineyard? In the vineyard is not planted parents. Typically, you can't plant vegetables, but you can plant the half a clear vegetable. You have the bed on London, you think great. So you hold over passion. If you're smart, why do you plant that? And he told them he's not for everything. He said, we can't find the head of the Tefillah. We're kind of because they weren't in Torah. You can't be mad at yourself because you're thinking in the wrong direction. And he said, not to also, even though there's a great reason to be bagel and not, there's a carpet who's bagel in Eretz Yisrael, anybody who's bagel in Eretz Yisrael, Allah doesn't like them in Israel, and it should be okay. You're not going to carry can't be made with it. When it comes to Mesa Yantif, he says, don't deal with it. Even though we have a Yantif on the second day, we do it by Jew. On the first day, which comes after Shabbos, you are here the apple, you can say, you know, the blood, you know, whatever it is. You don't want to be mad at the Gemara tells us that Rabbi said that you could plant hops in Kuzlar. Rabbi Ram Hasidah would give Malchus, and they explained because he didn't place that more big fire. Rabbi Sharish would give money to a non-Jewish child, but he wouldn't give money to a Jewish child because that Jewish child was older and more of a difference, and he wouldn't give money to an adult guy because it was a Jew, so he gave it to a child guy. Says tomorrow, you're allowed to go outside on Shabbos with canopy. Canopy has screens, those screens are buckles that actually canopy. Where when it comes to tzitzis, bring a beggar that has tzitzis, one of them would be a male or three that are left are not buckles of beggar because they have pills in them. The Gemara tells us, when it comes to a sickle, put a sickle on a plate and pretend you read it to hold the pomegranate and put the pomegranates on it. Once it's on there, you go with the bag, then go ahead and use the sickle or yantim. When it comes to making beer, I'm calling you're allowed to do something. Provided you don't have more beer. What if you have a lot of beer in the store? You make the beer, but then you do something. Over here, making the beer is not inherently awesome. It's just have extra beer you're not allowed to do. But making putting up a strain or that is also you have to take action and show that you're doing it for your pomegranate. One does this couple of stories of one time something you did quickly. Once you had a garlic and stuff is big. He said, oh, I'm not doing it to mix this thing. That would be awesome. That's I'm doing it to find the garlic. On another occasion, fell asleep on a boat and the boat took across the river on Shabbos. He said, oh, I didn't want to cross the river. I want to take a nap. Boy said that was okay. Because this is how we talk. We're trying to trick his way around the Rabbanan. And the Rabbanan himself, we're not worried that he's going to be over on the Rabbanan. The Mishnah tells us you're allowed to take water and put it on the sediment that's on the top of the strainer, and that will take the rest of the wine out of the sediment. You're allowed to take clear wine and put it through a rag on top. But you not do a mistake wine that has sediment. Now, however, the wine that has sediment is based on the sheep place. In other words, the wine person, that's what they drink in that area, location, and time, then it's okay. When you use the sifter, the strainer, you have to make sure that there's no indentation in it. Otherwise, it's usually a problem. People of interest is you take a basket, you fill it with a basket, that's okay to use the basket to strain. It's extremely different as long as it's one half at the bottom of the vessel and it doesn't create like you can take a rag and put it on half of the barrel, that's okay. If you do not put straw tightly in the mouth of the vessel and as a strainer, that looks like a sifter. If the house were a papa, they would pour beer from one vessel to another, even though there's sediment. Because when, as you're pouring, it didn't involve the sediment. Once you get down to the bottom, it's on sugar. The house were a papa, they were very wealthy, used to sell a lot of beer, and they didn't hear about the last time, so they had no issue. A wonderful day. Shabbos after anything that comes from Cincinnati, Ohio. I listened to the Daf on the way to work. Kaddish my drive and my whole day. Clarity and I agree with all the sentiments of the emails that you do now. I'd like to join your Simon Shabbos, Baruch Hashem, which is 8 different applications for the Simon Shabbos. I've never gotten this far in the Daf, and it actually helped me stay positive, kept my family and I, both with school for shout around the present Shabbos. Talking about muscles. And before Shabbos, you started eating and you had Shabbos, you want to add water. I went to Rabbi, forbidden to do so willingly, because that's the Shua. According to Shua, with your hand, is that the Shua of the religion, both of them are also, and that's how I love Hazmas and Halacha. Without the mixture, if you use your hands in order to do it easily, and you don't do it, afterwards you add a little bit of money, and Halacha applies to breath. And oil is vinegar. What tells us that vinegar is vinegar. Same halacha applies to crushed garlic. You're allowed to add beans, things. Go back to the mustard. Abaya's mother, stepmother, made this for him. She added the water on Shabbos and the wife of Seder. Married now. In himself, take the stalk of the garlic and mix it into it. She said you can make a food called a meal which consists of wine, honey, and pepper. What do I like it? Because we're drinking not for the food. However, I like this. It's made more for the food. Also made out of wine, clear water, balsam, and people drink it after they come out of the bathhouse. Doing that. But Yosef loved it. He said, if I have one more cup of Rashi, in this world, and we have to have submission in order to be alive. But my book gave me this dream, so he was dreaming it, and he had that effect on it. Said the Mishnah, Yosef said, as a Benia, you could soak it in, you should not allow to soak it in warm water. Yosef asked Yanai, what I love of soaking is in cold water. And we're going to say that the Mishnah is not cold water. Hey, he said, so, why am I ready? Why am I better than you? I don't know about the Mishnah. That's nothing according to the Tanakh. It's permitted. So, this, as a Jetia, in cold in water, according to Rabbi, the Catholics according to Abaya, it's only the Rabbi of the Chol. Why do we do it? Get rid of their chest pain. Now, according to everybody, you started on a dosage of this, you start taking it on Thursday and Friday, you stop taking it on Shabbos, therefore, you're allowed to even soak it on Shabbos, and go to the sun and warm it up. You're allowed to add vinegar to this. And you're not allowed to flow back. In other words, add water, and it causes the exterior field to raise the top, butter. I'll rub the fingers again, and it's butter. But you're not allowed to put straw on a higher place and let it sit in the straw by itself. You're allowed to put it in the center and walk with it, walk over to the animal straw and put it in, and whatever happens by itself. If you don't discard it, when you're doing it, it's spoken. When it was Yaakov, that would be awesome. You got to rub linen in order to make it good. Because if you're trying to make it wider and thinner, you're trying to make it softer, that's okay. But when it comes to a head scarf, that is awesome because what you're trying to do is make it wider. In those days, you put some wood at the foot of the shirt instead of a hanger. That foot, you use some like, you're not allowed to touch the foot, you got to move the shirt because the shirt is off the foot. Now, if it's like a stick that you should like this way, like a weaver's rod, then we're ready to move it. Sorry, with fiber. If you have to make herbs that are not really like some things don't feel it, but it's right for the animal, not really the animal, it is also. But the thing says, if you sit down on a bed that's by a couple, you can make insurance, and that's also like Shana, and the most you don't have to worry about it. But this will give many life lessons. It's complete, and some of them in his own water. Except when you find vegetables in a company bunch, the circumference is always the same, so make sure that you get longer vegetables, get more for your money. The sorry for this. Shut the person. Let's say that all these following. The person doesn't have bread, cheese, vegetables, hungrier. He said himself, when I was poor, I wouldn't eat vegetables to make hungrier. When I was wealthier, I wouldn't eat vegetables to make myself up with meat and fish. But the person is poor, he should wait until he has enough bread to make him satiated. He should eat smaller pieces. If he doesn't have a lot of bread, he shouldn't cut the bread and break bread, but then he won't give out to his guests. The aniyah, when he was poor, he checked the whole basket to see that he has enough for everybody. He says that if you don't have enough money, don't buy checks of bread. Buy the barley. That's our cashless if you buy. It's like something similar. The Father said that if you drink beer, why spend your money on wine that's about cashless? The one says that's not true. Cashless is better to take your own body than to save money. The person that doesn't have oil to put on his hand, he can take algae out of a puddle. The person that doesn't have money can buy the neck of an animal that has flavors, fatty, green, and it has sinews. Told some people to buy these expensive shirts from the Har Adol, wash them every 30 days, and guarantee your money back at the last year. Why it's called the kindness shirt is because it's enough to up another level, another class. The person shouldn't say, hey, somebody don't sit on heaven, don't give your clothes to the woman that's taking care of you because she likes to carry it, she should be disgusted. He told his daughters, you should be very submissive in front of their husbands, don't eat a lot in front of them, don't invest your way to a steak, bread, or bake beer at night, because that's for your stomach, don't go to the bathroom in front of them, or if you're not in front of them so they don't see it later. When somebody knocks on the door, don't use the Lashon Zofar, say the Lashon Favor, and give them advice on how to play hard to get. Says the Mishnah, when you're Daisa, you let them stick out the crop of hay with the side for the animal that doesn't get mixed in the dirt, etc. And you let them move away from the waste. Some say all those things are answered because first of all, you're not allowed to sweep the floor, it's mashmakin, which is final, and second of all, the food, in second case, is disgusting. When we're discussing a crop that's attached to the ground, for everybody that is also all my purposes in the crop, the planet is never wood. You're allowed to take from a donkey and give it to an ox because the donkey doesn't move. And the opposite way, the ox does move, the donkey won't eat it. So therefore, this should be considered a chapter. We also have a wonderful day.
So one night, shortly after I had put the wedge in the boat, I had no fucking feelings. I didn't want to be done. I wanted to anyway. So it just worked somehow. I came home from the boat. My mother had a couple cocktails and he didn't drink. He didn't like it. My mom drank, so he gave her attitude. And I guess my mom asked him for a cigarette.
I wanted to look at Red Bull. I tell you that I appreciate it from the top and the first year every day. Mom is that this world ain't for us. Like the song of the usher. Oh boy. The big church ready to lie in the water that we feel. As the one on the right at home, too much will come. She has no issues with how we raise the age. The order of the power comes down to the basis. Like, once we go quick first, and we can lie and thank you.
I didn't catch the whole cigarette.
I didn't see it. Therefore, you have pain on the bed. You want to lay down smoothly, protecting your head, with the shoulders towards your body, keeping it attached, if you show it designated as a bed, a pillow, a sheet, then you're allowed to move it with your head. Something called a mock cage, that's the clothing, and this is like one individual homeowner. So the way it works, you take down the public boiling, put the changes in place, you bring it on top, you move the bed, lift it up, take it down. Also, so it's in the fact that they're only ready tomorrow after shopping, and it's also to work after shopping. So quite means the professional one, dry cleaners, also the instructions that should set getting started opening before Shabbos allow continue the process separating and taking out the place. That one says, if you have a detached radish, that's possible. Now, how do you want to open a arena of football outside? And it says, permitted brush of pepper on Shabbos, provided that you take the handle of the knife versus the knife itself, and you don't do it in a mortar utensil, rather you do it in a bowl. And you only do one knife. The other step is ready to eat. Like peppers of pepper. Regina says, if you're swimming in a river, be careful not to come out of the river, dripping wet with cold out waters, and carrying the cameras to the edge of the river. The cameras will be carrying 4 hours. So we dry up and then come down. Going into the river and putting water pour on it is not a consideration. Since it's work and no problem twice in a carnival. If you have mud on your shoes, before you're going to put that fire, so you take it off on the ground, not on the wall. Because the wall, you're adding mud to the wall. Look at this little wall. Notice there's nobody uses mud. Rather, put it on the wall, not on the ground. On the ground, you might be feeling your cold. I feel you so that's part of my reason. Also, a muscle, a function, both of them are reduction in the cycle. But the reduction in Shabbos, you don't have 10, is both of them. Brother said, look at him sit, something in his hands, right next to the hand of the mother, looking, grabbing right on the left. Things you have thrown out. And going to Shabbos, that's a problem. So you take a barrel and tip it back and forth, to make the ground underneath it. That's too much. Now let's put a rag that's moist into the opening of a bottle. But my tongue is the rag. You have blood on your clothing. The rub it with the synthetic clothing, the back of the outside clothing, the nail, scrape it, provided little film left it. Just want to point out that most times, the blood that you have, dust on your clothing, wipe it off, nothing left in the clothing. The flavor of this certain right there. Rabbi says, that if you have mud on your shoes, you can break off the brand new shoes with the knife, but not an old shoe because you might need of the leather off. That's the single matter. Sabo, he argues and he says, not even on a new shoe. You want to wash your foot with oil. If you do it while it's in the shoe, that's also because the oil will go and it'll better the shoe than the other shoe will hand the shoe. If you put it outside of the shoe and you put just enough to polish the shoe, you have no intent to polish the shoe, that's okay. Put enough oil on your foot to hand the shoe, and it's also to the foot into the shoe, you will get 100%. And it's slow. Let's go outside with a very large shoe. It might fall on the foot, but a very large clothing garment won't fall off, and therefore will not go out as large as well. It does for a woman to go outside with these shoes and walk. And therefore it's up to you. At least it was a shoe. Because it's not really a shoe. But when you can go outside with a Spanish shoe, if you have a shoe on a shoe form, and it's really tight on the shoe form, and it's the side of the color, it's a fixed shoe, and it's a cover come up, and it's not open. So when you look at it, you make it a little bit, it is not a shoe, it's not a sleeve, it's not a double come up, and it is open. What if you're not on the shoe form very tight? So put that by your hole, and if you pull out the put that by your not the room is like one thing out. The bio is different. Only if you're very light, but look at the fucking focus. Put your rubber. If you're not going to play on, if it was on very light, if it's thin, this is if it's off the shoe point, and therefore it's clean, and it's not come up, and it's not finished. Eric, next parent is called like the referring to a person like the ugly tonight. Harry yourself, even though his son is holding from his opposite like his stone. Talking about his prideful pain, he says in the water, we talking about your son is crying, but the concern will get sick over this, not a punishment. The hungry relax of preparing for the situation. Yet the son is holding him in his life. Third, as the son will grab the money and the father will go and pick it up. If the son is holding a wallet, but he's carrying it outside, we have the concept of plain living lifestyle. One person assists in carrying the record on the son who is tied on the wallet. And the wallet is not from Buffalo, it's not the wallet to the son. Now, we have still a lot more person carry somebody else on the shoulder. Kind of this way. If that person is wearing clothing is not tied with the clothing, the person is carrying it wearing clothing. But if the person is carrying holding clothing in the hand, the person carrying it is tied on the clothing. We have this baby Rahman with a wallet. Hopefully the right to like the human home that belongs to these people. So you don't want to take the dead baby out of the house. You don't want it in the house. This goes to your partner. And the wallet itself, not matching at all at that point, is fucking the baby, or it's not the way to carry it first. But it's wonderful that
It was, we still have said that. It was so good to me. And you can't understand. I just filled in that. Being in that family. So soft. I just, every day I have a picture right there in my wall. I go, you know what, today I'm going to go live for you. I'm going to go live for you. I think about Anthony all the time. How was it like that? 17, 8th grade. May, when you graduate from June, there's always some fucking kid that gets out with DUI. Always around graduation. That's always around. I said he graduated. I didn't even show him graduated. No. I buried my kids out with him. I made a promise that next time I would listen to the kids. We could have. Now they broke it off. I'm here and I put the kids on the podcast just because I was having a weird day. So this day, I just won't listen to kids. I said, all my hours, wanted to fucking dick with him. My night, the laws, just a piece of advice, man. So, when I first moved to that neighborhood, the big thing to do to make money was I could go to the swamps and cut punks. Put punks out like a tree, like a little pipe, like a weed. They could burn all the mosquitoes, disappear out there. And we would sell them door to door. And then we realized that the area like a water plant. So we would sit there and watch these trains go by. And the kids from 26th Street used to run off the trains. So what you do is they would flag it like a little bridge. This one particular guy, he would jump off the bridge out of the train, and then he'd move it slow. They used to roll slow right through my head, like, yeah, fuck, I'm going to roll under. Oh, yeah, well, it's savage, those train motherfuckers, yeah, we different assholes. Don't even exist today. Kids don't even think of robbing high school. This one, they're kind of, they only shoot you with salt and pepper guns. Salt and pepper guns are very captain of a big itch, like 3 days. So I got shot by one by the side. I said, I'm going to shotgun. So we would go down there. The guy, the main guy's name was Jimmy. He would break the seal, go into the train, open up the door, and throw rocks and holes in sand. We would go refrigerators with stalls. And they push them to the side, you know, they have to carry it. We were tough fucking kids. We had to carry it through the weeds. And somebody, we lost
go to see Joey Diaz in Chicago. I am Ryan Sigler, also tweet at RyanSigler.com. Talk to y'all next week. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the news. Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at the studio machine at the mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Sigler. I'm on social media at RyanSigler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Tickets for that show. Any in-town dates are on my website. It's all there for you to check out. And as I say every week, thank you. Thank you for the messages, the feedback. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, it's still new. It's still a new show. You know, I've been podcasting for a while. This is still a new show, and I'm learning a lot about everything. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's how we keep this free show free. And anything you want to know about the show, the honeydewpodcast.com. Go there. It's where you follow social media, email, all that merch, everything. We got some new merch coming up for you soon, too, as well. And very excited for this episode here today. It's about one to have on for a minute. As he said, we're family. And I say all the time, we're doing the show, we're highlighting the lowlights over here. If you're a fan of the underdog, this is the show. Is the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right. Listen, I have to say something. You just did a quick jump. I've been watching this video of you. The Star Spangled Banner comes on, and you have your head down. When that shit kicks on, you jump so hard. That just out of the game makes me laugh. You know the video I'm talking about? Oh, you shut up. I fucking love it. Like, it's, you know, when I came here, like, you know, in the school, you come in, around 2 or 3 days, and they would hit the school. You gotta remember when I got this country was 1966. I lost my first war. It was 68 years old. We just finished the whole war. Russia, you know, there was underground shelters and they were building. They had sardines, every basement was prepared for a nuclear event. We had the air jars, we had all like everybody had a fallout shelter. We prepared y'all a fallout shelter. When you go, my grandson of this school here, back in the 60s, you could go into the fallout shelter. Thank God you never had to go into it. But nature is not that big. It was bigger for me because I was the other country out there. And then the shoulders start Spangled Banner, Legion. You know, it's so funny how right now, there's a thing in the news that I hate to highlight, but let's talk about it. About a guy who said, go back to your own country. I think I can tell you something. 20 years ago, that was a staple in New York. You couldn't just walk away with your country in New York when I was growing up. They would look at you after 3 minutes and go, oh, America. Really? You speaking Spanish? Yeah, Spanish. Whatever the fuck we were talking about was in New York. It was, oh, you're an American. And then you would yell something back. And then they would yell back, you know, like, go back to your own country. But on this fucking street, you're speaking English. And that's it. And, you know, it was something that was, I remember because it was said to me. So here's what I want to talk to you about. I want to go back to the beginning. You said you came to the United States in 1966. How old were you at that age? All right, so you have no memories
in the city, a block and a half from my mother's house, across the school, they were robbing waters or something. Tried to be struck by father died. How did that at the bar? 37. So my mom didn't like the Jersey house. She didn't want somebody died. How old were you? 3. Okay, so it happened. All this is happening just right at 3. So then we go to 89th Street, Riverside Drive. Just you and your mom. Me and my mother, the same way. My mom only brought us a bag and her family wear cute all that. Just me, my uncle, and that. She's still alive. How old's your mom? Uncle mom? 3, 38. My mom had been here as a teenager. Okay, all right. My mom had been here and knew the language and already put one of the that she went back. She went back to Cuba. What happened to my mother was very interesting. My mother was 16 or 15 and she went to a dance with my kids, like a high school dance. And somewhere along the dance, my mom noticed that her sister Rosita was missing. So she went outside, saw the yellow for Rosita, and she found the guy raping Rosita. Whoa! My mom took a glass, broke it, and stabbed the guy. Wow! The guy dies. They take my mother and ship her out of Cuba that night. Just a young kid. We don't even have to on it. He got the fucking, he got the LSI, he's singing songs and shit. That was my mother, right? Wait, so they literally took her, my family, your whole with whatever pennies they had, as poor as they were, and said, you're out, like New York City. They were sent to New York, sent to Miami. She had distant cousins in New York City. Wow. She went to New York, stayed with them for a while. Stuck in out of country, you gotta remember, there was no PSA, you could just give them a fucking piece of paper that if you can mark the bottom of the glass, they let you mark this, okay, you're in. Way before anything, there was no drug smuggling going on, so it was wide open. So she came in, moved to like the city or something, went to work for a fucking numbers guy, and she met a girl. And her and that girl became partners. Like they were a team for a couple of years. And don't want to know what I know. Her and my dad met in New York. But they went back to Cuba and my grandmother was sick. So when my mom, we were in Cuba, my mom had my sister, who was about 4 years older than me, and me. Then something went down. Like I couldn't get all the accurate stories. I get stories bits and pieces from my uncle. He's 80 and he's one day he's still I think I know doctor and that's his story. So but whenever I ask him somebody tell me what they're for and I want to know. So I stopped asking. You know what I'm saying? So I had to stop. So then they came back and my mother used that girl's name to get back into the States. When my mother went back to Cuba, she went back with a lady named Sophia Cecilia. Stayed dead since third grade, second grade, third, fourth, and fifth. Sixth grade. A lot of private school. We start having trouble. I just said to my wife, people don't know my wife, I know from the age of just 6, I was a very sickly kid. There was a lot of problems. I was mental problems because of my father. And I was a sickly kid. I was allergic to maple syrup. I had stomach problems in my ears. I had problems with my throat. I couldn't breathe at night. People take me to my first basis in medical center. I had a 60 feet. They knew me like I went to the hospital between the ages of 4. Without exaggeration, if I average it out, it was every 10 days. Like I wouldn't go for 2 weeks. Every day. There would always be something else. It wasn't being consistent. It's just not what I was a sickly fucking kid. I was really skinny. You know, my mom didn't know what to do with me. I didn't really like the hospital. Maybe God, God is like the fish finds the minnow. It's like it's feet. For real? Yeah. You go to CBS now. This kid's a pussy. They flavored it. With these little packets of, they're like vanilla flavors. They really have this shit. I'm like, oh, look, it's called the mostly from God. All right, I'm gonna tell you something. 3 years ago, I went back on it. And I found a little bottle the first couple of days. I picked it up. But after a while, I felt not much better. I just, it's a tough fucking problem. But your dick will never die. You'll never get sick. You'll never get AIDS. You'll never get AIDS. If you drink that fucking stuff, stop the most of the fucking, you'll never get nothing. Nothing. No dementia. Nothing. We're back on a day. I don't know how it is now. When these fucking people had it before, they just put the fish in the blood and skull and brain. And it was a milky paste. And you drank it. I was not allowed to go to school until I drank it. So she would take me, she would give me a fresh glass with orange juice, and she'd be waiting for the spoon, and I'd have to drink it and walk it down the orange juice. And I'd puke it, she'd go and do it again. But it got that bad, like I was that sickly as a kid. Why would you stop? Why did you want to? Because I didn't want to, if my daughter would get sick, I didn't want it to be like the rest genetic. Like I didn't know my daughter does have asthma. That's not affect her. Like it affected me, and then it was like dogs, really, I was allergic. Cats, I was allergic. Just my eyes would swell up, my throat would swell up when I would choke. And then this fish shit, did it cure you of allergies or did it just protect you? What happened was, my mom went to see, like she what's the big thing to Santeria? So my mom went to see a Santeria lady that she knew, and asked her, and said that, said I needed to be inducted because for health reasons. And by the age of 6, by the age of 5, I would go up to 100. I lived on 88, but a bunch of little faggy white kids, that were nice kids and stuff. We had a good time. You know, like kick the can, stick more copies of butter, go get your mother. You ever have a piece of butter, go get your mother? That's what you hide it. You hide a belt with a metal ball. You have to hide it. So I hide it, and all of us are playing. And we're in this room, like, the base is 30 yards away. So if you find the belt, you get to whip us all the way to the waistline. And it's up to you if you want to whip us with the belt. So if you whip somebody in the middle, like I said, we're going to do. You want all the way back. How big is the ABC? You want to do the hot? How big is this one? Go get your money. The only I hate Bill Cosby before the race. He was the second shit. But he really always was the second shit. I knew he was the second shit. It was confirmed to me in 1903 at the Colorado Festival that Judy Brown put on in 93 and 94. He showed up, I saw him, he was talking shit about dirty comics. So I never liked him. I always did because he was fucked. But the only thing he ever said was one good album. The game named Fuck Love. Yeah, that's another bigger city there. Fat Albert Jack, Fuck Love, we can't every day. You can't even run and jump on somebody's back, right? Yeah, you have to. That's why all these kids got that scoliosis shit. Scoliosis, whatever the fuck up. These little fat kids, they have got scoliosis. Because you know, like, you know what? It might be the dog. They didn't want to say what he had scoliosis. He might have a function of scoliosis. It's not even in my neighborhood because he played football and the girls played too. Now, if I remember correctly, so somebody grabs on a wall, whatever, they bend over. You're standing over here, now you're bending in 90 on the pillow. And then you bend that like a centipede, right? And then somebody sprints from back 30 yards, and legs out like dry your ass off, and you're supposed to try to hold on. So what you do is, but then does that person stay and another one comes and they get off? We have to try to keep going, right? No man, they play the big fraud. Yeah. Me, I play the fucking win. So I would jump right now. So Brian said, what was the weak link in that? First price, everybody jump on. Everybody jumps on first. So we would all just, I'm saying you go first, but you get to stay on the first back and then the next part until you go all the way up. Oh, so you put the skinny guy up front. Okay. There's different rules. There's English rules. There's white rules. Black people didn't give a fuck. Where they landed, they had afros. They had the helmets. You know what I'm saying? There's everything. So when you, let's say you would land, like the English rules, you could pull yourself up. But in the black and white rules, the city kids, where you landed, you stay. I went to the weakest link. So let's say it was something like, let's say Bird beat Rogan, Ari, and some people were playing an extra cool. I'm just all I could was. She's a tiny girl. But the extra cool was I want to play. The break extra cool. Yeah, I'm on the and then, this was the 30 yard, I get to sprint 30 yards, and I just get to leap and try to break it. But here's the beauty. Once we all get on top of that, and there's a countdown. 10, 9, 8, and then you have to try to break it. What happens if they don't? So right now, you're on top of that. Everybody's got to grab that door. Everybody. Like, it could be at the cool, it could be Wicked Coming. They all go down. Like, the girls would be, stop grabbing my head. We'd be fucking joking them. Pull their fucking head. So girls weren't allowed to play. I told all girls like that. Yeah, the shit. So then it was just kind of, the girls go 32. Oh, yeah. And it was legal for girls to do 30 minutes. It's right. So let's say you say it's like, this is the same thing. Yeah, and it was punching with the ball out of it. And she'll be yelling, it's grabbing my ball. What are you doing, faggot? Why are you doing this to me? And all of us would just be punching his fucking nuts. Until the line breaks, and then we can do it all. Well, what if the line doesn't break? What if they don't understand that? Oh, they get their hand and go away from me with their hand out. Leading out of time. I remember that, yeah. So I graduated from high school, street game, 98th Street. Well, I did a 48, that was a different time. Like the day going up there, it was killing. It was funny. I'll never follow it all. It was like nothing. I didn't want to play out up there. They played with garbage cans. The kids on the 48 were Puerto Rican, Irish, Italian, and all of them were done. You money block. You know, I'm not beating you. The money block. Yeah. 6'5". Wow. I'm hanging out down there in 88th Street, Playboy. Killing rats. 148th Street. $2 years old, you're killing rats. 20 different days. First day of the 148th Street. How you doing? Ricky, whatever. I like what he was doing. Which bitch is like, nah, you want to see a body? He was already had the flies on him, but it just wide open. And he was starting to stink like from 10 feet away. I get up in there, man, like these kids. He was right by the Hudson River. And we were going down to the Hudson River. And then finally 2 days later, we found out it was a crime scene. You know, those days we were in job. It's not like that. Julian dropped out of 170. They never budged. Hey, you fucking joggers. Dropped that shit around. And they always climb proud of these joggers. It's not like they climb like a 20-year-old girl. You did it, jogger. They better call another one for one. They always find some lady beat up and raped. What the fuck kind of morning is that? Oh my God. Bro, it's 6. daily. Today we're still very close. And he only got one pass a certain point before the parents. And all those kids are gone. And I always know I got a really hard time because they expect me to listen. So I don't know if my mother was in Mexico. They tried to call me in Indiana. And, you know, they have 9 kids. Real. And they live with some family plans and something happening. I'm like, I want to smack your mom. If you want to be an asshole, go to Georgetown and find friends who are all over the world. They can give you the reality. They can give you I'll take them. But again, don't take another guy in because you want to be an asshole. You know, no, in that case, the things I wanted to do. But I'm going to give you $1,000. I'm like, no, I'm going to be honest with you. I want to do it before it starts. It starts on Friday. Then I'll let you out on Friday. You know, dress in white green. Like, yeah, what are you doing that week? I do remember what you had to go through, some of what you did that week, what rituals you did, what rituals. I can't tell you.
Shabbos Akub Vav. Today's email comes to us from Mental Myths. Our friend from Argentina says, following up on the last email that we read from him, his relative Leon Welcher from South Africa discovered that they are, in fact, relatives going back 100 years to build up and right. Now that I've started to watch the night show on Zoom, I can see that not only have you discussed, a lot of them are discovered, you also have brought many people close to describe and to one another. And a beautiful confidence of people from all walks of life, your official battlefield, modern organized running, ex-running, and the list goes on thinking mental. Grand mission. According to the manual holds that the only time you're permitted to look at any object on Shabbos, even if the object should theologically go ahead there, it's only if you look at it for the intended purpose of that group. So if you take a sword, crack open a barrel, now open the water, and in the barrel you have stripes, you need a sword to get your things to come apart. But let's say you have wine in the barrel, be awesome. Or not coming here, if you have wine in the barrel, you're allowed to use the sword. Provided that you don't need a cleat, you're not trying to get it. What happens if you take the sword and you cut the barrel right below the caps of the barrel? The reason why you're doing so is to have the wine come out easier. That's and that's okay. But to make a hole in the side of the barrel with a spear, that's the feather from the cotton. You're trying to make a random opening, that's the sack of bottom, and that's all. According to Tanakama, you cannot make a hole in the roof itself, and according to Yehuda, you can. Since the Yehuda Machlokes says if you make the hole directly above where the dirt is still coming, so therefore the Chum says it's not the best hole in the world as possible. But if you do the hole inside the roof, what does everybody does? Rabbi says no. The Machlokes says when you make a hole from the side, when you make a hole directly above, everybody agrees. That's popular. To make a brand new hole in a cupboard, in a barrel, it's also a big sack of money. To add into the hole, let's say you have a hole that's 1 inch wide, you want to make it 2 inches covered. That's my place. Because the insert to make a hole on Shabbos is if it goes both directions, it's a two-way street. One direction goes to the right. The reason why he says also make a one-way hole, where let's say a hole in the barrel is one way for the wine to go out, is because of the chicken. People confuse it. They thought it's only a one-directional hole. But in fact, it's to let the bad odor out and to let new air come in. Now, typically, with the chicken, you can say that people make one hole and they don't try to enlarge it. There's no reason to be wiser because animals will come through that hole. Or on the other hand, this is how we pass it. People sometimes make mistakes. They don't measure correctly, and they realize later on they can enlarge the hole without allowing animals to live. For this wall, if you plug the barrel in order to trap the great aroma of the wine, so that's not a really strong plug, and therefore if you remove that plug, that's okay. But if you remove a plug that's holding the barrel together, not allowing the wine to escape, that's considered as if you're opening the barrel hole. Now, what exactly is considered trapping the aroma, and what's considered holding the wine? According to Rothschild'S, trapping the aroma is above the wine level, and Lukaze, the wine is at the wine level. So what the Rabbi many entryways to the house. That's how many 4 hours. Entry gets 4 hours. Times the number of entryways you have. And then you divide the rest of the house. What if you have a doorway that's closed off with brick? Depending. If it has a frame, that's considered a doorway. And if it doesn't have a frame, it's closure, and we don't count it. It's very similar to how our law over here. Closure, then it's not considered opening. If you open it, as if you created a brand new open it, same level 5, you have a dead person in the house. Close off the door. If it's completely closed off and you use the frame, then everything around the house, 4 hours, is without a door. If the frame's still there, then you don't have those 4 hours. So, according to everybody, if the spigot, the straw that comes out of the barrel falls out, according to everybody, if you don't have a spigot, you have to create a new one. Well, that's like it says if you already have the spigot cut aside, it doesn't fit perfectly. Are you allowed to fit it perfectly? I would advise you that perhaps you cut a brand new one, or not. Congealed oil. This is said, you're not allowed to smooth that wax. What about congealed oil? According to Rothschild'S, you must be actually very using this wax. And Rothschild says, Rabbi said to Rabbi, you yourself told us when we were helping, and you remembered all that you learned, you said that grab hold that it's for. Well, like when you make a black hat for yourself, it's very stiff, but according to everybody, you can't work with it outside of the shop. It's a mask. It's very fine and flexible. Just like a baguette, you couldn't walk off it. A blanket isn't in between, semi-stiff. So now what it is, according to Rabbi's also, and Shmuel says it's mutter. We want to learn from those nice with Rab. Rab wasn't okay. He's getting a impression he realized not enough food to be served. He took everybody outside to the harness and his water filled and refused to sit on it. And he thought that perhaps he hoped that the Indians have made it that one. Is also going to back. The reason why he didn't want to sit on it was Rabbi was there. Although there was Hamid, those Hamid were already his level, they were strong, and he insisted that the girl were at himself was sit up. That really sure that you take up time and put into a pit, it doesn't have any water, and we're not concerned that the rest of it is going to be out of the fish flat. You got to take water, drinking water, put it in water that's not drinkable. In order to keep it cool, you have to water, put it out in the sun. There's no cooking in the sun, so you got to warm it up in the sun. And we're not concerned that you might take that same water and put it into bowl. One of your children falls off into a puddle of water, you like pick it up, but you don't turn to carry it enough. But you might bring it home, and I can sure that you know, bring it out if you ever speak up. When we get home, make sure nobody's looking, hang it up to the flat. There's one thing I know that says that Myra's saying is, if nobody's watching, do this to walk. But other than that, just say, even though nobody's watching, still try to say, you have to concern with other people, even when nobody's watching, the fight for God have a wonderful day.
So every Saturday, every other Saturday, he took me to all those famous movies. The Killer Elite. I mean, across 110th Street, he was thinking to see a film. He was going to see Disney. And then, so, but the movie that he took me that was just traumatizing.
Those parties of Melbourne, Australia, who happen to be hosting one of the 100 locations of a worldwide shops in Melbourne. And it said this year was a very catchy book. They had a scene on the floor of the school, and not a single soul was there. 1,000 tourists. Because he was and then he remembered that one of the students was singing rapping. And he started to understand rapping. They could do the hosting. All of it is, if you have a girlfriend in school, you're not going to watch out with something like that. Listen, class, whatever it is, take off the bus, I do, this is very right. One of the stories, talking to other shooting on the bus, it's all right, you're telling guys, this is the money. You don't care. Person was worried about you wanted to give her a piece of baby, I'll wear my hat. The other says, wear a towel, you put it over our back. The rest of it is just hold it on his shoulder. That's if you take a scripture, put on your head, put on your shoulders, that's normal for scripture, and working on struggle. The laws are what is something that we work for many years, about 3 years, but the laws are, and the reason why we're working is because we made a negligence. So we're going to walk around with the scripture at a on the city, you don't have to worry about it. With the scripture, you don't have to try to do it as is. Tomorrow, it's up to me. The rising water of the sea. By the way, butter. However, one from the side, if you go into this butter, apparently, it's a good let's say that ready. So, what? I'm shoulders coming over. But you can say, also, the shipping on shoulders was it's not possible to resonate. Ask the question. We should know that water to bathe in the hot area, not so much so in the hot tub in a bathe, but the plumbing is good. So, see if there's a towel to dry something. But not taking towels, even though we have one liquid. That's now something else. I'm sure they might use it or whatever. However, once a lot of liquid back and surface on each other, not just squeeze it. What we're seeing very clear is there's a lot of take it out on the then the night is fire morning and it's also take it out on don't stand on the bottom of the river coast. Because actual feeling your body always feel your body. But it only has an ability to change things and hear the startled feeling or ends up feeling. Heart does rhythm. That's a very good one. That's where water will cause the painful somewhere that they go that's what your brother in a rock. And the rich comes in that guy goes to the water the spring going instead got water in you got fire and it starts moving this thing 8 years old. I don't realize that you got to turn it back. It's better go after your friends. Don't scrape your skin with the direct skin. It says take it or waste them to take it off. Now that doesn't mean you don't go into your cars. It's off, but you can like split on the front on the you just not do application vomit that way. Medicine without without that that's what's constant. Without a swallow of baby on God is just says also you now Five people. First base, happy for the couch. Four. And my mother's little bacon, eggs, and apples and hot ready. And there I am, sharpening a knife. I was that crazy. I was sharpening a knife. My mom was like, what's going on with you? And she's smoking a cigarette. She's like, what's going on with you? This like, listen, let me tell you what happened last night. I found this man. I don't know, maybe there's some meat. I think for a while I've been there, and she wouldn't stop. She didn't stop. I was like $20 back. And then I took my mother for my fucking look. And she was like, oh my God, I can't get a man. I became peanuts $1 or something like that night. And she didn't do it. I want my $20 back. And I'll never forget my mother just smoking that cigarette, looking at me going, like she was just wasn't worried. And she got fashion for it. She like, what? She goes, this woman gonna hang out at my bar. You're thinking I'm gonna give me $50 for a job. Why would Peter suck your little dick for $20? And I'm like, listen, I don't know what the fucking stock market or the stock value is. All I know is all my $20 I'm gonna snap this bitch. I was shocked. Serious. I remember I was ready to kill him. Like, this is March 9th, March 91. I was gonna wake her up like that, you know, boy. Like, yeah. I said, you're gonna get my $20. I'm gonna stab you right now. It got so bad in the living room. My mother had to hold me back. And my mother gave me $20. Peter just wouldn't give it up. Peter would not give it up. I didn't talk to Peter for months after that. I didn't really have to shoot him. Later, because she wouldn't let me watch a Y5O. A Y5O was on. She told me how to go to bed. And I had a little shoe on the string. I just blasted her in the fucking head with it. And that was the end of the Peter fucking babysitting thing. It's crazy how my godfather took me to see Dirty Harry. We were sitting at Dad's steakhouse. And at the end, he goes, open your hands. Like, what is it? He goes, open your hands under the table. And he put a 44 Magnum in my hand. 44? And an 8-year-old man, he goes, this is the same gun. This is the same gun that police put in there. It'll blow your fucking head off. I just want you to feel what it's gun felt like. But after that, I got different. Looking at my, like, after that, I was like, he was my God. He was my God. Yeah, after that, my mom remarried. My mom remarried before all this shit happened. Like, I got good after my mom remarried. My mom got married 50 years ago, 40 days ago. People don't drink off my love. I wasn't even the moon. You can tell it's fucking Santa Barbara. That wasn't even the moon. And I'm not even a conspiracy theory. There's no way that was the moon. That looked like Yankee Stadium. Let's take a quick break to tell you about our sponsor, ExpressVPN. If you believe that you're not being snooped on or that nobody cares about your online data, well then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you are wrong. Because you listen to my show, you're clearly smart enough to understand that your privacy is under attack, all right? Hackers, governments, ad companies, and ISPs are all gobbling up your data like bull. That's why I recommend getting the software I trust to protect my online activity, ExpressVPN. Their apps use powerful encryption to secure your data. ExpressVPN runs in the background of your computer or your phone, and then you just use the internet like you normally would. You download the app, you click connect, and voila, you're protected. I never go online without ExpressVPN, and you shouldn't do it either. ExpressVPN is the fastest VPN I've tried. It costs less than $7 a month. It comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. ExpressVPN uses new cutting-edge technology called Trusted Server to make sure there's no logs of what you do online. It's time to stop hackers, big brother, internet companies grabbing all your data. Take back your online privacy like I did with ExpressVPN. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/honeydew. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/honeydew for 3 months.
He was sending me pictures every week from Disney and Hercules and shit like that. He would draw, he was phenomenal. And one day my mom said, "You want to go visit? You want to visit?" And I go, "Yeah, I don't know." She was ready with early in the morning. It was a 3-hour drive. I would go there, go visit him, talk to him. And my mom was like, "What do you think?" I asked, "It's okay, I'm going to accept him." Black or white suit. He's a nice guy. Well, he got out. He was dating my mother. He was in a halfway house. So he would only go on to Philly and go back there at night or whatever. Yeah, just go back at night. It was pretty nice to have him around. Central Park, it's over the Blue Lake. As I went to get Blue Lake, these three little Irish kids came up to my house for lunch about it. Lovely neighborhood, but I wasn't in the neighborhood. I always went to lunch. So I hit Blue Lake in the lunchbox, opened up, fighting the three kids. I'm getting my ass kicked by 6, 5, I don't know what I'm doing. And the kid hits me in the head with a nervous, yeah, the last side. They hit me in the head. They touched my head. Whoa. I fucking ran home. And they couldn't take me to the hospital. My mother was in New Jersey. So what they did was they sent me to the hospital and they had to wait for my mom to get the consent. And they stitched me up. You know, when my mom found out I blew up, after they stitched me up, she beat me at the hospital. Like she was just beating me at the hospital. I said, another time, you're in the right spot, man. I'll tell you how much harder that was for kids. But that beating I got changed my life. That beating woke me up to society. Then she put me in karate with black people. That was on 90th Street, West End, Bristol Orange. In fact, this school is little Eddie Bravo Black Belt. Oh, wow. That's how it's all in the little world. Yeah. Rashad. Bristol Orange is so that's where I learned. Here's a funny one thing that I tell my wife the other day. They used to be a game like, please don't spill the beans. Yeah, I played on my dog. It was a pot. You had to put beans in it. It goes back and forth. So for Christmas, I did it for Christmas. I was sitting there watching the Wonderful World of Disney, whatever the fuck it is. So I take one of the beans, I pop it in my ear, and I pop it out. I pop it in my ear, and I pop it out. And I'm doing this for about a half hour. I pop it in my ear, but it won't come out. But you know me, I'm in the Mafia at 6. I don't think there's enough fun. First, you see me with that fucking filter. So I'm fucking everywhere. I'm walking around long like a tumor. Like my ear got big, they couldn't figure out what it was. Man, my mother come home every night at 3, exhausted because my mother fucking worked. I feel like in circles with a functioning alcoholic. When most people come to sober, they're going to eat your ass alive. And with logic, she was business savvy, happy hour, happy hour, nothing. Just a fucking asshole. We talk about, oh, you're here, so we got home for 3:30, and I'd be crying like a little pussy. Oh, I'm here. Not once did I mention the fucking being in my ear. So here's my mother doing witchcraft, and she's putting hot oil in my ear, and I'm bang me upside down. You know, she's staying awake with me every night. She's suffering. Finally, they take me to the clinic, they take me to Broadway. The medical center they had all this called Cedar Sinai, whatever. We go in there, at Congress, and they put me up first name. Okay, hey, you're back. How you doing? That's how much you doing with our and they're like, what is it? You haven't been here for a year. I'm straight. So they're like, another year. And another reason my mother was making more feet. They stuck in those My parents picked up over 30 years. But every year I would go over there, we got to go one Mother's Day, one Father's Day. It's one night. I just want to give you a hug and tell you thank you for that shit. Thank you for that drama. We like Casey Anthony. Yeah, thank you for that sour being the white market. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, a lot of fucked up weed coming out of there. It's not bad. I mean, we really tested, we really knew that non-masturbation. And that's without their lives. What they're going on in their lives. You know, they get unemployed, their bosses on their ass, but they're not selling enough encyclopedias or, you know, it's so weird that if your parents are alive today, if you take anything from this podcast and walk in here, man, go over there and give them a hard lead, bring them a Portuguese sandwich, and go, thank you for not killing me. Thank you very much for not killing me, because I see it. I have a daughter, and she's a great kid, but it's a lot of stress being a parent. It really is. Whatever your financial status is, whatever. But I'm thinking you as a child, you know. So, what age now do things really start to shift? Like when you start, I mean, what age would you say you're running the streets? 7 to 8, once I did the same. envelope. Yeah, so they were like, oh, you know, thank you. One thing at a thing. Like I would walk to them and talk to the kids. And then I go, I can't wait to go back there and make that chicken again. That was good. And they would just look at me. And they like pull me aside, like, let's take this out. So I'm like, oh my God, let's go. So I would rake in like 50 a night. Like shaking down guys. Can you imagine? You got 300 folks and you're up and down. And the woman here drinking or something like that. So they come up here at the table and like, and I would give you like an 8 about Scooby-Doo. Like just the 20, let me tell you what Scooby-Doo did for that. They'd be sitting there like, why do I need that? What do it take to get ready? So my father made a rule. There's nobody was supposed to give me money after 4 hours. She didn't know what I was doing to them. She didn't know I was shaking them down mentally, like, go up to them and start, now, hey, how's your wife? I'm not saying you no more. So they could tell me a little thing like that. And this was, so my mother found me one day, I was like 80 plus. Here I am, 7 years old. I got right to the room. She wanted to listen to my house. She goes, that's it. So she would take me the money in the bank every week. And I was only allowed to sleep in the house for $10. I swear to God, I shouldn't be embarrassed, but no, this was now. Before I would leave, she got out. And she packed me down and empty my pockets. She would take my sneakers off. There was times I tried to put the 20 on my sneakers. That was taken off, smacked to the face of the year. So I got that one where I couldn't get away with nothing. So I would go, she'd shake me down, I'd leave. And then when I came back, she'd shake me down, leave. But then one Sunday, she pulled a surprise attack on me during the summer up on 146th and 8th Street. And I had bought a James Bond knife. Get type of a James Bond knife from the 70s. Big. Look at the size of this knife. When I was 7, I bought a James Bond knife. And she surprise attacked me and went in my pocket and found that knife. And that was it. That was the end of fucking Joe Diaz. She put me in that. She threatened me with Loyola Military Academy in Miami and Sacred Heart School for Boys. And she wanted to take the Heart School for Boys from the 3rd grade to the 5th grade. She didn't want to deal with boys. And there was other factors that happened. What was that? Did you go away to that? Or do you know you were staying in New Jersey? Did you stay home and go in there? No. Okay, they dropped you off on Thursday. And they dropped you off on Thursday. Then you get picked up. They drop you off on Sunday. And you get picked up Thursday. What day was it? My stepfather moved in. My stepfather was a good man. My stepfather was a good man. In fact, there's things that I do today that I ended up hating him. I got my peace with him, but he died. We made our peace in a way. But there's things I do today that I learned from him that have got me to where I am. He was that smart and street. He was that intelligent. He played you like a fiddle. If he had a meeting, he talked to you. He wasn't sure about you. If he had a meeting with 9, he took you at 6. Man, 2 guns in the night. This guy was a genius. He was a fucking genius. You know, I told one of the stories on these things that, you know, when he got off parole with probation, he could go back to bookmaking, but he couldn't do it in New Jersey. Because in New Jersey, bookmaking is a felony, but in New York City, it's a misdemeanor. So his bank was up in the Bronx. The tracks closed. You know the numbers day by day. After you add up and pay everybody, you pretty much go in home by 3:15. And one day I was coming home with him. And this is my first view of head to head. We were at a light, and he saw a guy in the door. And he beat the guy, they got to go in that door. The guy was fucking, you don't mind your business. He didn't even pull the car off. He just put it in the car and got out in the street. Then in the street was off. It just proceeded to go beat on this guy. Like, I mean, broke his big and cute. So you have to, like, my mother hated dogs. If my mother saw a dog, she would have to get the dog. Like, you know, I got puppies and all that. My mother would go get these puppies dogs away from me. And I'd wake up in the middle of the night and the dog would be with me. And then she would go get the butcher and boil them to get the gravy out of the bone. And she would pour all this food. No matter how much my mom hated dogs, her DNA told her, her genes, is deep in your human being. But to make a long story short, so he threw a beef from that guy. You're just in the car wash. Yeah. That was enough for my mom. I was like, this is too much for the church. Then about 6 months later, me and my mom were going to that game. And my mom gave the cab driver a tip. She said, take it to the back game. Take this route. The guy goes, no, this route. Take the monkey route. I'm down there. The guy goes, this route. The route's pretty good. Something happened. There was traffic. My mother said, I told you it was going to be traffic. Because my mother was going to miss Friday breakfast. Oh, gosh. Yeah, big one. So she was big on the last one. So she was going to get late. She got pulled out with the guy. She goes, no, I better do it again. Because I'm not pulling over. So when I light, my mother went keys out of the ignition. And so I would call one. I would call the police. Because I called the police, they were wrestling. My mother got a hand on the keys. So my mother called one. One was like maybe 2 miles away on a working trip. And my mother put the glove on her face. So you already knew a lot into that motherfucker that had the dog. That time was part of our family fund. And the second operation was Nelson. He was a Puerto Rican man. Nelson was very, I loved him dearly. And his daughter Evie and his wife Delilah, I loved him dearly. He showed up with Nelson and Nelson's Mustang. And my stepdad's like, what happened? I'm like, I was like a little fag. I'm like, well, we got in some issue. He said, no, we didn't. And I'll never forget the guy in glasses. I was part of the PAL. The PAL is a belief in athletic league. So the first thing that they tell you is not let somebody with time. So I just didn't want to talk to him, you know. So Mom goes up to the guy. That guy's a big, burly white guy. I was like, fuck you. She took my keys. I'm about to call the cops. And Mom, I won't go in. He took his left hand. He just moved me an inch. And he bumped into the left with this guy glass on like mine. There was blood everywhere. He got on top of this guy. His boy, you know, 1 in the afternoon, he's punching this guy like a UFC fight. And in those days, that was New York City, so like, people didn't say nothing. Nobody even stopped. Punch this guy like 50 fucking times. There was blood everywhere. One stopped punching him. The cops pulled up. They pulled up on the Mustang. They couldn't really see the guy. This is the funniest story ever. One was slick. You know, one was your 80 years. And if you spoke a little slow, he looked at you. You know what big he did? 2 cops pulled out. Let me get this. 2 cops pulled out. And as they came towards me, one turned, one in his pocket, and shook the guy's hand. He said, isn't that a beautiful thing? The guy had like 200 in his pocket. One and Nelson were talking. I'm not forgetting that. And I'm like, shit, the brick one's got blood on his hands. The cops are all getting blood on his hands. And all of a sudden, they're like, oh. And the cops look over. They're like, what's going on with him? He was like, what? One's like, nothing, he fell. Guys, have a good day. They just left the guy there. They just left the guy there. Like, they didn't call an ambulance. Nothing. Like, everything was cool. Nobody said nothing. They didn't even call. We all went home. And then, so now I'm like, fuck, this guy's on. So, and then about 6 months later, we're at a Santorini party on a Saturday night. this was the same religion that you had to talk to them a certain way, you had to approach them a certain way. Like, let's say your name is Rick, Lion Sigma, but I grew up with you and I call you Beans. I'm allowed to call you Beans. But if someone like you did something to those Beans, you would decide to go, excuse me. My name is Lion Sigma. You call me Beans. I don't want anything else. That it was amazing. But what they did was, these are measurements. You know what they did? You know what they did? Let me tell you what the masculinity level was. Just so you know, when you had beef with them, they would beat you, whatever. After they got finished with you, they flip you over, they pull your back down, and they slice your ass cheek. And that's what it was. And the next time you look on, you put a mark on your ass cheek. That's like, I could have fucked you in the ass. But I gave you a brief. And I sliced your ass. The next time I will fuck you in the ass. I'll never disrespect you again. That was the level of masculinity, which this guy had. Like, he was up there. You know, he drank alcohol. He didn't test it marijuana and any type of drug. So weird shot was lined up. And that's what the trumpet my mother came in. He didn't like the drinking. He didn't like the bars. He didn't like drunk people. So we're in San Maria. About 6 months later, my godmother said, for the day I was crazy was he would read his novellas. The Spanish novellas about love and shit. And he would wear glasses. He would make believe he was happy. So he didn't have to. If you were up there like you got and you feel good about it, I go over it. He would say that to me. Like he was dead. He wasn't dead. Towards the end, when this guy was worth millions, you know, and he still had the same car he had. He was married to my mother in 1971. I was a wild, like the side of a ship, you know, the ghetto. He didn't believe in flash. He knew that the feds didn't matter. But he did how. He never did drugs. This is not paranoia. This is intelligence. He was such a good bookmaker that he would not speak in a room where there was a phone on him. He did honestly. He said they still listen. He would talk me outside, very cautious, very smart. Took that pitch in 1966. Never did the pitch again. And just shoot the guy and got away with it. After my mother died, somebody tried to jump him. They think the guy's got a shot at like 55. He shot both kids. And when he got pulled in the beef further up, they always stayed out of prison. How long was he? When I was a kid, whatever, I don't know, years. That was for both days. That was after. So we're invited to summer night. Like it's like a July, there's a party at my godmother's on 148th Street. And there's a guy there named Eagle. His name is Eagle, and his last name was the street name is Picadillo. Picadillo was a Cuban dish with chopped meat with raisins, olives, little fried potatoes. Just not a lot of raisins, just enough raisins to throw off the beef. It's delicious. He ate it so much that he just called it Picadillo. The guy was a real jerk. Married to this woman named Osama, who was a real sweetheart and a lady. Like he had a bar on 143rd and Broadway called Eagles. So for some reason, my stepdad had a reputation in Cuba. He had 4 brothers that called him forwards. Again, you couldn't call him forwards to his face. Right? Yeah, right. They called his name with a wave of Maria. That's 4 guys. That was his street name. You did not call him that. You either called him Juanito, but if you called him Juan Mariano, you were a president. Were you going to get an inbeat or a smack or a good head? You never knew what situation it was. So this time I had seen guns from my godfather. I had seen guns at my mother's party or whatever, but I had never seen a dog with a weapon. I didn't carry a knife. It was straight razor. He didn't carry a knife. Those Cubans carry straight razors. That little flip over. It wasn't it was that shit caused a lot of damage. So we're at the Santeria party. And Nico, because he was cocktails and the party was there. They were playing the conga drums and killing the chickens. So there's a hallway. There's a long hallway. There's a kitchen. And then in the back there's 2 bedrooms. In the middle there, my godmother was rebuilding. So she had a pad behind the kitchen to go to the whole building. It's about 3, it's about, let's say, it's me and my mother and my godmother are talking in the kitchen. One is standing by the doorway with little baggy glasses on, reading a novel. Pretending is deaf. Pretending is deaf. And Nico walks back there with like half a bag. What is Marco Endo? By the way, I'm like, oh no. My mother ignores it. My godmother ignores it. The poor guy's wife ignores it. And the guy's drunk as he comes into the kitchen. And he's telling me one thing. I know this fucking Cuban, this small brother's full of shit. So I go over and I deal with all my stepdad's hands. And he's not saying a word, but I know he's hearing everything. I'm like, oh, this is what fucking done. And this guy's beginning to fucking saying shit, Cuban style. You know, like real big machismo. This guy would have sucked my dick in Cuba if I would have been in Cuba and all this shit. And finally, I see my stepdad take his glass out. They go, what's this fucking guy saying? I'm like, nothing. I'm like a little baggy kid. I'm like, nothing. He's just talking about the weather. And he looks over and he goes, you got a fucking problem. And you go, yeah, I got a fucking problem. He pops up. Sure enough, my godfather doesn't go in the house. To the basement. He runs to the back bedroom where the Saints are on the floor. It was her Santeria room. And I guess he had a 45 in there. We go there. You know, and he set it up. This motherfucker comes out with 405 over his head. Like just walking right up. He goes already to make his right breath. So you gotta get outside. And I'm not running on all that whole thing. You know, I went to hold my stepfather. And he didn't push me off. Oh my God, Mom, I told her. She fell up. It was like one of those tackles when you grab a guy. They just fall right on his way like that. She just fell off. And this idiot, it was on 48th Street in between Riverside Drive and Broadway. Maybe 20 yards away from the top of the corner. When I come on there, I'm like, Nico's got to be running by now. Nico's all over the place. He's like, fuck you. What are you going to do with that thing? There was like 30 people outside. He goes, what are you going to do with that thing? Shoot me. You don't have the ball. He goes, as a matter of fact, if you had the ball, if you were mad, shoot me right in the dick. That was the level of the cheese. One. discussed around it, but it was never discussed with one. My mother dies. How are you all other people feeling? Rothschild'S, never call them. My mother dies. I go to prison. Thousands of other things happen in our life, And might be connected. And like, I don't know what the Sopranos got here. And when I reconnect with him, I think, oh, well, I went to analyze that. He gave me the ring. He gave me a good look ring, and I analyzed that. And I went back ring and I removed that. I respect that. Even though he robbed me, he gave me that. I can't even say before some more shit. Even though, one, because when my mother died, they were married. So I didn't get the house. I didn't get the jewelry. I didn't get a lot of things. And I'm happy that I didn't get it because I always said that if I deserve to get it, I would get it. So I believe that. And so I didn't make a big deal about it. But I put all my anger aside years later because I realized all the shit I'd done along growing up also. And we always were friends. Whenever I would go to Jersey, I would always go to Buddy Chrissy Fish and I would get a box of shrimp and bring it over to Juan. Juan would make this great dish called camarón enchilado. It's like a Cajun style shrimp. This red sauce with peas in it. And you put it on white rice. You fry it hard bananas. And I would go over there around 5. He had remarried. They were very nice. She was very nice. They would, he would cook this for me. I would eat, we would talk, and I'd give him a hug. He'd ask me if I needed money. And he'd give me like $15. He'd go to a whole walk. He'd give me a catalog. He'd go to a thing. He had 3 inches of money. He was so cheap. He'd just go for 150s. Think you really get that. This has to be 2005. The longest shirt just came out. I brought him a poster. I brought him a copy of the movie. He was really happy. He kept telling me, I got a little boy. You get to know that. And then I'll never forget that we're sitting there. Like, all right, I gotta go. I turned to him and like, can I ask you a question? And he goes, what? How was you shot? He goes, you get a what age? He goes, how old are you talking about? That year, how old he was. And when he died, I couldn't go to Wake that week. I was shooting something, but I had to go to Jersey the following week. And I went to see her just in case she was going to give me money. She didn't give a shit. No jewelry, no nothing. The funny story is like, when I used to come home from Catholic school, I would always, I would sleep at the house Friday and Saturdays. And on Saturday night, there was something being done to my room, the air conditioner. So I just sleep in the attic. And I went to him, and I go, I gotta tell you something. I'm scared. I'm sleeping in the attic. He goes, don't worry. He went back to the attic. We had a small gun with a silencer on it. He goes, hey, now look at the shoot. He took the bullets out, obviously. If I'm up all night, shoot up the air. So after he dies, I finish eating. His wife says, come over, and I give her a hug. She apologizes. And Hollywood doesn't care.
Well, listen, brother, I know we got to get you out of here. This is what I plan to do. We did childhood today. Next time you come back, we're going to do preteen. We're going to get you all the way through your year. Thank you for being here. Will you please, whatever you want to promote, your date, your ID, all that.
August 9th at Lincoln Theater, DC. I got September 13th to 14th, the 13th in Dallas, 14th in San Antonio. That's it. I've done most of it. Just Ryan Sickler.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
I got to give credit to Ryan. She started the podcast and I just been busy. But I haven't done a podcast. This was the first one. I gave my word. You did keep it. So thank you very much.
I love it.
I love you too.
I'm Ryan Sickler on social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week. ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the news.
You're watching Honeydew with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at the Studio G's at your mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Sickler. I'm on social media at Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Get your tickets for that show. Any in-town dates, just go to my website. It's all there for you to check out. And as I say every week, thank you. Thank you for the messages, the feedback. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, it's still new. It's still a new show. You know, I've been podcasting for a while. This is still a new show, and I'm learning a lot about everything. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's how we keep this free show free. And anything you want to know about the show, the honeydewpodcast.com. Go there. That's where you follow the social media, the email, all that merch, everything. We got some new merch coming up for you soon, too, as well. And very excited for this episode here today. Somebody I've been wanting to have on for a minute. As he said, we're family. And I say all the time, if you're new to the show, we're highlighting the lowlights over here. If you're a fan of the underdog, this is your show. These are the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right.
What's up? How are you there?
Listen, I have to say something. You just did a quick jump. I've been watching this video of you when the Star Spangled Banner comes on, and you have your head down. When that shit kicks on, you jump so hard. It makes me, that just out of the game makes me laugh. You know the video I'm talking
I
about?
love the Star Spangled
Oh, you jumped up so quick.
I fucking love it. Like, it's, you know, when I came here, like, you know, like into school, you're an immigrant, you know, you come here, you walk around for a few days, and they let you into school, and also you start reciting Pledge of Allegiance. You know, I did it in kindergarten. Like, you gotta remember when I got this country was 1966. When I busted into the school system, it was 68. We were involved in the war. We had just finished the Cold War with the Cubans in Russia. You know, there was underground shelters in every building with tanks. Remember tanks?
I do. My grandmother
Like fucking stand.
astronaut.
Yeah, sardines. Every basement was prepared for a nuclear thing. But
We had the pear jars,
Mason jars,
and all like that.
everybody had a fallout shelter. If you got a fallout shelter, is when you go when fucking Iran sends a missile over here. Back in the 60s, you could go into the fallout shelter. Thank God you never had to go into it. But patriotism was big. And it was bigger for me because I was in another country. I was just trying to fit in. So the Star Spangled Banner, I pledge allegiance. You know, it's so funny how right now there's a thing in the news that I hate to highlight, but let's talk about it. By the guy who said, go back to your own country. Let me fucking tell you something. 20 years ago, that was a staple in New York. You couldn't just talk from say, oh, cut it out. You're in America. And then you would yell something back. And then they would yell back. If you don't like it, go back to your own fucking country. But on this fucking street, you're speaking English. And that's it. And, it was something that was, I remember because it was said to me.
So here's what I want to talk to you about, because I want to go back to the beginning. You said you came to the United States in 1966. How old are you at that age?
3.
All right, so you have no memories of nothing. So this is your country. You get here at 3 years old. And where do you begin? Where does the are your parents married? Are they together?
My parents are married. They're somewhere in New York. I remember waking up at a house in Union City, a block and a half from my mother's house, across from the school called either Robert Waters or something. Tragedy struck. My father died.
How?
Heart attack at the bar. 37.
Ooh.
So my mom didn't like the Jersey house. She didn't want somebody died, she moved.
Well, how old were you when you died?
3.
Okay, so it happened. All this is happening just
Right,
to get
3. So then we go to 89th Street, Riverside Drive.
Just you and your mom.
Just me and my mom. No siblings. I'm with my mom 24 hours a day.
And her family's where?
Cuba.
All back in Cuba.
Except for my uncle who's in LA. He still talks.
She's still by herself. All right. And how old's your mom? Single mom? New country?
38. My mom had been here as a teenager.
Okay, all right.
My mom had been here and knew the language and already was running numbers. And she went back to Cuba. What happened to my mother was very interesting. My mother was 16 or 15, and she went to a dance with my aunt, my high school names. And somewhere along the dance, my mom noticed that her sister Rosita was missing. So she went outside to yell for Rosita, and she found a guy raping Rosita.
Wow.
My mom took a glass, broke it, and stabbed the guy.
Wow.
The guy dies. They take my mother and ship her out of Cuba that night. Just a young kid. They remember Vito Corleone was half retarded. He got the asylum, he's singing songs and shit. That was my mother, right?
Wait, so they literally took her,
My family,
your whole
with
family,
whatever pennies they had, as poor as they were,
and said, you're out.
you're out.
Where?
New York City.
They were sent to New York City.
Sent to Miami.
It wasn't a
She had distant cousins in New York City.
Wow.
She went to New York and stayed with them for a while. Stuck into the country. You gotta remember, there was no PSA. You could just give them a fucking piece of paper then. And if you could fog the bottom of the glass, they'd let you in. Fog this. Okay, you're in. Way before anything. There was no drug smuggling going on, so it was wide open border. So she came in, moved to like the city or something, went to work for a fucking numbers guy, and she met a girl. And her and that girl became partners. Like they were a team for a couple of years and doing what running a number. And her and my dad met in New York. But they went back to Cuba because my grandmother was sick. So when we were in Cuba, my mom had my sister, who was about 4 years older than me, and me. Then something went down. Like I couldn't get all the accurate stories. I get story bits and pieces from my uncle. He's 80 and he lives in Glendale. I just went to a Dodger game with that source. So, but whenever I ask him, somebody tells me a little bit more than I want to know. So I stopped asking. You know what I'm saying? So I had to stop. So then they came back, and my mother used that girl's name to get back into the States. When my mother went back to Cuba, she went back as a lady named Sophia Cecilia. She was a 10 G's, they take 6 of it. And they leave you 4 and you don't go to jail. But my mom was hip to them, whatever. They kept threatening my mom. 2 days later, we moved around the corner to 205 West 88th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam. And I went to a grammar school named PS 166. Stayed there until the 3rd grade, 2nd grade, then 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I went to Sacred Heart School for boys. That was a private school.
Were you starting to have trouble? Were you?
I just admitted to my wife something that a lot of people don't know about me. I didn't want to tell my wife until my daughter got older. From the age of 4 to 6, I was a very sickly kid. There was a lot of problems with me. There was mental problems with me because of my father. And I was a sickly kid. I was allergic to maple syrup. I had stomach problems with my ears. I had problems with my throat. I couldn't breathe at night. They knew me by first name basis in medical center on 165th Street. They knew me like I went to the hospital between the ages of 4. Without exaggeration, if I average it out, it was every 10 days. Like I wouldn't go for 2 weeks, but I go 3 days in a row.
It would always be something else. It wouldn't be consistently.
It was just I was a sickly fucking kid. I was really skinny. My mom didn't know what to do with me. I didn't really like a lot of the food. They made me drink emulsive of God. What is that? Emulsive of God is like the fish grinded down his eyeballs, his feet.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, they go to CVS now because kids are pussies. They flavored it. Because these little faggots are young. They're like vanilla flavored and fucking strawberry.
They really have this shit? I'm gonna go look. I have.
It's called Emulsive of God. Alright, I'm gonna tell you something. A couple years ago, I went back on it.
You did?
I found a little bottle. First couple days, I fucking puked it up. But after a while, I felt how much better I felt. It's a tough fucking swallow. But your dick will never die. You'll never get sick. You'll never get AIDS. You'll never get dementia. If you drink that fucking stuff, Scotch emulsive and fucking, you'll never get nothing. No dementia. Nothing. It's a proof of that.
One a day?
I don't know how it is now, but when these fucking people had it before, they just threw the fish in the blender. His tongue, his brain, and it was a milky paste.
Did you drink that?
I was not allowed to go to school until I drank in the morning. So she would give me a fresh glass of orange juice, and she'd be waiting with the spoon, and I'd have to drink it and fuck it down the orange juice, and I'd puke it. She'd go, let's do it again. I mean, it got that bad. Like I was that sickly of a kid.
Why would you want to tell anybody that? Why didn't you want to miss that?
Because I didn't want, if my daughter would get sick, I didn't want it to be like genetic. Like I didn't know. My daughter does have asthma, but it has not affected her like it affected me at that age. I was allergic to dogs. Really, I was allergic to cats. I was allergic to just my eyes would swell up, my throat would swell up when I would choke.
And did this fish shit, did it cure you of allergies, or did it just protect you?
What happened was, my mom went to see, like in Cuba, what's the big thing, the Santeria. So my mom went to see a Santeria lady, and she knew for a long time and asked her, and said that I needed to be inducted because for health reasons. And by the age of 6, by the age of 5, I would go up to 100. I lived on 88th Street with a bunch of little faggy white kids, and they were nice kids and stuff. We had a good time. We played kick the can and stick ball and hot peas and butter. Go get your mother. You ever play hot peas and butter? Go get your mother?
No.
That's what you hide it. You hide a belt with a metal buckle. You have to hide it. So I hide it, and all of us are playing. And we're in this room, and we'll make you hot, but the base is 30 yards away. So if you find the belt, you get to whip us all the way to the wayfinder. And it's up to you if you want to whip us with the belt or the metal. So if you whip somebody
You can't play that game or not. Remember when you come on? Like, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to fuck you up all the way back. So you can say A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So hot peas and butter don't get your mother. The only thing I hate Bill Cosby before the ring, like I always thought he was a sack of shit. But he really always was a sack of shit. Like I thought he was a sack of shit. It was confirmed to me in 93 at the Colorado Festival that Judy Brown put on in 93 and 94. He showed up and I saw him. He was talking shit about dirty comics. So I never liked him. I always knew he was a puky fuck. But the only thing he ever said on his one good arm was he spoke about a game named Buck Buck. Yeah, that's another New York City. They have that on Fat Albert. That's Buck Buck. Buck Buck every day. You can't run and jump on somebody's back, right? Yeah, you jump on somebody. That's why all these kids got that nucleosis shit with the fucked up sack. Scoliosis. Whatever the fucked up. These little fat kids today, they all got scoliosis. Because you don't play Buck Buck. When I play Buck Buck, the dog got one kid in my neighborhood's got scoliosis. He might have had a functioning lung, but scoliosis did not exist in my neighborhood because we played Buck Buck and the girls played too.
So if I remember correctly, so somebody grabs on a wall, whatever, they bend over. You're standing up, you're bending a 90
on the pillow,
and then you connect like a centipede,
with my neck, and we all connect like centipedes.
And then somebody sprints from back
30 yards, sprints and leaps,
and legs out like dropping your ass on your spine. And you're supposed to try to hold.
You're holding on. So what you do is.
But then does that person stay and another one comes, or do they get off?
We have strategies
going, right?
Some assholes would just jump, they play to be frogs.
Yeah.
Me, I play to fucking win. So I would jump. I tell you, some Ryan said, well, who's the weak link in there? Bert Kreischer. Everybody jump on. They jump on. Everybody jump on Bert. So we would all just get
But I'm saying you go first, but you get to stay on the Bert's back and then the next person until he breaks,
I can crawl all the way up.
Oh, okay.
Let's say you put the skinny guy up front.
Okay.
There's different rules. There's English rules. There's white rules. Black people didn't give a fuck. Where they landed, they landed. They had afros. They had the helmets. You know what I'm saying? In the 70s. So when let's say you would land, like the English rules, you could pull yourself up. But in the black and white rules of the city kids, where you landed was where you landed and you stayed. So I went to the weakest link. Okay. So let's say it was something like, let's say Bird, me, Tom, Rogan, Ari, and Duncan were playing Esther Cool. I'm just throwing Esther Cool up. She's a tiny girl. Let's say Esther Cool was, I want to play. Our plan is to break Esther Cool.
Yeah, I'm one of the Esther drama.
And then, this was the
30 yards. I get to sprint 30 yards.
10 yards.
And I just get to leap and try to break that.
But here's the beauty. Once we all get on top of Esther Cool, there's a count off. 10, 9, 8. That's when you have to try to break them.
Oh, right. What happens if they don't?
So right now, you're on top of Esther Cool. Everybody starts grabbing Esther Cool's tits. And a pussy, right? Everybody. Like, so for us, it could be Esther Cool, it could be Whitney Cummings. They all go down. Like, the girls would be, stop grabbing my head. We'd be fucking choking them, pulling their fucking hair. So girls weren't allowed to play. After a while, girls were like, that's too much.
Yeah, no shit.
So then it was just guys.
Would the girls go 32? Would you?
Oh, yeah. Girls would scratch with them.
Oh, yeah.
And it was legal. Some girls were fucking dirty bitches. They'd scratch you. But let's say you landed on a guy, it was the same thing. And it was punching up the ball, grabbing his balls, and she'll be yelling, stop grabbing my balls. What are you doing, faggot? Why are you doing this to me? And all of us would just be punching his fucking nuts until the line breaks, and then we kept doing it over.
Well, what if the line doesn't break? What if
now it's their turn?
Oh, they get the
they're walking away from you with their hands out.
Bleeding.
Now it's our turn. Fucking tremendous.
But I remember that, yeah.
So I graduated from playing all those street games on 88th Street to 148th Street. That was a different type of individual.
Like, what were they doing up there?
They were killers. I
Buck was
like nothing. And he was like up there. Like Buck with garbage cans. Yeah. Just threw it at each other. The kids on 148th were Puerto Rican, Irish, Italian, a couple of Jews, and all of them were tough.
But we're talking same age range and everything.
Same age range. Before I got into Santeria, my mom would send me up to my godmother's house on 148th Street and Broadway, 20 blocks from the epicenter of the world. Wow. You're 20 blocks from home. I was the heartbeat of New York City. I'm 20 blocks from the heartbeat of New York City. 6'5". Wow. So I'm hanging out down there on 88th Street playing buck, killing rats. 148th Street.
6 years old, you're killing rats.
Complete different game. First day on 148th, they came up to me, how you doing? Ricky, whatever. They're like, what do you want to do? My stick. They're like, nah, you want to see a body? I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, let's go see a dead body. I'm like, I like these kids. They took me down to West Side Avenue, and they had some guy who had been hit by a car. This is the 70s. This is like 65. There was no CSI. If you got hit by a car, you would have like 2 or 3 days.
You saw that your first dead body.
First dead body I saw, he was already had the flies on him, and they just threw plywood over him. And he was starting to stink, like from 10 feet away. Like he had just been there maybe like these kids. He was right by the Hudson River. And we would walk down to the Hudson River. And then finally 2 days later, went down, there was a crime scene, obviously. So fucking, in those days people didn't jog. It's not like today that just jogging. I can kill you. I can kill you and drop down to 170. They never find you. Today, these fucking joggers are out there looking around. And they always find bodies, joggers. It's not like they find like a $20 bill. You never get a jogger. I found an envelope full of money. They always find some lady beat up and raped. What the fuck kind of morning is that? Oh my God.
Shit, we're only at 6. All this, we're only at 6. Holy.
It's a shame. I was ashamed of going up there.
Why?
Because my mother had money and these kids didn't.
All right, so what was the reason you first went up there? Just
because my godmother lived up there, and my mother wanted to see if we could mix.
so your mom would go up with you, and then you'd go outside and play with them.
She had a dog named Lassie, Collie. And even though I was allergic to dogs and my eyes would swell, I really liked going up there and playing with the fucking dog. So, over time, my mom let me do sleepovers up there. She had an older daughter. My godmother name was Beva. Rest in peace. And his name was Raul. And they had a spare bedroom, and I would just go up there. And then she would talk to me about Santeria. Little by little. Every day she'd tell me a story. She would just tell me things, like little things, like a story about, I always liked Catholic stories. Like, for instance, I don't know what saint it was. He got accused of murder, and when he went to court, a note came from heaven and said he was innocent. So, when you get to those Catholic type stories, I really enjoyed that shit as a kid. But in Santeria, they're entities, but they're supposed to be because they hit them.
And the shadow thing. That's a no fucking mind. I don't understand that.
slaves in Cuba, by the slave owners in Cuba, by tying them in with these same Catholic saints. So nobody would really know. So she would just tell me little things, little stories, and then she would let me sit in when she did readings. You know, like she would let me sit in like in the living room. You know, she had like her own little room with the saints and shit. You know, at this time I had never seen chickens' heads get cut and so I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, like at that time I wasn't hip to that. That's not what I wanted to do or nothing like that. And it was just about love. It was just she would just tell me about different things. You say sit in when people from the neighborhood come over and they pay like $40 and you read not their future, but tell them, you know, who's working against them, what they can eat, what they can't do. More of a guide, so spiritual guide. Yeah, so with me like this, it's just like the dollar system. You have to receive, like, first you have to get baptized, and then you have to get, so the first thing that you receive is this thing named L.A. Is baptism the same as the same style as Catholic? No, they don't throw the water at you. They kill a chicken, and then they fucking give you this thing called L.A. and you put it by your door, and they guard your house, and up on the bottom, and then you graduate to other things, and then let's say you want to commit to the religion, and that's a completely different thing. Like this, people go to Cuba today and do the whole week-long ceremony. It's a week. No phone calls, no TV, it's a week. And for me to get healthy, that was the only way I was going to get healthy. So I agreed to do it if my mother did it. We both did it together. It wasn't like my mom. I can't stand when parents put their kids into cults. If you want to be an asshole and blow the cult leader, leave your kid with your grandma. Yeah. I dated a girl for years who I loved dearly. In fact, today we're still very close. And the only reason why we didn't pass a certain point was because the parents involved those kids in the cult. And I always used to tell her, you got to press charges on them. Because they were victims of school. I don't know, the mother and father went to Mexico to go to school. They joined the cult, they moved to Indiana. And, you know, they have 9 kids before the cult leader. Real. And they live as a family today like nothing happened. I'm like, I want to respect your mother and father. If you want to be an asshole, you want to Georgetown, that's fine, Brian. So I wish you all love in the world. But leave your kid with me. I'll leave your kid with me, and I'll take care of him the best ability that I can. Don't take another guy in because you want to be an asshole. You know? No, in my case, I wanted to do it. My mother gave me $1,000. I'm like, no, I want to be healthy. I want to do it. It's a week-long process. It starts on Friday, and they don't let you out till Friday, then you got to dress them white for a year. All right, so yeah, what are you doing that week? How old are you when you go? 6. All right, do you remember what you had to go through, some of what you did that week, what rituals, like what you do rituals? I can't tell you all of them, but it's like being born again. You start from scratch, and they shave your head. Oh, okay. And you go to the next level. Is there any water dunking or any of that? No, they take you. You gotta go to an ocean. You do? Yeah, and jump in. And I'll never forget that they were all dark-skinned Cubans. And I did my same in November. It was so cold that they had to break. It was a river. They had to break the river, get the water poured over my head. So while they're doing it to my mom, I'm like, fuck you fucking Negroes. And I started running. And they're chasing me in the Bronx. Come back, come back. So they brought me back. They hit me with whatever your saint is. That's how many smokes you get. I got 8 free oils. And then you go somewhere and you have to close your eyes. And they initiate you and the whole thing. And then Sunday is your big day. Sunday is when they tell you about your future and what things you have to avoid in life. And I sit here before you at the age of 56. I'm going to have my 50th year anniversary of being I have my stuff. I practice to myself, but I don't practice it with other people. Like, I don't go out. I don't go to Santeria parties, even though I've been invited to thousands of them, because the guy who played Edie on me was that big black guy that was the black guy in the movie with Sean Penn. Oh, Forrest Whitaker. Yes, Forrest Whitaker's a big Santeria guy. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. The model that got fired for eating pussy in Playboy.
This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the do.
You're watching Attitude with Ryan Sickler. Ask your mom about it.
Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at the Studio G's at your mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Sickler. I'm on social media at Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Get tickets for that show. Any in-town dates, just go to my website. It's all there for you to check out. And as I say every week, thank you. Thank you for the messages, the feedback. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, it's still new. It's still a new show. You know, I've been podcasting for a while, but it's still a new show, and I'm learning a lot about everything. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's how we keep this free show free. And anything you want to know about the show, thehoneydewpodcast.com. Go there. That's where you follow social media, the email, all that merch, everything. We got some new merch coming up for you soon, too, as well. And very excited for this episode here today. Somebody I've been wanting to have on for a minute. As he said, we're family. And I say all the time, if you're new to the show, we're highlighting the lowlights over here. If you're a fan of the underdog, this is your show. These are the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right. Listen, I have to say something. You just did a quick jump. I've been watching this video of you when the Star Spangled Banner comes on, and you have your head down. When that shit kicks on, you jump so hard. It makes me, that just out of the game makes me laugh. You know the video I'm talking about? I love the Star Spangled Banner. Oh, you jumped up so quick.
I fucking love it. Like, it's, you know, when I came here, like, you know, like in the school, you're an immigrant, you know, you come here, you walk around for a few days, and they let you into school, you start reciting Pledge of Allegiance. I did it in kindergarten. Like, you gotta remember, when I got this country was 1966. When I busted into the school system, it was 68. We were involved in the war. We had just finished the Cold War with the Cubans and Russia. You know, there was underground shelters in every building. Tang. Remember Tang?
I think my grandmother had
fucking Spam.
That's an astronaut.
Yeah, sardines. Every basement was prepared for a nuclear thing. But
we had the pear jars,
mason jars,
and all like that.
Everybody had a fallout shelter. You have a fallout shelter is when you go when fucking Iran sends a missile over here. Back in the 60s, you would go into the fallout shelter. Thank God you never had to go into it. But patriotism was big. And it was bigger for me because I was in another country. I was just trying to fit in. So the Star Spangled Banner, I pledge allegiance. You know, it's so funny how right now there's a thing in the news that I hate to highlight, but let's talk about it. About a guy who said, go back to your own country. Let me fucking tell you something. 20 years ago, that was a staple in New York. You couldn't just talk the language from your country in New York when I was growing up. They would look at you after 3 minutes and go, oh, America.
Really? You were speaking Spanish?
Yeah, Spanish. Whatever the fuck you were talking that wasn't New Yorkish, they would say, oh, cut it out. You're in America. And then you would yell something back, and then they would yell back, you don't like to go back to your own fucking country. But on this fucking street, you're speaking English. And that's it. And, you know, it was something that was, I remember because it was said to me.
So here's what I want to talk to you about, because I want to go back to the beginning. You said you came to the United States in 1966. How old are you at that age?
3.
All right, so you have no memories of nothing. So this is your country. You get here at 3 years old. And where do you begin? Where does the
Unit,
are your parents married? Are they together?
My parents are married. They're somewhere in New York. I remember waking up in a house in Union City, a block and a half from my mother's house, across from the school called either Robert Waters or something. Tragedy struck my father died. Heart attack at the bar. 37. Whoa. So my mom didn't like the Jersey house. She didn't want somebody to die. She moved.
How old were you when you died?
3.
Okay, so it happened. All this is happening just
24 hours a day, and her family's where? Cuba, all back except for my uncle who lives in LA. They still talk to us, still fight for me. Alright. And how old is your mom? Single mom, new country, 38, 39. My mom had been here as a teenager. Okay, alright. My mom had been here and knew the language, already was running numbers, and she went back to Cuba. What happened to my mother was very interesting. My mother was 16 or 15, and she went to a dance with my aunt, like a high school dance. And somewhere along the dance, my mom noticed that her sister Rosita was missing. So she went outside and started yelling for Rosita. She found a guy raping Rosita. Wow. My mom took the glass, broke it, and stabbed the guy. Wow. The guy dies. They take my mother and ship her out of Cuba that night. Just a young kid. Like when Vito Corleone was half retarded. He got the Ellis Island, he's singing songs and shit. That was my mother, right? Wait, so they literally took her, my family, your whole family, whatever pennies they had, as poor as they were, and said, you're out. Where? New York City. They were sent to New York, sent to Miami. She had distant cousins in New York City. Wow. She went to New York, stayed with them for a while, snuck into the country. You gotta remember, there was no PSA. You could just give them a fucking piece of paper then, and if you could park the bottom of the glass, they'd let you park it. Okay, you're in. It was way before anything, right? There was no drug smuggling going on, so it was wide open. So she came in, over to like the city or something, went to work for a fucking numbers guy, and she met a girl. And her and that girl became partners. Like they were a team for a couple of years, and don't want running them. And her and my dad met in New York, but they went back to Cuba because my grandmother was sick. So when my mom, we went to Cuba, my mom had my sister, who was about 4 years older than me, and me. Then something went down. Like I couldn't get all the accurate stories. I could store bits and pieces from my uncle. He's 80, he was in Glendale. I just went to a Dodger game with that story. So, but whenever I ask when somebody tells me, what do they want to know? So I stopped asking. You know what I'm saying? So I had to stop. So then they came back, and my mother used that girl's name to get back into the States. When my mother went back to Cuba, she went back as a lady named Sophia Cecilia. She was in Puerto Rico. That was the mother of the girl my mom hung out with. Okay, so then my mom came back. My dad died a few months later, and here we are in 89th Street. Probably 4. So I was probably 4.5. And then that apartment got raided. For what were the numbers? It was a shakedown. I still remember the cops set me down the couch and separated me and my mother. My mother had already trained me shut my mouth. We huddled up and, my mom was already training me in a way that I didn't know. And then my mom had a bag with cash and all the numbers receipts. So what happened was my mom had the building wired. The landlord called. And I answered. It was like 8 in the morning. Like the cops were on their way up. So I woke my mother up. My mother got up out of the closet, took the bag out, the receipts and the cash. Went to the kitchen. There was a balcony under an old lady. She was the old lady was 50 a week. And she threw the bag under. The bag landed on the second floor on the balcony. The cops rushed in. There was nothing to arrest my mother for. But I still remember my mom being handcuffed and me sitting on the couch. And then the landlord, and they left. They didn't arrest my mother. They gave her a ticket. It was basically a shakedown in those years. If they find 10 G's, they take 6 of it. And they leave you 4 and you don't go to jail. My mom was hit for whatever. They kept threatening my mom. 2 days later, we moved around the corner to 405 West 88th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam. And I went to a grammar school named BS 167. Stayed share something that a lot of people don't know about. I didn't want to tell my wife until my daughter got older. From the age of 4 to 6, I was a very sickly kid. There was a lot of problems. There was mental problems because of my father. And I was a sickly kid. I was allergic to maple syrup. I had stomach problems with my ears. I had problems with my throat. I couldn't breathe at night. They knew me by first name, Macy's Medical Center on 165th Street. They knew me like I went to the hospital between the ages of 4. Without exaggeration, if I average it out, it was every 10 days. Like I wouldn't go for 2 weeks, but I go 3 days in a row.
There would always be something else. It wouldn't be consistently.
It was just I was a sickly fucking kid. I was really skinny. My mom didn't know what to do with me. I didn't really like a lot of food. Maybe the impulsive of God. The impulsive of God is like the fish grinding down his eyeballs. His feet.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, and you go to CVS now. This kid's a pussy. They flavor it. Because these little faggots are young. They're like vanilla flavored and fucking strawberry.
They really have this shit? I'm gonna go look. I have.
It's called Impulsive of God. Alright, I'm gonna tell you something. A couple years ago, I went back on it.
You did?
I found a little bottle. First couple of days, I fucking puked it up. But after a while, I felt how much better I felt. It's a tough fucking swallow. Your dick will never die. You'll never get sick. You'll never get AIDS. You'll never get sick. If you drink that fucking stuff, Scotch Impulsive fucking, you'll never get nothing. No dementia. Nothing. From that one a day, I don't know how it is now, but when these fucking people had it before, they just put the fish to lemon. His tongue, his brain, it was a milky paste. And you drank, I was not allowed to go to school until I drank in the morning. So she would give me a fresh glass of orange juice, and she'd be waiting with the spoon, and I'd have to drink it and fucking down the orange juice, and I'd puke it. She'd go, let's do it again. It got that bad, like I was that silly of a kid.
Why would you want to tell anybody that? Why did you want to miss that?
Because I didn't want, if my daughter would get sick, I didn't want it to be like a real genetic. Like I didn't know my daughter does have asthma, but it has not affected her like it affected me at that age. I was allergic to dogs. I was allergic to cats. I was allergic to just my eyes would swell up, my throat would swell up, and I would choke.
And did this fish shit, did it cure you of allergies, or did it just protect you?
What happened was, I did my mom went to see, like she was, what's the big thing in San Korea? So my mom went to see a San Korean lady that she knew for a long time and asked her, and said that I needed to be inducted because for health reasons. And by the age of 6, by the age of 5, I would go up to 100. I lived on 88. A bunch of little faggy white kids, and they were nice kids and stuff. We had a good time. We'd kick the can, stick ball on hot piece of butter, go get your mother's. You ever play hot piece of butter, go get your mother? That's what you hide. You hide a belt with a metal buckle. You have to hide it. So I hide it, and all of us are playing. And we're in this room, and when you hide, but the base is 30 yards away. So if you find the belt, you get to witness all the way fine. And it's up to you if you want to whip us with the belt. So if you whip somebody, you can't play that game now. Remember when you go,
Like I thought we were gonna do. We're gonna fuck you up all the way back. So you can say ABCD, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
with some hot piece of butter, go get your mother. The only thing I ate milk out of me before the ring. I always thought he was a sack of shit. But he really always was a sack of shit. Like I thought he was a sack of shit. It was confirmed to me in 93 at the Colorado Festival that Judy Brown put on in 93 and 94. He showed up and I saw him. He was talking shit about dirty comics. So I never liked him. I always knew he was guilty fucking. But the only thing he ever said, I was one good hour. I was spoke about a game named Boba. You know, that's another New York City thing. They have that on that album. Fuck your dick. Fuck every day. You can't be around and jump on somebody's back, right? I don't want somebody that's why. These kids are getting the wheels and shit with the fucked up back. Scoliosis, whatever the fuck. These little fat kids, they don't got scoliosis. Niggas, they don't play fuck. When I play, you know what? They might be the dog. One kid in my neighborhood's got scoliosis. He might have had a function lung, but scoliosis did not exist in my neighborhood because we play fuck and the girls play too.
So if I remember correctly, so somebody grabs on a wall, whatever, they bend over. You're standing up here, now you're bending at 90 on the pillow, and then you connect like a centipede, right?
And we all connect like a centipede.
And then somebody sprints from the back
30 yards, sprints and leaps.
and legs out, like dropping your ass on your spine. And you're supposed to try to hold.
You're holding on. So what you do is,
But then does that person stay and another one comes, or do they get off?
we have strategies
Going, right?
Some assholes would just jump the rails. They play the big frogs.
Yeah.
Me, I play the fucking wind. So I would jump. I tell you, somewhere in St. Louis, the week went to Bert Price. Everybody jump on. Everybody jump on. Everybody jump on Bert. So we would all just get
But I'm
Bert.
saying you go first, but you get to stay on the bird's back and then the next bird until you
I
break,
can
right?
crawl all the way up. Let's say you put the skinny guy up front. There's different rules. There's English rules. There's white rules. Black people didn't give a fuck. Where they landed. They had afros. They had the helmets. You know what I'm saying? In the 70s. So when let's say you would land, like the English rules, you could pull yourself up. But in the black and white rules for the city kids, where you landed was where you landed and you stayed. So I went to the weakest link. So let's say it was something like, let's say Bird, me, Tom, Rogan, Ari, and Duncan were playing an Esther Cool. I'm just throwing Esther Cool up. She's a tiny girl. Let's say Esther Cool was, I want to play. Our plan is to break Esther Cool. Yeah, I'm going to have Esther Cool. And then, this was the
30 yards, I get to sprint 30 yards.
30 yards, 10 yards.
Yeah, I just get to leap and try to break that.
But here's the beauty of it. Once we all get on top of Esther Cool, there's a countdown. 10, 9, 8. That's when you have to try to break it.
Oh, so what happens if they don't?
So right now you're on top of Esther Cool. Everybody starts grabbing Esther Cool's tits and a pussy, right? Everybody. Like, so for us, it could be Esther Cool, it could be Whitney Cummings. They all go down. Like, the girls would be, still grabbing my head. We'd be fucking choking them. Pull their fucking hair. So girls weren't allowed to play. After a while, girls were like, that's too much.
Yeah, no shit.
So then it was just guys.
Would the girls go 32? Would you go
Girls would scratch you with
yeah.
And it was legal. Some girls were fucking dirty bitches. They'd scratch you. But let's say you landed on a guy. It was the same thing. And it was punching of the ball. And she'd be yelling. It's around. I'm like, oh, what are you doing, faggot? Why are you doing this to me? And all of us would just be punching his fucking nuts until the line breaks, and then we kept doing it over.
Well, what if the line doesn't break? What if
And now it's their turn.
Oh, they get this.
They're walking away from me with their head nuts. Leading. Now it's our turn. Fucking tremendous.
But I remember that, yeah.
So I graduated from playing all those street games on 88th Street to 148th. That was a different type of individual.
Like, what were they doing up there?
They were killers.
Buzz was
Buzz was like nothing but they was like
out up there.
like fuck with garbage cans. You just throw it at each other. The kids on 148th Street were Puerto Rican, Irish, Italian, a couple of Jews, and all of them were tough.
But we're talking same age range, everything.
Same age range. Before I got into Santeria, my mom would send me up to my godmother's house on 148th Street and Broadway. 20 blocks from the epicenter of the world. You're 20 blocks from home. You know it's the heartbeat of New York City. I'm 20 blocks from the heartbeat of New York City. 5. Wow. So I'm hanging out down there in 88th Street, playing one bar, killing rats. 148th Street. Completely different order, killing rats. Completely different game. First day on 148th Street, came up to me, how you doing? Ricky, whatever. They're like, what am I doing? Wait, stick. I'm like, nah, you want to see a body? Let's go see a dead body. I'm like, I like these kids. They took me down to West Side Avenue, and they had some guy that was in my car. This is the 70s. This is like 65. There was no CSI. If you got hit by a car, you would have like 2 or 3 days.
You saw it in your first dead body.
First dead body I saw, he was already had the flies on him, and they just threw plywood over him. And he was starting to stink like from 10 feet away. Like he had just been there maybe like these kids were, he was right by the Hudson River. And we would walk down the Hudson River. And then finally 2 days later went down there, it was a crime scene, obviously, so fucking, you know, in those days people didn't jog. It's not like today that they're jogging. If you jogging and Harvard Julian jumped on a 170, they never mind. Today these fucking joggers out there looking around. And they always find bodies, joggers. It's not like they find like a $20 bill. You know, jogging up into the follow that little full of money. They always find some lady beat up and raped. What kind of morning is that? We're only at 6. Holy, you know, it's a shame. I was ashamed of going up there because why? Because my mother had money and these kids did. Alright, so what was the reason you first went up there? Just because my godmother lived up there and then my mother wanted to see if we could mix. So your mom would go up with you and then you'd go outside and play with the fun boy. She had a dog named Lassie for Tommy. And I even though I was allergic to dogs, my eyes would swell up. I really liked going up there and playing with the fucking dog. So over time, my mom let me do sleepovers up there. You know, she had an older daughter. My godmother name was Beva. Rest in peace. And the husband's name was Raoul. They had a spare bedroom, and I would just go up there. And then she would talk to me about January, little by little. Every day she'd tell me a story. She would just tell me things, you know, like little things, like, you know, like a story about, like I always like Catholic stories. Like, for instance, I don't know what saint it was. He got accused of murder when he went to court. A note came back said he was innocent or something. You know, when you get to those Catholic type stories, I really enjoy that shit as a kid. But in Santeria, they're entities, but they're supposed to be the slaves in Cuba by the slave owners in Cuba by tying them in. These same Catholic saints, so nobody would really know. So she would just tell me little things, little stories, and then she would let me sit in when she did readings. You know, she would let me sit down in the living room. You know, she had like her own little room with the saints and shit. You know, at this time I had never seen chickens heads get cut. So that's all I'm talking about. You know, at that time I wasn't hip to that. That's not what I wanted to do. Nothing like that. And it was just about love. It was just, you could just tell me about different things. You say, sit in when people from the neighborhood come over here, they pay like $40 and you read, not their future, but tell them, you know, who's working against them, what they can't eat, what they can't do. Former guys over here, you know, spiritual guy. Yeah, so with me, like this, it's just like the dollar system. You have to receive, like, first you have to get baptized, and then you have to get, so the first thing that you receive is the name like, wow, this baptism, the same as the same style as Catholic. Now they don't draw no water, they kill a chicken, and they fucking give you the stick or like wine or gold, and you put it by your door, and they guard your house, and then you graduate to other things, and then let's say you want to commit to the religion, and that's a completely different thing. Like this, people who go to Cuba today, they do the whole week long ceremony. It's a week. No phone calls, no TV. It's a week. For me, all those kids get cold. And I always used to tell you to restaurant because they were victims of, I don't know, the mother and father went to Mexico to go to school. They joined the company in Indiana. And, they have 9 kids before the company. Real. And they live as a family today like nothing happened. I'm like, I wanted to smack your mother and father. If you want to be an asshole, go to Georgetown, that's fine, right? So I wish all luck in the world. But leave the kid with me. I'll leave the kid with me, and I'll take care of the best boy that I can. Don't take him down the Guyana because you want to be an asshole. No, in that case, I wanted to do it. I would have gave you $1,000. I'm like, no, I want to be out there. I want to do it. It's a week-long process. It starts on a Friday, and it'll let you out on Friday. You got to dress white for a year.
All right, so yeah, what are you doing that week? How old are you when you go?
6.
All right, do you remember what you had to go through? Some of what you did that week? What rituals? Like, what is the rituals?
I can't tell you all of them, but it's like being born again. You start from scratch, and they shake your head.
Okay.
And you go to the next level.
So you walk around king or any of that?
They take you to go to the ocean.
You do?
Yeah, jump in. I'll never forget that they were all dark skinned cubes. And I did my Saint in November. It was so cold that they had to bring the river. They had to bring the river into water land. So when I went into my mom, I'm like, fuck you fucking Negroes. That's why I'm running. And they're chasing me in the front. I'm back. So they brought me back. They hit me with whatever your Saint is. That's how many schools you get. I got 8. 3 more. And then you go somewhere and you close your eyes and they initiate you with the whole thing. Sunday is your big day. Sunday.
I don't want to, but he expected them to show us the thing coming by standing up slightly off the chair just to show that there is not good on. But what is I enough to use life insurance? The head of finance or the head of religion. But what this is, whether you learn from a Latinos or Latinos human being, he went and he put himself down by getting like an halacha, which he didn't know there was a halacha in the marriage. More than we learn from his Baruch himself every single day, sits down at the table, gives us sustenance, and he's putting himself down to us. So, according to everybody, a king is not only one of his father, but not he is one of his father. The king is just the son comes from a melon. You have to have fear of the king. It's not only one of his father. The secret of standing up for something and saving something. According to Dynamo, it doesn't take one night or twice. So imagine one Zaka, and a Chacham. The only person and also have a Chacham. According to this, this doesn't take if you need to save the Zaka. It's magic.
Attachment.
Right now, new Bet 365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose, so you can turn that $200 into something bigger. Sign up and see why it's never ordinary at Bet 365.
The parents planning Gary for their sons. And when they were in college, I would go with them in high school. I was like,
I don't practice that.
the parents planning Gary for their sons. And when they were in college, I would go with them in high school. I was like, Julian, this is everything over. It's not up to you. Because we're also, you would celebrate 10 o'clock. I would be you for that fucking case. But it was all day. Like, it was all day.
I love how Ralphie made business his place 30 years later in his big county that he was there.
But if I say, hey guys, that means we'll have to back doors for a year until they move that law, I would sit in the back of the head and I just delete the fucking thing. All the school teachers are
So I had to learn piano too.
Oh my God. Look at that. That's your grandma rolling up. Thanks for reading. Just flipping right in there.
Stand up there. Stand up for where it says
We're all stoned. It sounds great. This is crazy. I mean, our good friend George, friends his mama soul. She passed this year, and it's hard, man. Jim passed this year. It's hard. You see people at the end of their life have cancer. It's a miserable, wonderful thing. It is a horrible way to pass. And I'd rather get slammed into a sign on a 5 and break that bitch. But hey, I'd rather think that than that stuff. You know what I mean? fuck is this? This is what shit.
Wonderful day.
This is what we have now. The parents scare the kids. And you know what? Let's get together. Let's put them all together. When I was a kid, one parent and I really held hands. We fucking knocked on doors. We yelled. You know, Saturday night, I didn't see people do 8 o'clock at night. I was partying with my mom and like people all the time. I standing up there and I was scared to smoke. My kids are gonna walk up on me. 30 minutes, nobody said nothing. Every once in a while, I see 3 kids and I'm married. One day, these kids touched the wrong way. These fucking kids are kids. They're really idiots. They give me any fuck money. That's funny. I didn't see them. And it's just what I know. And they find needles and fuck every year. Some fucking dummy in Pittsburgh sticks hypodermic needles and fucking chocolate and all this shit.
Man, that's why I tell all my kids, hey, daddy has to inspect all of your candy. I need to find out all this shit.
Friday night, I went home and she gave me a bag of candy. I kept sitting there. I started walking up like cocaine. And once they said, you're fine, then you're far. Places, you were like, they drove over.
He's stuff in the little ones, the bullshit. We thought it was all. Comes out everywhere.
Just like that, you like this stuff is Swedish fish.
No, I want to the
Listen, they only have a $1 Swedish fish. That's it. One to $7 bags. That's the only way. All for the day. Skinny worms and shit. You're gonna look at mother's ass. I ain't none of this shit. I'm a fucking Swedish fucking fish. Because this ain't what love to get in my mouth. So I didn't get a black bag. I just stick my hand in my pocket. That's how there was something I was trying to get fucking. Get a bag and all that.
You get there to make a tray on them.
No, I bought the box of the whole sale.
Oh, really?
I was spraying. I just don't want to buy the box. That was a whole sale for candy when I was a kid. I thought, yeah. And I've been going around here and telling them, the next thing you know, I'm going to run and get out of there. I get a box of Swedish fish and I get a box of a thing called down the what's that? Way before fucking these other adult fiends thought about Big Red. See, Big Red. That was a kid devil mouth, but shit sounds like what it was out there. These slices, the asshole was on fire, though. That's what Mexicans get their kids when they kid.
You know, we had atomic fireballs, that's all we had.
Atomic fireball. But yours are small. Don't do it. You know what's small? That's where your asshole's on fire. My asshole's not on fire because that was small. His name was. My body was in the process of that. What's gonna say? I want to know more. Listen, I have told them that I'm out of my ass. I have sometimes you don't pull this shit out and you get out of
Let me tell you what. Have Joey when he gets one of them good ass dents above his asshole to come and pop it like a foot and a half away from you so you hear it. Okay, he did that with fucking apartment after he drank all my goddamn orange juice. Alright, he drank all fucking that orange juice. And 10 minutes after he was walking out, no, not on his asshole, in the crack right above it. So to get any pressure behind it, he had to take that big ass finger in there. Go one knuckle deep. I know all the story. I'm a better than you.
I used to travel my bus a lot of people. My top was my bus.
Joey Express.
Joey Express. I would get on that fucking downtown bus to El Paso and
Drop me off and pick you up.
a long good bus ride. That was nothing going on. I'm going to go to Hawaii, Cali.
What is that bullshit?
Man, I travel by bus because I don't mind getting king size bed. Don't
You're retarded. We would hotbox that bus. It would be just, bro. Wait, shut the fuck up, okay? Me and Coco lived in an apartment smaller than this fucking studio, okay? And we laughed our asses off. And when the doors were open and the windows were open because it was so fucking hot, and we could hardly go to sleep because it was noisy as shit. We put on Joy Medina, 5 minutes sleeping time, like those no kids for Jesus, making biscuits, and I had him on the floor, futon, okay? And John Wesley on the floor. Yeah, it was crazy. We were in it to win it. This was Team Us, 1440. You don't even understand killers and brothers. Are you kidding me? You put the TV on. I got my fucking TV. My fucking TV on that goddamn box. What channel you want? I got it. I've got a king size bedroom that pops out, okay, and then the living room pops out, and then there's 3 bunks. It's got a 2 bathrooms and a shower on it, and I've got, I think there's like 6 air compressors on it, so if it goes up like 4 top, I go with the Monroe this summer. Everybody, all these dirty white people out there with the 120 degrees of dirt. Fuck you. I took 3 showers a day. I was the sweetest motherfucker out there. People like, they thought I was for real or something. I smelled so good. Okay, I was golden, Jack. It was awesome. Everybody boo-hoo that time. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go make a fucking margarita in my butt. Take a shot. Boom. Fuck you. I hate that, but it was awesome. It was so great. But now we gotta go, dude. We gotta go to the fucking bus. Alright? Your baby was going in the bus. Your baby would love that fucking bus. Shit, it's I can't go for that bus. It's my fucking way. You can suck in that gum.
No way.
What happened? Okay, alright, yeah, okay,
Wow, that is beautiful. Yo. Can you hear me? What up, Amir? How are you? What's good? Amir, how are you? Hope you're having a good day, big dog.
for $75. It's worth every dime. Yeah, because that means I'm walking the first class line.
Right. The first class would be hardcore class, and then there's economy.
And then you also talk about the school all the way down to 75 each way. It's worth it.
So
Okay,
fucking
whether it's worth it.
you just buy it.
It's incredibly worth it. Goddamn, a couple weeks ago, I was upgraded to first class, and I still didn't know like the security line. Yeah, it's what's going on out there. People are getting little by holidays. I'm telling you right now. If they ride on get early,
Boy,
get it.
if you have a passport, by the way, and you travel a lot, just go get TSA pre-approved. It takes about 5 minutes. Okay, which utterly scares the living shit out of me. Then I show up with my passport and my ID, and they ask me like 6 questions, like, do you love America? Of course. Are you allied with any of the terrorist group against the country? And I go, not only do I fucking hate them, fucking fucking dirty sons of bitches. Okay, they shot at me. Fuck you. Alright? I hate Russians. I'm bona fide. Jack. Fuck that, nigga. Have a nice day, Mr. Man. Raise my hand, sign a piece of paper. Boom. Had it then. And all you do is go up there. You don't have to take anything off. No shoes, no fucking no, that's bullshit. What are you talking about? That's bullshit. But you know what? Though? It would be smart. And let me tell you, every business I'm doing it, I put on the bus a tower, a mobile cell phone tower, the Wi-Fi rather, like the largest one you can get in a mobile unit. And so it's free Wi-Fi at all my shows. Alright, but what happens to log in is I get all your information. So next time I'm in the area, I can hit you up and go, hey, I'm here. Alright, and that's how I do it. I provide, it costs me a lot of money to do it, but at least I get something in exchange and they get free internet. You know what I mean? And that's really cool. And that's what you gotta do for people. But businesses all around are doing that. But you know what they do? It's not like on Southwest, you get your email and you get like an iPad or something. And then you can watch real TV and they've got movies on there too. And you can flip channels and it's real time. And that's for free instead of like, what is it, Boeing or something like that? That's like fucking $22
Southwest is almost a 24-hour a day airline, and it's focused on its international flights now. But I'm telling you, man, America is the smartest in the business. They lower the rates for what they could, but they run them all the fucking time, and they lower the rates of that so they get more people go to the off times or bargain hunting like the rest of us used to, and then paying consumers can pay at an accelerated rate for the last meaning run flights that aren't as full, but the cheap people got diverted into the other flights. It's a goddamn beautiful business model. That's how you fucking make money.
Like today, you know, much of these companies treat the customers like crap. Especially
There's no reason why they are. If you are the worst person in the fucking world, go work at the airport. Because no one will bitch about you because they don't have time to fill out a form. They don't have time to fucking go and talk to your manager. They just don't. They've got a plane to catch, so they go and go to the gig and they watch your next plane get there. It's free. It's awesome. You're an asshole. Go over and get that there.
looking really bad. Sometimes because I want to operation. I know what's a company. And I know that you have to generate something about agents. So I said, let's see. Now, what about the stations? It's the funniest thing ever. Good rating agencies. CAs and on the side of the has to be now we're still saving from the places. It's considered a average.
Show on TV, one of the biggest things we go down plans, custom plans, it's still if you understand his life, he does this his path of resistance. He got that job in New York City as well. You guys have my name with the UNC page. When he's become that challenge, like the voice of that shit, this didn't come to him because he trained, he went to the right DT here to he stepped up. And that's what this whole thing's about. It's about his job, right, guys? This is how he looks at it. I look at the same way, right? You got this job that finds you in Vegas every once a month in Hall of Fame. They pay a shitload of money. It gets received. Show, guys. Yeah, but he was on some shit show. Well, I want you to try. You want to run this and put up with that. Yeah, why? You know how hard it is to be around. It's you know how hard it is to be around. See, people in the hands of because he doesn't know he's not with the how many needles can I stick in my foot? How many needles can I stick in my neck? Because that's how public needs to see you all the time. He went on some show a month ago and said he's playing on the baby bag. That's all great people. Okay, realistically, we've gone to some sushi spots, but we gotta go that way. So I've been trying to make up as a family. He was a man to come down and one day he's such a good
After comedy,
I never could. I never thought.
kid was a dumb kid. I want to do that same thing. I'm going to say, hey, I know you're not with me. You're mine. Because you know what? I like you. But I still love you. Just give it to me. Okay, fuck you. I just, you know, I'm at top beef. I was a 79 guy. 15, I already knew that. Everything I mean, man. And Halloween night, you know, there's no one goes. And I said, yeah, me on the garage. And it was tremendous. It was tremendous at 11 o'clock. I went to fucking meet her. And some girl came and said, she's not coming. We have to go get her. And I was like, what? And like, the girl was hot. And the way we walked from the fact Timmy Holloway is her cousin. He's listening to this podcast. Robin Thompson. Me and Robin Thompson are walking out of Griffin. When that night was a man. Already, me and Robin were 15. Griffin was a man. That's how hot this bitch was. He was a fucking man. He got out of the car. He thought we were leaving together. He started yelling at him, but I stuck up for him. You know, he was like, you know, I'll deal with you some other time again. You know, it was very nice to me that night. All that shit went down. I forgot the whole thing. I forgot to call home. And we got all the house. We got to fucking call home. So Saturday night was this night. It was a Halloween party. But it was, in those days, in that year, it was 1979. Halloween was on a weekend. Me, you know, boys are trick or treating on Halloween. Robin Lennon was like on Wednesday. So but the party was Saturday. Yeah, so really, it was like a maybe Halloween was like Monday. This party was on a Saturday. So it was like a golden party. You like trick or treat like 3 times. So what happened was I stayed there. It was like really just 3 in the morning. I home. And she went on and she went, what the fuck? Like, listen, I have one pay, but there's no buses. There was one trip back. So what the day on the fucking Saturday night? No, the Saturday before that. The 27th, because she died on 80. So she died on Wednesday after that. After the Halloween, that day is after Halloween. So she was a week and a half. She died a week and a half later. So she gave me the speech on the Sunday night. She died on my Maria. So you following, you know, so that Sunday, she goes, I'm on the couch. What are you gonna do? She goes, okay, get us going. I'm gonna take that. You know, and I go, yes, it's and the passage coming down. Let's get like the little jingle shit. So somehow we did a record now. But by this time, it's 5 a.m. I'm like, I'm calling back. She was already asleep. I'm like, my friends told me, oh, I had to go to Costco on. And then we looked at the fucking Spanish. The fucking she opened it, grabbed me with one fucking hand, just smacked me across the face. She didn't smack me. My hands, my hand, all that. She didn't have the big, you know, my chin, she didn't have just one on it. Her chin wasn't hurt. You know, they didn't mean, she would say, do you want to get like that? But they were roasting. I don't know about that. So, I shut the video, she got me hands. And she slammed the door shut her face on. She goes, so there you go, you fucking Larry. You have a fucking wife and you want to fucking Larry out of the I said, in his house. He said, oh, I don't know what you do. Trying to be a stupid money. She went off. And when she goes, I'm like, I said, hey, that door, you just like me the fucking face hard. Like it was a hard smack to the face. Like it was still sticking. And she's like, you know, you fucking idiot. You know what the fuck is wrong with you? Stay down and sit down. You know, stay as people when they want to look at you. Now it's pissed. I'm like, I might as well go around. Like that's it. I'm not going to get the fuck out of it. he was still in jail. Somehow pushed one of the cigarette, and he took it against the head. The whole school was dragged from the house. So I don't understand,
Yo, how are you? Yeah, I guess so. I didn't want to fucking talk with you. Anyway, not in a million fucking years. That motherfucker could have been the last motherfucker on earth, and I wouldn't have wanted to speak with him.
Saturdays and shit. They created the suburbs that piss me off. That's why I got so mad. Always say the same. Tornadoes only getting beat up and shit. That's like that tweet last night. They said that tweet last night. The way it was fucking Billy Joe getting singing. That's the line they won. And I didn't fucking sing that song. Now they're losing my spirit to me. Billy Joe, you nigga. That cocksucker.
Fuck yourself, Billy Joe. Fuck him.
Kansas City, Kansas City. Kansas City played for my man Brad Pitt was trying to sell money ball. You know why? You watch the series.
Fuck yeah.
Watch it. That was disgusting.
Are you serious? You fucked that piece of shit Monday night game? Did you watch that fucking football game? That was hot garbage. What were you watching? Fuck, you got a fucking 9-foot TV behind you. Were you playing some shit? One of those freaks that would affect you game. He was shooting somebody and you fucking playing Belarus right now. They're both touchdown 30 fucking touchdowns. I know. Your team is good, but it's fucking good cousins. Alright? Yeah.
And I love that. I hate when people forget about it. They can't small they stole witnesses.
They stole them. They put pressure.
You really want to fuck with all the fucking this is not even the big machine. That's all they did. Next time you have some baseball, since I really he wants to get oh my God. Nobody had more than 15 very close to a small ball. The main job they did was single.
That's why Ricky Henderson played baseball so long and for so many teams. Just think about it. He played for everybody. Ricky played for everybody. Ricky was goofball dumb. He was one of the greatest baseball players to ever get behind. All right? This guy, if you got a pitcher and he is out of business at 96 pitches, and Ricky gets on base for the fun, or a fucking single, or walk sometimes, and he gets on there, he jumps out, and backs up, go over there 3 or 4 times, Ricky's gonna wear out his arm, they're gonna bring in the middle reliever that's a piece of shit that hasn't worked in 8 days, and then they fucking get off the 3 closers, what do they do the next day? Ricky Henderson blows up the next guy. That's what genius small ball is. That's what they did, man. They played fucking great baseball, man. Great baseball. Beautiful college ball.
Once he stole from Toronto, those fuckers, Toronto, they go crazy. They have like 3 people stealing your ass. I would just, they just gorilla me. There was a game where he was just last years ago, and they actually showed the fucking picture. Just go on like, I don't like you in December here. This was not baseball, this was torture. Because it's slow ball, it's slow torture. Every pitch, something happens, there's always something happen. Every time you let that ball go, it's either a single or one.
I like the Houston Astros. I started stand up there in '90. I love them. Me and John Wesley, we went for a foul ball, and the kid was going for a foul ball. We was throwing out our ball. Instead of me swatching that kid that was a foul ball, I broke the seat. Okay, and the kid got the ball, and everybody's shooting. We're on the big screen, and I'm holding it.
How are you, Henri?
There's a thing called secondary drowning. Look it up later. It happens. You just take a little bit of air, a little bit of water in your nose, and it gets down your actual windpipe, and it can be a very small amount. You don't have to have this deep, long thing. It's a secondary drowning. Look it up. Let me explain it. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what how you have it. I swim all the time. We go on to stuff. People ain't fighting you. They're like making white people. And let's have a goddamn party. Okay? You're telling me there's a fuck out here. I'm calling it out. Let's go.
Yo, what up, Barry? Yo, what's up, homie? How you living, pimp?
It's so like freeing for both of us. I still love her. I'm in love with her. I love my babies, and that's why this wasn't an acting trip night. You know what I mean? It could have been, but it just simply wasn't. I got real shit to do tomorrow. You know, I got two beautiful babies that love their daddy.
Dude, why is this stream quality so bad, dude?
So much
Because you haven't boosted the server. If you boost the server, its stream quality goes up. Don't you know how Discord works, dog?
she was already with me, and I had put up on her like 10 days before. Okay, and so there was going to be this big jurisdictional battle that my lawyer thinks he goes, you're going to spend about $150,000 just fighting over what state we're going to have to divorce in. Okay, not counting my money, all right? I was supposed to write a retainer tomorrow if she wanted to go to court for like $50,000. Okay, it's recording, right? And just being cool. It's like my babies. I always want them supported. My wife will never look for anything. She'll have the house that she designed. Okay, she can be free and unreasonable for herself. Look for my position is out for fucking time. Always got babies that have to be in school. But since the shit broke on the internet, man, fucking people taking pictures of my kids, man. It's like, fuck that. I'm the guy. You know what I mean? It's like I'm the guy behind the microphone. You know, those are my babies. And they're just being fucking dicks. You know, I couldn't even go hard.
Already documented man in human history.
You got that right. How you living, big dog?
You're doing great, man. I think you're a very interesting guy. I like what you stand for.
Hey, that's wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you more about myself?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I'm all ears.
Excellent. Well, thank you first and foremost for being here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If you didn't know, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Well, dude, that sounds like a noble ass goal to me. That sounds amazing.
That's what I like to hear. Addition.
Yeah, does it ever get, I don't know, like kind of like privacy invading, live streaming your entire life every day? Do you ever feel like that or not?
I enjoy it. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't do it. So I am someone who likens what they do to someone in the past who would be a journalist or writing a diary, except I just do it through a digital media video, like a vlogger.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. That's pretty cool, man. It's interesting. I just came across you on Rumble.
Oh, no way. Wow, somebody found out about me from Rumble. Okay, excellent. I talk about other things that I feel are important to the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the world. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How did those ideas sound to you? Pardon me?
What?
How did those ideas sound to you?
That sounds great.
Excellent.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot. It's a lot, but yeah, it's a great noble goal.
Excellent. I appreciate that. I talk about other things that I feel are going to have a major impact on the world. I'm a futurist, someone who enjoys futurology, the study of the future. Things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like invisibility, cloaks, Santa Claus machines, replicators, ANI, artificial narrow intelligence, AGI, artificial general intelligence, ASI, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas was founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. I am someone who, if you want, wants to help you live longer. When you guys were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I'm going to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology with your consent if you want. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, peptides, nootropics, things like cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like perhaps cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, and perhaps perhaps cryonics, cryogenics. But eventually, you may get to be 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. You were able to make all of my dreams come true. We became wealthy. I'm able to live longer, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? So, if you want, there may be another type of technology of which, in which you might be able to utilize, known as mind uploading technology. That's where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is you might be able to live in a future with a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I mean, that's a lot, Rabbi. I'm not gonna lie. That's a lot to spring on me right there. Like,
Absolutely.
how am I gonna get access to any of this technology? Like if I do want to live, let's say like 120. Like, are you gonna like help us? Like,
Oh yeah, I'm gonna pay for it. I'm gonna absolutely pay for it.
you're gonna pay for it? How?
So, as I previously said, data is Earth's number one resource, specifically human data. And I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which means essentially I'm the biggest data set for AI modeling in global history. So I will be an influential
You
person.
sell your own data.
Absolutely, but I want to give it away. I want to give it away. And the reason why I want to give it away is because that will instantly make me extremely interesting. The world will want to watch what I do, and all I have to do is do endorsements for companies for $1 billion a year. McDonald's, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Pfizer, whoever it may be, and wear just like I wear now for cryptocurrency merch. Wear like a NASCAR driver's jacket with different companies on me, and instead of them getting, one commercial every so often, my entire life is literally just living with their brand on me. And if they want to renew the next year, that's great. That's another $1 billion. We essentially create a giant trust of all the money, and we'll also take donations for all these projects that I have, and ensure that you at a certain point don't need money anymore. And at a certain point, you just want power and influence, and we'll be able to give that to you. How does that sound?
That sounds like a great and noble goal. Wait, so you're basically already rich, is what you're saying.
Well, I'm at the point. I'm at the point where I don't need to currently work. Potentially in the future, I can be of the wealthiest of people, perhaps the wealthiest person ever. As a career, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and also had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, which have allowed me to live a life where I no longer necessarily need to work. I do some freelancing. If people ever want assistance with their project, people pay me for that. But at this time, I don't necessarily need a full 9 to 5 job.
That's great. Yeah, you know something interesting when reading your description is like you are completely open with everything. Like your address is publicly listed on your live stream. Like everything is completely open to the world.
That's correct.
Do you have any questions for the rabbi?
What are your thoughts on Palestine?
I want world peace.
So basically, fuck Palestine?
No, I want world peace. I don't want anybody to die on either side. I want diplomatic relations.
That's cool. Do you have any opinions on the age of consent?
Yeah, I mean, I do. It's important. I personally think the age of consent should be raised to at least age 26, which is when the frontal cortex of the human brain finishes maturing. So, in my opinion, you shouldn't be able to sign a contract or perhaps go to war or anything until your brain is fully formed. I feel we're taking advantage of young people without the brain fully being formed. But that's an argument that I don't think I win. But personally, I would raise the age of consent until the brain is fully formed. I mean, doesn't it just make sense that, hey, we should make sure that someone uh, isn't prematurely being taken advantage of because their brain hasn't developed enough? That only makes sense to me, but I recognize that there are companies out there and organizations that want to keep the age of consent at age 18 and perhaps even lower it, but I personally would want to raise it to age 26 at least.
That's definitely an interesting take, but it's not something that's completely out of the ordinary. I guess you could say it's not something that's anything to appreciate. That's completely well.
What's your thoughts about Muhammad's wife being 9 years old? Is that okay, or is that we should keep it around that range?
Well, as I previously said, I think that the age of consent should be raised. So that's how I personally feel.
Yeah, man, girls like
But
that wouldn't work with them.
It was a different time and a different area and different culture. But I'm not to judge anybody. But I can tell you, ideally, I think that Muhammad's wife, all of them, should have had at least up until age 26 to make the decision on their own accord whether they wanted to marry Muhammad.
Yeah. What else? Oh, yeah, I was going to ask you. You go outside, by the way.
Yeah, I do IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the mountains and desert. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. Basically everywhere in Southern California, I have streamed. Yeah, I do go outside. I've been outside in the last 24 hours. Um, there are things that I do to get as much vitamin D as I can. I don't say that I have to be on camera every second of every day. That's not my goal. I mean, I just 99.99% of my life is on camera. But if I ever want to just get a break, I can go outside and go in the garden or touch grass or go on a little walk or go to the mailbox or whatever I need to do. I keep the cameras going. Additionally, I always keep the cameras going to document world events. I keep a radio on in the background that is going 24 hours a day that document what's going on in world news. So essentially, you can go back to any minute of any day of my stream and know what was going on for the last 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic.
That's a lot. Yeah. Do you ever do like collabs with other streamers?
Yeah.
Do you like collabs and stuff sleep over?
I've had people come and visit me in Irvine. They've driven like as far as like 8 hours away, from Northern California. Yeah. I also do interviews with people. And like, I mean, I did a collaboration within the last 12 hours or so with a kick streamer. His name is Guido. He's from Australia. Well, we did an interview with his chat. I've done podcasts with people. So if you consider those collaborations, absolutely. I also have my own podcast where I have influencers on and I ask them 73 questions in basic, quick style. And you can find that on Spotify. It's a video podcast. It's just the Rabbi Rothschild podcast. So I do collaborations, and I'm open to doing other collaborations as well. I'm pretty well known within the influencer circle. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's stream. I've done an interview with Aiden Ross. I am the number one streamer all time in Kai Sanat's Discord. Number one streamer all time in I Trust Speed's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. Yeah, so I mean, I've made connections with these influencers, and it's just a matter of time until I go viral. And then when I do, we're gonna change the world, God willing.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. So you basically streaming all these other people's discords at the same time. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Right
so
now.
Your name's Rabbi Rothschild. Why is it Rothschild exactly?
That's my last name.
Is that just your name?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Like, you know, like the Rothschild family, like Jacob Rothschild.
Well, yeah, he's dead. But it's a large family. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, about 10,000 of us in the world. So it's a somewhat.
Are you related to them?
Yeah, through DNA. Yeah, we're all related.
Wow.
Go ahead.
You have a question for him? Yes, sir.
Ever you did I'm definitely going to mispronounce this. I don't have the proper.
Here, let me try and say it. Have you ever done? It's a Medzitza Bapeh?
Yeah, I'm actually someone who feels that this is not a necessary element of modern Judaism. I am basically someone who's had a bris, been circumcised, but I'm an anti-circumcision rabbi, meaning I think that we don't need to genetically mutilate each other anymore. I have not done that. That is not a ceremony that I think should be continued in the modern age, but I am aware that it does happen in some sects within Judaism.
Oh, so you're completely against circumcision?
Yeah.
You are circumcised yourself?
Exactly, which takes a lot of courage to basically say, I want to end this barbaric practice. If anything within Judaism, it does have a ceremonial or covenant. It symbolizes a covenant with Hashem, with God. So I think what we should do is perform what we do on converts that have already had a circumcision, which is just a pinprick, just a drop of blood as a symbolic act, but that we should preserve the foreskin. Uh, Generally, there are a lot of nerve endings that get destroyed due to circumcision. I think it causes undue influence on the baby. And if a person wants to have their own circumcision, that's absolutely their own prerogative, but they should do it after the age of consent. And I'm someone who feels as if, just from simplistic terms, that sex could be better, that sex could be that sex could be better, that our penises could be longer, and why are we cutting our dicks off?
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. Dude, wait, here's another question. How many devices do you have in your room? Because, like, on the Rumble stream, the quality's really bad, I'm not going to lie. Like, it's really hard to understand kind of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I've got 33 different devices going right now. I'm live on more than 20 different YouTube streams. Rumble, frankly, is a secondary or tertiary platform of mine. My primary one is on YouTube. Um, and I'm not really worried about the quality of the video because I know that in the future that we'll be able to upscale any video that I have to 8K, which is better than the human eye can detect. So I'll be able to make everything HD in the future. The key to me is to just basically have a consistent stream for as long as possible. So I'd rather have 33 different devices streaming than one really good one.
Oh no, that's crazy. I was looking on the screen. It looks like you only have like 4 on there. I should read another one of our friends. He's asking about the Freemasons. Do you know what do you know about the Freemasons?
Well, I am.
Especially because that number 33.
I am one.
You are a Freemason, really?
I am.
Yeah, isn't it like to become a Freemason, you need to know someone who is a Freemason to get invited into that?
We have a saying: to be one is to ask. So generally, if you know a Freemason, you inquire with them. If you don't know a Freemason, you can always write a letter and an email. Um, I can tell you that while I knew Freemasons, um, where I was living in Southern California, uh, I wanted to join a lodge that was closer to my home. And so I just wrote an email to the local lodge. Actually, as well, I was taking classes on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and then Shabbat was Friday. So really, I only had Monday open, and I needed to find a lodge that met on Mondays. So I was able to find Los Cerritos Lodge 674, which is located in the Long Beach Lodge, and we meet on Mondays, and that allowed me the freedom in my schedule to be able to consistently meet with my brethren there, and I became a Freemason in 2018.
Oh, cool. No, I was just inquiring of it because there's a branch near me. Just wondering how it is.
Well, if you're curious, generally what you can do is inquire through email or letter and say that you have interest. What will likely happen is they will invite you to a dinner. Most lodges have a weekly or a monthly dinner, depending on the size, location, and their particular organization. You'll you'll meet the brethren, you'll meet the brothers there, and have a nice meal if you choose to partake, and you'll be able to ask any questions that you have. If you're a good fit, generally you'll be invited to come back to more dinners, and then eventually you can petition the lodge to join. Depending on your state, there are some certain requirements, but they're they're achievable. Um, so at least in the state of California, you have to be at least 18 years old, a man. You have to be you have to have lived in the state for at least a year. You have to. There's a saying that you can't be like a madman. You have to be freeborn, which means like you can't be enslaved or something like that, which we don't have anymore. But being not a madman, you have to be like a good mental health. You generally have to be an upstanding citizen. Um, so what does that mean? Generally, you need a clean criminal record, though if you have something minor, that usually doesn't get into too much of an issue. But you do, at least in California, you have to be able to pass an FBI background check. If you're able to do so, and you still are able to, you also have to have the financial means to be able to pay dues. It depends on the size of your lodge. It depends on your state. All 50 states have different um, requirements and characteristics, but at least in California, my dues are based on the size of my lodge, and it's something like uh, between 150 and $200 a year, and that basically keeps the lights on. That pays for events that we have. So that's what we do.
explain what. I didn't know. I don't know anything. Guys, I don't know anything. I just found out. And she found me, dude. When this is happening. How this is happening. The singer from No Doubt. She likes to find a kid. She thinks that Judge moved up in the show or something. He broke up with his wife and she broke up with her husband for 8 fucking years. And then they have like a thing today, like, there's twin children. Yeah. You know, listen, man, the people in the last time, I pray every day that Larry stays left with me. And I keep it together with her. I pray every day that he's in harmony. And the more we do with a person, the harder it fucking is. And when you have children, it's even fucking harder. So there's 2 ways to do a divorce. You can either A, go to war, or B, take the fucking few lumps in the head, which you're gonna take anyway. You're gonna take anyway. I'm taking them up my life. I ain't no big deal. Either people can hold you down and put a big black dick in your ass, or you can just take a fucking white flag, get naked, put it on your back, turn around, look your own asshole, and then do what the fuck you gotta do, okay? You know what? If the answer is both ways, but I think what it hurts more, you clench it up. She clench it up.
She didn't do nothing wrong. And you know what? She did help me in my career. You know, the truth is, when I got Last Comic Standing, okay, Jay Moore, dickhead, called me on Thursday, go, hey, I need you for an audition. I was in Hawaii working at the Laugh Factory, and he said, come back, I need you here on Saturday. And I looked online, the cheapest ticket for round trip was still had to finish in Hawaii. Nobody on that fucking island that could have done it, right? And so I had to come back, and the ticket was like $1,100, you know, and that was 2 months rent, man. That's real fucking shit. Like for a maybe, for a big fucking maybe, and I rolled the dice, and I couldn't afford it. Mom had a credit card that her mom gave her for insurance, and she put it all on there, and that's what launched my whole career. So does she get half? Yes, motherfucker, she gets half. Okay? She should get more than half. She's gonna be drawing a salary from my place. She's gonna be getting out on her like regular white people, because we're Jews, you gotta respect. Alright? My babies already have big things set up for them. They'll never want for anything. They'll never have what I went through. You know? And it's like, that's what you want. But now they're coming. It's just so irritating. It's like, you know, they're just dumb. These motherfuckers. You know, yeah, right.
You know, I use it for certain things. I see people use it for other things, and that's fine. That's what we do. It's your expression. But sometimes, if you don't feel like one of people on the internet, the result isn't very good. It's happened to me. It's backfired. But in this situation with divorce and stuff, I don't know. You know,
nothing's happened yet.
You do put pieces together. Try and reinform that. Listen, the divorce in my life had to be tough for the businesses. I lost a child in a divorce. I lost dignity in a divorce. And to this day, I have animosity. I know that I'm like Michael Douglas. He just snapped on the profile. Walking tall, standing tall, when he started shooting me.
Last straw.
I saw that movie. That movie really scared me. Why? You ever seen a movie? When he goes nuts on the phone.
Yeah, he lost his job.
Drug dealer goes to London and all these shoots me. I read games. It's pretty funny. And now the Valve is looking at him. It's a cliche type movie. I always saw that happen to me with my ex-wife. That's how bad of a divorce it was. I forgave my stepfather. Until this day, I know the whole story. I always say, fuck yeah, we never gave you what was coming to you. You know, one time I gotta go get what was coming to me. That was my agreement back then. I didn't give him my mother's money when we were going to shoot. For 3 years, I lived with that. I lived in a car. Grabbed this important shooter. Where's his money now? So I shoot him. I'm gonna get his money now. So I had a terrible idea. And I hated him for fucking years. One day, this the guy that raised me. You paid me $1,000. What was I gonna do? Was I gonna invest? Was I gonna said, wow, I want to see his wife. And she died, but I let it go. I didn't think so. I had surgery.
I don't have any anger. I have only love. No, I know. I don't care. I want to see all the numbers. I just love the baby. I got another crazy in my head.
There's levels of divorce. When she walked out of the house, I'm just going to be able to mom left her out. Let's get some space.
Yo, what up, homie?
This is a dream come true. I'm comedy. I want to be a fucking comedian. I just got out of prison. I was really working. She never stopped when I go fucking. I'm like a fucking comedy. Why all of a sudden they were right there doing it? Charlie, I don't know that. You always don't get a hold of this shit. Turn it into something else. I hold that because that's going to get back. Once attorneys are going to leave, what's the fine print? It's a fine print. And once that fine print comes out, they say, ain't no coming back. And that fine print has to exist. It has to exist. The law says it has to exist. And sometimes that hurts. You know? So, my love always right there. I see the videos of all Spanish guys.
You gotta knock it out with that, man.
I've been through a divorce, I've been through a separation. Guys, I always advise people to keep it together. Keep it together. There's no love. There's no love. There's no love. There's no love. You have love.
We both have so much love for each other, but it's like, here's the real deal, okay? I have really fucking bad PTSD, and now I'm properly medicated by probably the best. They have a psychiatrist at Vanderbilt. He's fucking amazing. He's got me chemically dialed in. I sleep 8 hours. I'm up. I don't take naps. I walk. I feel great. He's done it all. He's fucking amazing. Alright? But before I got properly medicated, I was a fucking nut and a complete asshole. Okay? And you know what you do after 2 years?
How this was.
Not question, but it was my parents got divorced when I was in high school, and I actually wish they got divorced earlier, or they like stayed together because of the kids. Even back then, I thought it would be better just to have like a.
Let's get something out of here. Understanding it's a great show. And it shows a lot of comics in the country and a lot of vice versa. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Ralphie was a less understanding. He was already a brilliant headline. Ralphie was already a lot of people paying tickets to go see him. It's just accelerating. Right now, all these kids become somebody. Ralphie May was already somebody. Ralphie May was already somebody. Went from one thing to one thing. I just, I was there when you go first with no money. So next thing you know, it's another push forward. But it's your more weed, a little more. People just stick in their hand. They have to be going. And then you run, take it. Sean Ralph's fuck out of the day. I can see you getting $200 to do what you do. It's hard. I'm a person. I don't know.
HBO's all time greatest comedy show. And you can't, I'm sure you girls will listen to this story. I can't even go to HBO. Like, also, I'm thinking of Ralphie and that radio show, whatever. That's just a fact, guys. And just even though that's something too, when you feel that falling on guard, listen, I was he's doing well, you don't understand. This chick is living in his house. Before we're talking about this story, here's three guys trying to fuck the same chick. It's predictable. I'm the only one not trying to fuck her. You want to fuck her, you face on that asshole. It would have been a problem. So if something happened, they have an argument. You cannot write this Lisa at. This is an apartment that's living on whatever round is. I'm sorry. I'm living off round people. I got a little bit of coke in my pocket. Ralph is making money. He marries. And we're going over the way in this every night. We're right now. Well, you know that at 2 in the morning. Most of the party was in my apartment. The Red Devil, Ricky Cruz, Baba Lou. You know, we just talked about it. Somebody would have a joint. Somebody would have a joint. One night it was just me. We always drinking bloody Marys. One gig. Joey said something around me after this. There was a big Japanese lady in the picture. Alright, fuck away, and he sits down and she pisses him off. And he's sitting in a position and something happened to light down the clothes. And he's fucking saying shit to her with his face red, right? He's like, fuck you, this is my house. Never talk to me like this. This is my fucking house. You believe this cook-off? She's my guest and she's talking to me like this. This is my vodka or something. And he, in the middle of his rage, he's like, ah, and he stops. Because the whole is in my hand. You can't write that. You cannot write that. That's Inspector Clouseau type shit. I was like, gee, you just full. I always had a head on. You must have been totally No, it was Gavin. Okay, you fucked up, Gavin. Stop. You also shit in Gavin's shower and then puts it down with your toe, motherfucker. Okay, I know I'm bringing up. You know, Gavin. Alright, you can bullshit with these other faggots, but I'm bona fide. Okay, I was there at the beginning. Okay, I was smoking. Light the bomb on fire. You didn't light the bomb. People pussy. A fucking camera. Oh my god. Multi-millionaire. I tell the story of shame in that. And she was giving these people drug dealers what the fuck shame. Oh, so I left it downstairs in Gavin's apartment. She's been telling the ESPN story. And I come back at 5 minutes. One guy. Horrible and crazy. Oh my god. Every time they get out of it. She's not good now. I'm still wrong. And this busy bitch like breaks down into like, yeah, stupid. Shut up, bitch. They got sex and titties out. Yeah, that's what she told me. Do you remember that? You fucking told her. Go, yeah, whatever, bitch. Sex and titties. I still talk to her. Is she in Vegas now? That's awesome. She is so cool. She always learned my age. She's a she's a fucking fan. She's 45. She dances in the kids. She's like 20. She keeps marrying gay guys by mistake. She hooked up with that dude in Alaska. I had to do this. About 15 years ago, I had to do this. Listen to me. I had to do this gig in Alaska one time. And one of those people, I canceled. I got like this stupid TV show or something on NBC. I had to cancel. And she was up there. So I was just like, fucking hit it. So you know what I quoted him? There was making lines. I was like, about me. I was like, last thing I said before I got on stage, I heard was, all I said was, yes, Mr. Cosby, I'd love another cocktail. That's all I remember. And then just go fuck yourself. Dude, I was so fucked up when I quoted him. In 92, I played the hip hop comedy stop. Steve Harvey's, Rashawn McDonald, all black, and comedy club at our hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, like I met this guy to go, yeah, my name's Willie D. Alright, he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys, okay? And then this little ass bitch walks over Bushwick Bill, okay? And he's a gangster, okay? Bushwick Bill was no bullshit. That little motherfucker cut your balls off. That was high level to him. Okay, no. Codeine syrup. Codeine, and we listen to fucking slow records. This guy named DJ Screw would do. But we drink that with Cinema, okay, or Mountain Dew. Boom, they do a Mountain Dew, so with the back top, so they didn't drink that syrup. Alright, and we was fucked up. Dude, they poured a lot in mine, okay? They poured a lot, and they shit up, and a lot was putting that, what's that shit, the raspberry, like Chambord or something. They pour Chambord in it too, so you have, like grape soda with some Chambord and syrup, okay? And all of those fools were doing that, all of them. It was like, I didn't know what hit me, okay, because they didn't taste good. And I was like, what? And they called me up on stage. And for whatever reason, it was the greatest set of the 4 years I've ever done comedy. And I've been smoking weed in the back with this little crazy bitch. And it was so funny.
What up, Pimp? How are you? How's your day going?
My day's going good.
Excellent. Kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me, son? Okay, all right. So, and they found out from Rumble. Excellent. Well, what's good with you?
Nothing much. Joining to enjoy pretty much.
All right. Well, you're in the right spot. I am just chilling. We've got streams that you can watch in here. We're just enjoying life. Feel free to relax. If you have any questions or you need anything, let me know, okay?
Yeah.
Excellent.
And he starts talking shit about me being fat. Like, making all these fat shit jokes, and the audience turns on the guy. And then, out of nowhere, you see this nickel 45, 1911, 45 caliber come up and go. And it is Bushwick Bill. And he No, you would see it's cough syrup. It's cough syrup. And
like 6 weeks of flight. So I got my I always slept when I with this, like those planes, those they steam it, chemicals, they wipe down nothing. People like that, there's a fucking deodorizer, they sanitize and wipe everything. That's the first thing they do when I sit out there. I don't want somebody else's ass on my ass. I'm sticking like that fucking ass. You gotta wipe those fucking seats down. So, it's just bad. You fly, that's why they do contact this time of year. It's so favorable. Get the shit off that. Your immune system can't fight it. You're flying around. You get sick this time of year, you lose $100,000, especially you. I can't afford to get sick again. So I take a chance. I'll wait for vitamin C. That's how they fucking run it. They got children taking sport.
Wonderful.
Next show, the Church of What's Happening Now would like to introduce you to Pet Net. Stop worrying about feeding your pets the wrong amount of food every day. The Pet Net Smart Beer will feed the healthiest pet at the right time every time of life. Go to Pet Net.
She's not one of our other welfare arrangements.
Let's reach you at petnet.com/joey. That's petnet.com/joey. Petnet.com/joey. The church also runs my body.com. At goodhome.com/church. Save 10% off all organization plans. Out of the way, strong food, support,